Chapter 1. In the beginning. That's it. We're not going to any more races. We're not going to go watch people get killed. I couldn't believe it. My dad had just proclaimed, "No more races." It's 1958. I'm 12 years old. I've been going to stock car races at the Port Royal Speedway since 1952, and now, Sunday evening, June 8th, 1958. As the family all sat around the supper table, the previous night's tragedy at the port had become my own personal tragedy. Pete Swarmer was my idol, and in 1958, Pete was in his prime in local stock car racing. His brother, Harold, was only 21 years old and was just returning to the race scene. A couple of years earlier, Harold had a serious racing accident and ran a very limited number of races after that. On that horrible Saturday night, Harold had been driving Pete's car because Pete was chauffeuring the Regester Chevrolet Special, one of the best rides in central Pennsylvania. While racing Pete's car, a freak accident ended Harold's young life. It also ended Saturday nights at the port for me. I suppose what made Harold's death even worse was that Pete's mechanic rented a garage from Dad, and the week after the accident, we stopped in and looked at the car. We listened as the grisly old mechanic gave the morbid details and pointed out just exactly what had caused Harold's death. Old Dusty Rhodes sure had a crude yet colorful command of the English language. Harold's death was the first at Port Royal since the Penn Central Racing Association had moved there from Reedsville several years earlier. Sadly, it would not be Port's only fatality of 1958. When a Labor Day crash ended Hal Hoose's life, Dad became even more adamant in his feelings against racing. Hoose was a former champion and one of the leading drivers at the port, and now he, too, was gone. Racing was no longer a fun way to spend a Saturday night. The crashes and rollovers that were expected, no, almost demanded of the old jalopies, suddenly took on a new and more terrible meaning. I guess those deaths always stuck with Dad, especially whenever I decided many years later to go racing. When my boys became teenagers, I was better able to understand and appreciate Dad's feelings. In those early days at the port, there was only one class of racing car. They were called stock cars, or jalopies, which was a pretty accurate description. Most of the cars were old mid-30s coupes powered by flathead Ford engines or small block Chevys and several Chrysler products. Racing tires were for the future. Doors were either welded or tied shut. Seatbelts and shoulder harnesses and helmets were left up to the driver's imaginations. Old leather football helmets were often the chosen headgear, and it was amazing just how many old leather belts were used to tie doors shut. Sponsorships were in their infancy, and a guy could still use a tow bar to get his racer to the track and become a stock car hero. T-shirts, blue jeans, and engineer boots were accepted uniforms. Slam bang was an oft-used appropriate adjective. Fights were common, injuries were infrequent, and the excitement was continuous. Trips home from the races usually extended into early Sunday morning. The regular show of 3 heats, 2 consolations, an Australian pursuit, and a 25-lap feature took several hours. Lap times on the half-mile clay had dropped under 30 seconds. I remember so vividly sitting in the back seat of our car on the way home and participating in the rehashing of the exciting crashes and wheel-to-wheel thrills. Each retelling became a little more exciting as we were all prone to embellish the exploits of these wildly brave drivers. We spoke in awe of the crazy daredevils, but it was always agreed by all of us that we would never be foolhardy enough to get behind the wheel. Even I would agree, because to even hint of having the desire to someday go racing would have been totally unacceptable. It was okay to watch and admire those wild speed demons, but to become one of them was forbidden. And yet, that was the only real sports dream I ever had. While other kids had the impossible dream of becoming the next Johnny Unitas or Mickey Mantle, I just knew that someday I would be broad sliding through the turns and powering down the long, narrow straightaways at the port. Forget Indianapolis or Daytona. Racing at the port was my ultimate goal, my all-encompassing dream. Only now that dream had become more of a nightmare with Dad's ban on racing. The 1958 season had taken its toll in many ways. Harold Swarmer and Hal Hoos were bittersweet memories. Pete Swarmer, my only sports hero, lost the season championship at Port Royal to Al Chamberlain by a mere 65 points. Lost mostly due to the time he had taken off after his brother's death. The end of the racing season was always a letdown, but this...
Chapter 2, The Eve of Destruction. Jack Yeager was one of my best friends all through high school. After his dad died, his mom bought the Crown Motel, which was where they both worked and lived. Jack was also bitten by the racing bug, but his immune system was much stronger than mine. It was 1965 and the year of the Big Seven Mountains Dam project near Lewistown. Several construction workers from the dam project stayed at the Crown during the work week. One worker in particular, Dave Casserly, stayed there, and though we were much younger than he, Jack and Dave and I became good friends. We often talked to Dave about our love of racing, which caused him to start to develop an interest of his own. Dave even discussed the possibility of having a late model the next year at Port and having Jack and me as his crew. In August of 1965, Port Royal scheduled a demolition derby. As I recall, it was the first one ever held at the port. Dave, Jack, and I discussed the possibilities and decided to enter, with Dave as the driver, of course. We managed to locate a 1956 four-door Pontiac that we bought for $40. We towed the old tank back to the motel and went to work removing all the glass and applying a classy lettering job to it. Yes, it was only a demolition car, but it was going to Port Royal, and it did have my name boldly and proudly displayed on each side. To say the least, I was thrilled. Then, with apologies to Bob Dylan, our Beauty and Beast was christened The Eve of Destruction. Demo Derby Day dawned dark and dreary, but I've never met a racer who couldn't see hints of sunshine and broken clouds during a torrential downpour. By mid-afternoon, the skies were somewhat clear, and with visions of victory dancing in our heads, we began the 12-mile journey to racing immortality late that afternoon. As I look back now, that ride to the Derby was every bit as exciting, and certainly more dangerous than the actual competition. A 12-foot-long chain was all that separated me in Dad's '53 Chevy pickup from Dave in the demo car. Cops were much more understanding and lenient in those days. Getting through that first demo derby proved to be no easy task. The first week resulted in a rainout, which meant that we had to tow back to Lewistown at around midnight. We hadn't thought about the return trip in total darkness. So there we were, towing up one of the most dangerous stretches of highway in the entire United States with a short chain and absolutely no lights on the car being towed. I guess someone must have been looking out for us. The second week wasn't much better. The weather held out, but by the time the regular show was over, it was past curfew, and the demo derby was postponed once again. This time, however, we were a little more prepared. Jack followed us home in his mother's old Grand Prix. Thank goodness no one tried to pass Jack and then pull in quickly in front of him. Finally, on our third try, the demo derby was held, and that night, with the demo car, became one of the most memorable nights of my life. The track was particularly sloppy, so the officials asked the demo cars to go out and help with the run-in of the track. I'm sure that Dave could read my mind because he told me to get behind the wheel. I could barely contain my excitement as I crawled in and brought the old Pontiac to life. And then, with Dave riding his shotgun, I pulled out of the late model pits and began my first ever lap at the port. The track was wet and sloppy. The skinny 15-inch, nearly bald street tires spun easily. The rear of the old Pontiac started to come around, halfway through turns 1 and 2, and I felt a rush that I've never been able to put into words. As the slower late models and even a few of the very poor modifieds hit the track, I tried to drive beside them or follow them into the turns and run with them. I remember so vividly pulling alongside Jim Riechel in the old modified number 99, driving past him into turn 1, and fantasizing that I had just outraced him into the turn and outpowered him down the long, narrow, clay, beautiful back chute. I'm not sure that I fully realized it right then, but those 15 minutes at 40 or 50 miles per hour in the sloppy clay at Port Royal Speedway would determine my total sporting interest for the next 20 years. But a demo derby doesn't make a career, and a 19-year-old whose dad is dead set against racing still had some waiting time ahead. But the seed had been planted and, Oh, how it did grow and flourish in that beautiful, sloppy clay. The demo derby that night was not all that exciting. Dave managed to survive the first few minutes. We ended up being scored 7th and made $10 for all our troubles. The car that we had hoped would survive in good enough shape to possibly be used as a future late model went to Buzz Renninger's junkyard. Dave's job at the construction site soon ended, and he left town. I went back to college and the dream went into remission. But it didn't die. The '65 season had other racing highlights besides the demolition derby. Pete was competitive again in the modifieds at Port. He had made the big plunge and bought a year-old Regester Chevy car and made a run at the point championship. It was an exciting point race as the wily old veteran held off rookie Bob Four right up to the last race of the year. Pete won 6 features that summer, but a wreck on the final night of the season cost him the championship. Racing, however, was fun again. I made it to nearly every race, often going into the pits with Pete's son, Steve, to help with the car. Fancy, well-organized crews were not yet in style. Pete counted on his own hard work, plus a couple of friends to change tires, make minor adjustments, and help push the race car on or off the single-axle open trailer, which he towed with his old Cadillac. Many nights his crew consisted of only a couple of his buddies plus his son, Steve, Barry Smith, and me. He often did well despite us. The events which took place between September of 1965 and July of 1966 are among the strangest I have ever experienced. As I look back and try to make sense of them, I can better understand why Dad was always stuck between the state of confusion and frustration with me. Not to worry, I was now a college sophomore. Chapter 3, number 1010, A Real Race Car. I was a strong advocate of the suitcase college and had no desire to spend my weekends on campus away from my hometown friends and family. Since many of my friends at college felt the same way, it was never very hard to find a ride home on Friday evening and then back again on Sunday. Besides, I liked living at home. My parents and I were actually very close, and my true friends and interests were at home. Most of my Friday and Saturday nights were spent cruising town or parked along Market Street and, weather permitting, standing along the curb checking out chicks and yelling to friends as they drove by. We did not do any drugs, we got along with all the local cops, and if we did decide to go drinking, we would leave town and head for camp. My poor grades in my first year at college could be somewhat attributed to my recently acquired taste for beer. Most weekend nights, I would have to slip inconspicuously into the house after Mom and Dad had gone to bed. Barry Smith and I spent a lot of time together whenever I was home from school, especially on the weekends. He always had a nice car, and he's probably one of the main reasons I wasn't into booze more than I was. He didn't drink at all, so most weekends we did the required cruising through town at night, and then rode horses, hunted, or worked on Saturday and Sunday until I had to leave for school. One pleasant fall weekend, he hit me with a major bombshell. He had been back at Pete Swarmer's farm and noticed that Pete's old modified from 1964 was just sitting in the brush, slowly being reclaimed by nature. That number 1010 car was the once famous Regester number 6 that had been piloted by Toby Tobias back in 1960. Several others had owned it since then, but now, there it sat, body, front axle, steering, and beer keg gas tank. The yellow paint was fading, and the hastily scrawled number 1010 was peeling, but it was just begging for one more run to glory. A short talk later, and Pete agreed to give the car to Barry just to get rid of it. He even agreed to supply a few parts and help us out from time to time. This was unbelievable. We had a race car, or at least the start of one. Never mind that I had no money and was going to college. Forget that Barry was just out of high school and had very little income. Those were just minor inconveniences that we could surely overcome. After the initial joy passed, a few realities had to be considered. If we were going to have a race car, we would need a place to keep it and work on it. And what better place for a race car than a farm? Farms always have extra storage sheds, outbuildings, and garages. Barry's farm was a nice dairy operation with a small shed just 15 feet from the back porch of their farmhouse. It had just enough room to store a race car. The implement shed, complete with welder, torches, and tools, was a piston throw from the shed. Everything seemed to fit nicely into the start of our racing puzzle, except for one small but significant piece. Barry's dad was absolutely against the idea. Most times, Chubb, Barry's dad, was a reasonably nice guy, though often a bit cranky. I always attributed the crankiness to too many hours on the job, though now I can see that Barry and I were probably major contributors. Chubb ran the farm, plus he worked full-time at the local steel mill. He was an avid race fan if it involved someone outside of his immediate family. In the late 40s, there had been a small dirt oval just down the valley, and many of the local farm boys had raced jalopies there. Most of the racers were friends or neighbors of Chubb's, and of course, having Swarmer as a neighbor helped to maintain his interest. Barry and I realized that our only chance with the race car was to hide, sneak, and lie. We decided to hide the car in the shed right next to the house. Chubb rarely went in there. We would sneak the car out when Chubb was at work. We would lie if ever confronted about it. It seemed like the only sensible solution. Despite all our efforts, Chubb somehow found out that Barry and I were making some kind of racing plans. I remember him taking me aside one evening as I was waiting for Barry to get cleaned up after doing the barn work and telling me, in no uncertain terms, that there had better not be any plans for any race cars for Barry and me. He sounded much like my own dad. Racing was a great sport so long as it was someone else doing it. Of course, I played the innocent part, explaining so sincerely that though both Barry and I loved racing, we would never, ever dream of actually going racing. Chubb and I both agreed that night that it would be impossible for Barry and me to afford a race car, and that it would be pure foolishness to even consider it. Often, Chubb didn't have much faith in Barry's common sense, but he almost always trusted me. As we stood beside the little shed that he walked past every day, and I innocently agreed with his feelings about racing, I can't remember feeling any guilt or shame in knowing that the race car was at that very moment sitting peacefully inside that same shed. Even Barry's mom knew, but she would never betray our plans. Our idea was that the best place to hide the car was right under Chubb's nose, then hope for the best. Having pieces of a race car is one thing. Putting them together is quite another. Besides having to hide the car by day and work only in the evenings or at night when Chubb was on second or third shift, we soon discovered other minor problems. Neither Barry nor I could qualify as a mechanic. We had practically no money. Our tool supply was limited to whatever we could find in the implement shed, and we had to work in all kinds of weather, including winter, on a dirt floor, in a building with no doors. But whatever we lacked in skills or conveniences, we made up for with determination. Most of our friends knew about our adventure, but I don't believe any of them gave us much chance to succeed in getting the car race ready. Privately, Barry and I also had our doubts. One of the things that helped maintain my enthusiasm was that I had such a limited amount of time each week to get involved in the work. I would spend my weeks at college, often dreaming about my racing future, then rush home Friday evening and go straight to the farm to see what had been accomplished the previous week. Sometimes the week's events were frustrating, sometimes funny, and occasionally a bit scary. The old modifieds were tanks by today's racing standards, and we soon found that lifting the back end of the car and wheelbarrowing it to the shed and back just wasn't the way to go. Plus, each new body panel, motor mount, or seat brace made it just that much heavier and more difficult to move. It didn't take long to figure out that our first major necessity was a rear end. How well I remember Barry telling me one Sunday afternoon before I left for college that he would take care of it that week. His look should have told me that something shady was about to transpire, but even I would not have dreamed up such an idea as he had. I didn't give much more thought that week to what would become known as the rear end caper, but sure enough, when I got home the following Friday, there it was. Most of the old modifieds use 3/4-ton Ford or Studebaker split housing rear ends, and that's exactly what was resting under the back end of the number 1010. Only a very few junkyards, now known as auto salvage yards in our area, had any of those rears. And since racing was so popular in our area, those who did have them usually stockpiled them and got top dollar. The idea of a top dollar rear in a no-dollar race car just didn't add up. On a dark, damp, dreary, rainy night the past week, Barry and another friend, Red, had taken the back road to the outskirts of Port Royal to Buzz Renninger's junkyard, Tyson Hill Auto Salvage. They parked Barry's '59 El Camino in a field and then trudged over several muddy fields until they got to the lower end of the junkyard and the stockpile of 3/4-ton rear ends. Obviously, Buzz Renninger did not have his auto salvage business open at that time of night, and it really didn't appear that Barry and Red were there to discuss any normal business transactions. However, once they got back to the farm, I'm reasonably certain that any mud that was on the used rear end or on Barry's or Red's boots would have been a perfect match to Tyson Hill mud. It's also likely that, nearly 60 years after the fact, the statute of limitations has surely expired. The remaining parts for the car were all legitimately purchased or made. Barry did all the welding. He was a self-taught farm repair quality welder, which is certainly a far cry from certified. Most of what we were doing now was either bolt-on or pop rivet. Work was moving along just fine, and we weren't in any big hurry. My dad knew about the car by now. Chubb didn't know, but he was becoming more and more suspicious. He nearly found out the hard way one evening when he came out to the implement shed and saw some freshly scorched ceiling timbers. Earlier that day, Barry and I had been using the torch to cut some pieces of steel. To cool them off, we would drop the hot steel into a plastic bucket filled with water. All went well until we mistakenly threw a hot, sparking piece into the wrong bucket. That one was also plastic, but it was filled with gasoline. The gas ignited, the flames shot up into the dry timbers, and the plastic bucket instantly melted. Instinctively, we threw the bucket of water on the flames, but that only succeeded in spreading the fire around on the dirt floor. Barry grabbed some old burlap sacks and smothered the fire in the rafters as I grabbed a shovel and threw dirt and stones on the floor fire. Within moments, we had everything under control and then went right back to work as though nothing had ever happened. As we worked, we came up with a lie to explain the rafters. I don't remember any more what the lie was, but I'm sure Chubb didn't believe us. All we did was arouse his suspicions even more. By early spring, we had managed to have a reasonably complete car, if you don't count an engine. The steering was complete thanks to Pete giving us more parts. The front end and rear were set up, the beer keg gas tank was secured, the seat was reasonably safe, and the transmission was in place. We figured that we were down to about the last two important pieces, an engine and a good set of seat belts and shoulder harness. Our old nemesis returned. We were fresh out of money. Since the belts and harness would be the cheaper of the two, we decided that they should come next. In fact, we decided that perhaps free would be better than cheap, which led to another late-night trip to Renninger's junkyard. This time it was Barry and me who would make the run. I had remembered an old race car that had sat at Renninger's for at least a couple of years, but there was still an old set of belts and harness in it. Imagine this by today's standards. That old race car had been sitting out in the weather, and the belts were probably at least 10 years old, likely rotted, and yet we still balked at spending a few bucks on a new set. Surprisingly, this decision was made while we were both sober. Heaven only knows what we might have come up with had we been drinking. We decided to make our run on a Saturday night. I can still picture the old car, number 1220, and the letters WJUN painted on the side. Those represented the AM dial location and the call letters of the local radio station that had once sponsored the car. The old racer was located near the pile of rear ends that Barry had previously visited. We parked the El Camino in the same field as before and snuck up to the junkyard. As we neared the car, wrenches and flashlight in hand, one of us snapped a small twig. A faint growl disturbed the deathly silent night. "Did you just hear a growl?" I whispered to Barry. "I think so, but I'm not sure," he answered. One of us picked up a small stone and tossed it in the general direction of where we thought we had heard the growl. This time the growl was much more distinct and not the least bit pleasant or inviting. We also heard the faint sound of a chain slowly dragging across the ground. That's all it took. A life of crime ended that night. There would be no chance of anyone confusing us with Butch and Sundance or Jesse and Frank. Perhaps Abbott and Costello as we made our unceremonious retreat. It was probably the best thing that could have happened to either one of us. After that, we became pretty much legitimate. Chapter 4. Leon, Packards, and Discovery. Work continued on the racer, but our nagging problem of limited cash continued to haunt us. We figured that we would get a big break, though, when we hooked up with a guy by the name of Leon Ray. Leon was a jack of all trades, a half-decent mechanic, a good metal fabricator, and a big-time dreamer. He worked at a local metal fabricating shop, and though married with 7 or 8 kids, he never felt the need to spend much time at home. He jumped at the opportunity to work with us on the racer, and we were more than happy to get some help from someone who might just know what he was doing. We would eventually learn the hard way the differences between fact and fiction, reality and fantasy regarding race cars, engines, and Leon. It's important to remember that this was 1966, and there was an unlimited number of monstrous 10 to 20-year-old cars lying around in car lots and junkyards. These cars had once been real workhorses on the highways. Hudsons could still be found, and some guys were trying to make the old 392 Chrysler Hemi work on the dirt track. Leon's passion, it turned out, was the once proud Packard. Yep, there was no doubt to him that the most powerful engine around was the 352 Packard. Never mind that they hadn't been in production for years or that racing parts were not available for them. Whatever we needed and couldn't buy, Leon assured us he could make it. We would soon discover the difference between making parts and making parts that work. Leon convinced us to go with a Packard engine. Conveniently, his brother had several engines at his local junkyard. As I look back at the events that unfolded over the next few months, I realize why people gave us such skeptical, disbelieving, and sympathetic looks. All I know is that sometimes fact is so much more entertaining than fiction. I truly lived through these events. Everything from the time we purchased our first, no, that's right, there was more than one, Packard engine, until we finally did go racing, actually happened. Our first Packard engine came straight out of a junk car at Leon's brother's junkyard. Lots of the low-buck racers in those days ran engines that originated from junkyards and didn't have too much race work done on them. I don't know of anyone, though, who took an engine directly from a junk car into a race car without doing anything to it. Another big difference was that at least most of the low-buck guys ran the popular small-block Chevrolets for which there was an abundance of easily accessible and cheap performance parts. Guys who weren't yet into fuel injection could buy a cheap aluminum intake and a good Holley 4-barrel carburetor and be race-ready. Has anyone ever heard of someone going into the local performance shop to pick up a performance intake for a 352 Packard? Or how about a good set of solid lifters and a performance camshaft? Of course, Leon was sure that the old Packard had so much horsepower and torque that we wouldn't need those speed items. Besides, he had already convinced us that he could make any part that we might need. That first Packard engine cost us a whopping $15. The engine ran when we bought it, so we just took it directly to the farm and began the task of making and lining up motor mounts. I have no idea now what transmission we had or how. We got it to fit, but somehow we managed to get everything in, lined up, and ready to go. Since these Packards were so strong and dependable, according to Leon, that is, there was no reason for us to waste the time and money to overhaul the engine. This was truly a set-it-in-and-run-it deal. Imagine a $15 engine in a race car. What makes that price even more significant was that Jack Yeager, who often stopped by to check on our progress, went out and bought us a fancy chrome air cleaner. I would bet that no other racer has ever started out with an air cleaner on his race engine that cost more than half the price of the engine. What a proud moment seeing that $8 Mr. Gasket Chrome air cleaner atop our $15 engine. Our clandestine operation at the farm was still in effect, but the longer we worked and the closer we got to completion, the bolder we became. Sometimes we would work on the car while Chubb was in the house eating or sleeping. Often we got it out as soon as he left the farm to run in town and back. Several times we barely got the old racer away before he would come wheeling back in the lane, suspiciously observing our guilty looks. He was sure that something racy was going on, and he didn't like not knowing what it was. He questioned me more directly. I lied less convincingly. And then one horrible day, the inevitable happened. For some unknown reason, Chubb went into our private race shed, and there it was, our brightest dream and his darkest nightmare. Things went from bad to worse later that day when he found out that Virginia, his loving and trusted wife, had been included in the conspiracy. Thank goodness that most of the threats that were tossed around that day turned out to be idle ones. Now that the secret was out, we thought that we would be able to work on the car more often. The only drawback was that each time we were ready to start on it, Chubb somehow found plenty of extra farm chores that needed done right then. That farm surely had the cleanest and best-maintained equipment in Mifflin County. Whenever we were finally permitted to work, Chubb always managed to find time to walk by and give us a discouraging remark or a disgusted sneer and grunt. As it turned out, those actions became motivators for us. The more we heard how impossible our task was, the harder we tried. Our first Packard engine turned out to be quite the local conversation piece. We refused, mostly out of embarrassment, to tell anyone else just what engine we were running. The only ones who knew were Barry, Leon, Jack, me, and our newest recruit, who would soon become one of my very closest friends, Don Goss. Don, by the way, was the youngest of the gang. He had just recently turned 16 and had also got bitten by the racing bug. That the car ran at all was unbelievable to many of our doubters. The first night that we pushed her down the lane and she roared to life was the true fulfillment of a labor of love. Later we found out that even Chubb was just a little bit proud of us, as well as surprised and shocked. Our biggest problem, now that the car actually ran, was that we just weren't quite ready yet to go to the track. This was due to a combination of several things. We were short on extra parts, short on money, and now that it was almost time to put up or shut up, short on self-confidence. Each evening, though, we just had to fire her up and drive around in one of the pasture fields. Our increasing boldness, along with our need to show off just a bit, almost led to the end of our racing career before it got started. A visit by the state police didn't set too well with Barry's mom. Fortunately, neither Chubb nor my dad found out until much later. The visit by the police got our attention. I suppose that, in a way, we weren't terribly surprised. It was a pleasant spring evening when we made our mistake run. I'm not sure what possessed Barry to do it, but as he was driving around the farm in the racer, he suddenly shot out past the house and onto the macadam highway. At the same time, Mrs. Odenkirk, a rather cranky old lady on her best of days, happened to be driving by. I couldn't believe it. Barry was out on the highway in the race car chasing after her. Now this soon turned doubly stupid. First, running the race car on the highway was stupid, but following old lady Odenkirk and allowing her to see you was insane. The little chase ended about a half-mile down the road in an intersection. Barry pulled over and stopped. I had been following along in our old '53 Chevy pickup. We switched places, and I ran the car back to the farm. I can just imagine the phone call that night. I'll bet the desk cop got an education in language that would have made sailors, truckers, or even racers blush. Anyway, the next evening, we had our visit by the state police and a friendly little warning not to ever take the race car onto the highway again. We were finally building up the confidence to make our debut when we suffered our first mechanical setback. On one of our evening runs through the fields, we blew the engine. Our $15 Packard engine locked up. However, this was only a temporary inconvenience since Leon's brother just happened to have another one waiting and ready for us. This one, he warned us, might not be in as good of shape as the first one, so he charged us accordingly, which was, believe it or not, $6. We were happily back in business in a day or two with our new engine resting under the hood, proving that ignorance is certainly bliss. Now we were nearly ready for our first test under fire, and once again, Pete came to our rescue along with, surprisingly, my dad. One of our worries was just how we were to get the car to the track. In 1966, Pete was driving the J.P. Russell number 10, which meant that his trailer was sitting idle. He agreed to loan it to us, and then Dad, who hadn't said much one way or the other about the racer, agreed to let us use his Chevy panel truck as our tow vehicle. We had even managed to round up 2 spare tires and a few basic tools. Of course, as race day approached, we still made our daily runs through the fields, although we did try to take it easy on the equipment. We also began to worry just a little bit that maybe our stock Packard engine might not have quite as much power as Leon had said. Even he was a bit concerned. One of the biggest concerns was that we were running stock hydraulic lifters that we feared might tend to float at the high RPMs we planned to turn. True to form, Leon had a solution. It was one of those that possibly looked good on paper, but would later prove to be even more embarrassing than the initial blown engine. Leon determined that a set of solid lifters and adjustable push rods were what we needed to make our mighty Packard competitive. His idea was simple, or maybe simple-minded. The solution was not so simple. To the best of our knowledge, there were no solid lifters or adjustable push rods available for Packards. No problem for Leon. He simply replaced the Packard lifters with an old set of lifters that he had lying around. I believe he told us they were out of a Chevrolet. He then took care of the push rod problem by making us a set of custom homemade push rods. Like I said, it was a great idea. Okay, maybe not great, but it was an idea. I have never had much mechanical ability or insight. All I ever wanted to do was drive a race car. However, limited as my knowledge was, even I was skeptical when I saw Leon's solution. What he had done was simply take a set of stock push rods, cut the top off each one, and slid a piece of threaded steel stock into the hollow rod. He added 2 nuts on each piece of threaded stock so that the length could be adjusted and locked down. What bothered me most was the stock material that he used. I even questioned him about it. All he had done was purchase a long piece of common stock at the hardware store and then cut pieces of it to fit the push rods. I was certain that it would not be strong enough to take the constant pounding, but Leon assured us that it would work just fine. He even gave me the important task of properly setting the valves and locking the nuts firmly in place. We were reasonably sure now that we were finally ready to debut the newest area racing team. Up to that point, we hadn't said much publicly about our project. After all, if we failed, the fewer who knew about it, the better off we would be. Of course, all the guys at Bob's Texaco, where we spent much of our free time, knew about our adventure. We just didn't discuss it much with them. Now, however, we were ready to make our brags. It was a beautiful Saturday afternoon in mid-June when we confidently and proudly prepared to load up and finally make our debut at Port Royal Speedway. Word had gotten around which made for some interesting spectators. Dutch and Denny Snyder, 2 popular local racers, dropped by, as did racer Sherm Greenaway and his son Terry. Steve Swarmer, Pete's son, came by and really increased the pressure on us when he told us that he had talked Pete into making an appearance. Having Pete there for our official tune-up and formal loading of the car on his trailer was an honor for us. Sadly, the pride, honor, and thrill would soon turn to complete humiliation. We pushed the front wheels of the race car up onto the ramps of Pete's trailer. The hood was already off, as were the valve covers. Barry, Leon, Don, and I stood by proudly. The 3 homemade exhaust pipes on each side of the engine. Our idea of headers did have everyone else puzzled since we had not told them what kind of engine we were running. A couple of them guessed that it was probably a GMC V6 truck engine. Nobody mentioned Packard. As the curious bystanders watched intently, I set the valves and made a few final adjustments to Leon's soon-to-be famous, or perhaps infamous, push rods. And now, the moment of truth. Barry climbed into the cockpit as we pushed the car up the slight grade toward the barn. We got behind it and gave it a firm push toward the trailer. Suddenly, the dream became a reality as the old number 1010 fired to life. Dutch, Denny, Sherm, even Pete looked on, somewhat astonished. We had done the impossible. We had succeeded in giving new life to this, now outdated, but once proud old modified. But wait, something wasn't right. The sound of the engine was changing dramatically. There was a serious mist developing. All eyes focused on the uncovered rocker arms, and then we saw the horrible truth. The threaded material in the ends of the push rods couldn't handle the constant pounding. We watched, stunned, as the push rod ends flattened out, bent over, or mushroomed. The looks of surprise from our attentive audience just moments ago changed to shock and dismay, and then the smirks and laughter began. We killed the engine and watched our dream die before our very eyes. There would be no races for us on this Saturday night. We were so embarrassed and discouraged that we began to give serious thoughts to just quitting. Maybe we just weren't cut out for racing, but a couple days of wallowing in self-pity was all it took until we were ready to try again. Our first smart decision was to scrap the homemade push rods. Leon tried to convince us that he could still make it work, but we weren't buying it. He was sure that hardened steel rod would do the trick, but Barry and I chose to just try to make it with the stock engine parts. After all, this should be enough engine since Leon had given us all the figures on the Packards torque and horsepower. Anyway, we put the original parts back in and soon had the engine running again. The most difficult part now was having to face the guys again and try to regain the respect that we had lost. Word had gotten around, and there were numerous little snide comments about our now famous push rods. Dutch and Denny got the most amusement out of that little fiasco. But the worst thing was knowing that we had looked so foolish and stupid in front of Pete. It was certainly no way to impress a hero. We stalled around a couple of weeks, and then, when we felt we could wait no longer, we set the new date. Our grand entrance into the world of racing was set for Saturday, July 2nd at Port Royal. And then, the most horrible of thoughts occurred to me. After announcing that date to all the guys, I suddenly realized that July 2nd was also the date that my brother was getting married. He lived in Troy, Pennsylvania, which was over 2.5 hours from Port Royal. The nerve of him. I was the best man. He obviously didn't realize that he was selfishly risking my life. I would have to be in the wedding, go to the reception for a respectable amount of time, slip inconspicuously away to change clothes, and then drive like a maniac to get to the races on time. He obviously wasn't using any common sense. I mean, a person can get married anytime, and it normally lasts a long time. A racing debut can happen only once. As it turned out, the wedding went smoothly, and the reception wasn't too long. The only real problem that day was the oppressive heat. It almost appeared that I was the one getting hitched by the streams of sweat that poured out of me during the ceremony. Most of that was the volatile combination of the heat and the previous night's alcohol ingestion. At my first opportunity, I broke away from the wedding festivities and got to a phone. When I left Lewistown the previous morning, Barry wasn't certain that the car would be ready for Saturday night. I knew he was anxious to get that first race in, but I also knew that he felt a little bit bad that I wouldn't be there for that first race. I finally got through to the farm and heard from Barry's mother the words that I had been secretly waiting and hoping for. He's not ready. What a relief. I could now relax and actually enjoy some of the wedding festivities. Besides, I now would not have to spend eternity listening to Mom and Dad giving it to me about cutting out on my brother's big day. My only cause for uneasiness was trying to figure out what might have gone wrong with the race car. Hopefully, we hadn't experienced any more major or embarrassing mechanical woes. The following week was spent putting the finishing touches on the racer, getting our meager supply of spare parts and tools assembled, and trying to convince ourselves that we knew what we were doing. On Wednesday, we received another break. The radio ads that day began announcing that the Heston Speedway, which was near Huntingdon and only about 30 miles away, was going to have a grand reopening that Friday evening, July 8th. Heston Speedway was a slightly banked, 1/3 mile, clay dirt stone shale oval. It was a small-time operation and just the perfect place for us to begin our racing career. By Thursday evening, Barry had convinced his dad to sign a release for him. In those days, if you were under 21 years of age, a release was absolutely required. I didn't even try to get Dad to sign one for me. Chubb even agreed to do Barry's chores on Friday afternoon and evening so that we could, as he said, get this nonsense out of our systems. Dad finished work early Friday so that we could get his panel truck loaded and go pick up Pete's trailer. We then proudly loaded the once glorious number 1010, and after a brief picture-taking ceremony by Barry's mom, Don, Barry, and I were on our way to racing immortality. Little did we know what strange adventures lay in store for us that evening. Besides the fact that we had no idea of what to expect at the track, none of us had ever done any trailer towing. Dad's old 6-cylinder Chevy did a commendable job, and we didn't sway from lane to lane too much as we started up the main highway. We pulled confidently out onto Route 22 at Strode's Mills and crept slowly past Bob's Texaco. All the guys were there waving, either encouragingly or doubtfully. We liked to believe it was the former. Our confidence increased, as did our speed, as we covered the 30 miles to Heston. The longer we went, the better we knew we could do. After all, talk is cheap, and we had our powerful Packard and youthful ignorance to keep us going. Something didn't seem quite right as we snaked back the winding dirt road off Route 26 toward the track. There were more cars coming out than going in. Finally, one disgruntled-looking character stopped beside us and broke the news to us. The Heston opener had been postponed. There would be no races that night. It appeared that our debut had once again been put on hold. Slowly and carefully, I managed to get the truck and trailer turned around and headed back out the lane. At the stop sign before the main highway, we struck up a conversation with a couple of locals who asked if we, like so many of the other racers, were going to try to make it to the Bedford Speedway. We had no idea how far it was to Bedford, but after being reassured that it was just a short ways down the road, we decided to go for it. After all, if it weren't too far away, we should be able to get there and back without worrying anyone back home. We decided not to bother anyone with our new plan. As it turned out, the distance to Bedford was much more than a short ways down the road. It was nearly race time as we cruised into town. Suddenly, we realized that we had no permission slips to race there, and we knew we would have to have them. We took care of that slight inconvenience at the first traffic light as I wrote out a permission slip for Barry and signed Chubb's name. And then we hit on a really great idea. Since we were so far from home, Barry might just as well write one out for me too, and sign my dad's name. What could it possibly hurt? How sometimes we simply astounded would anyone know, ourselves with our cleverness. The Bedford Speedway was unique in design. It was originally a horse racing track, so the fact that one straightaway ran downhill and the other one uphill was no big deal, especially to the horses, I guess. The first thing I noticed was the outside wall. It was thick concrete. No fear of knocking it down or going through it, like the planks at the port. It was, to say the least, a bit intimidating. We were the last car to enter that night, so the officials just stuck us on the tail end of the last heat. Barry ran the heat race and actually finished. That he ran dead last and got lapped a time or two didn't matter because we had finally accomplished our goal of getting to the track and racing. We had decided earlier that if we qualified that night, I would run the feature. We did, and I did. I started on the tail end of the field and easily managed to stay there. Within the first few laps, I saw for the first time in my racing career the famous layover flag, and going into turn 3, I obliged by dropping low and hugging the inside groove, which was the thing to do. Without warning, Elmer Ruby, Don College, Don Kimberling, and a host of others shot past me. I was certain they were going to tear the front wheels off the old modified. On the next lap, I came off turn 2 and slowly made my way down the back chute. Suddenly, a strange thing happened. I had to slide up into the groove to go around a car that was running even slower than I was. I was going to pass someone. As I glanced over, I nearly crashed because I was about to pass one of the first true sprint cars in the area, as well as one of the top drivers in Pennsylvania. My first pass was going to be Gus Linder. Never mind that he had a broken axle and was just easing his way around to the pit entrance. I was on the track, I was passing Gus Linder, and I was going to finish my first feature. What a night. After the races were finished and we had loaded our pride and joy, Barry made his way to the pay window. We received $5 for the heat finish and a whopping $25 for the feature. The money didn't matter. I think we would have gladly paid them. And what a great ride home. I had the most wonderful news to tell Mom and Dad, and I was so sure they would be as happy and proud as I was about my first race. I figured that they might be just a little bit upset about our forging a permission slip, but I was certain they would handle it well. Plus, I had even better news. Glenn Stitt, who was the official scorer at Port Royal and who also owned an old modified, had seen me run that night and asked if I would be interested in driving for him on a weekly basis at Port Royal, starting the next night. My first night on the track, and already an offer to drive for someone else. The only catch was that I would have to have a legitimate written permission slip from Dad. I honestly convinced myself that he would go for it. Surely once he realized what a great opportunity this was and just how badly I wanted this, he would be more than happy to sign. Mom and Dad were both waiting up for me when I rolled into camp at some time after 3 a.m. Saturday morning. They were both excited and curious about how Barry had done. I was so wound up that I could hardly contain myself. Surprisingly, Mom was more excited than Dad was, which made me even more sure that they would gladly cooperate with my new racing opportunity. I first told them about our unexpected trip to Bedford and how Barry had actually finished the heat race and qualified for the feature. And then came the bomb. I admitted quite proudly, no less, that I had driven the car in the feature. An eerie silence suddenly enveloped the room. Mom spoke first. She calmly asked me how I did and whether or not I had fun. She actually sounded pleased and proud. I'm certain that she was aware of my excitement and pride, both in having accomplished our dream and in my finally feeling the thrill of racing. One glance at Dad, however, told me that I was in deep trouble. I had never before and would never again see that look. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. When he finally did start to gain his composure, it was the most somber, serious, and angry voice I ever heard. He tried not to yell and to keep his thoughts in order, but it wasn't working. He rambled on about how he wasn't about to waste all the years of wearying and worrying over me just to have me go out and get killed in a stupid racing accident. The more upset he became, and the longer he talked, the less sense he made. I tried futilely to explain how safe racing was compared to driving down the highway, and that I would never get hurt. My words fell on deaf and extremely angry ears. Even Mom was almost able to understand my feelings, but all that did was make Dad even angrier. Finally, amid all the anger, I told them about my chance to race for Glenn Stitt. That did it. Dad went absolutely wild. He let me know that under no conditions would he ever sign a release for me that night, the next day, the next year, or any other time in his lifetime. Our discussion, if you could call it that, ended abruptly with Dad stomping up the stairs and me storming out the back door to the bunkhouse where I slept. Apparently, Saturday would not be one of those typical, relaxing summer days. Barry and I spent most of Saturday getting ready for our first assault on the hallowed Port Royal clay that evening. Stitt lived just a few miles away, and we had already gone to visit him. I had assured Glenn that I would be at port to run his car that night and that my permission paper would be properly signed and ready. He seemed relieved because his only other choice of drivers at that short notice was an old-timer who lived next to Glenn and had raced many, many years ago in the old jalopy days. The only things that made Albert France think that he could still race were pride and fantasy. I actually felt sorry for Albert because it was absolutely no secret that he could no longer get the job done. Though he would never admit it and tried to appear disappointed and upset, I know that he was relieved when he found out that I was going to be the driver. Besides, maybe Dad had calmed down enough now to listen to reason. My reason, that is. This could be twofold. He could fulfill a son's magnificent dream and save an old man's humiliation. With that in mind, I went back to camp to present my appeal. Dad was sitting at the picnic table when I got back to camp. I could see that he wasn't bubbling over with happiness, but Mom did assure me that he had calmed down considerably. She suggested that I try him again, but to be extremely cautious. His eyes told me his answer before I uttered my first words, but I tried anyway. I tried desperately to explain just how much I wanted to, no, needed to race. It didn't work. I then appealed to his humanitarian nature concerning poor old Albert, who would surely embarrass himself terribly if he tried to race again. It didn't work. I reminded him of how much he had always enjoyed the races and of how much he admired guys like Pete. It didn't work. As the frustration began to set in for both of us, our voices began to go up in volume and intensity. We were both losing our composure, and, of course, I knew who would ultimately win. My final approach was simple. I begged. It didn't work. The message was simple. There would be no permission slip, at least not a legal one. After all, I had taken care of that the previous night at Bedford, and I could do it again. The discussion was over. I gave up with trying to reason with an unreasonable man. I simply changed clothes, grabbed my jacket, hopped into my old Chevy pickup, and left camp to go to the races with Barry in our car. Now, if only my desperate attempt to hide my helmet under my jacket as I left camp had worked, I would be racing that night. Barry, Don, and I made the trip to port, and on the way, we plotted how we would lie to Glenn so that I could race. I had my permission slip written out and neatly forged. Don and I helped Barry unload and get the old 1010 ready before I went looking for Glenn to give him the good news. We had pitted between the third and fourth turns, and I had to walk about halfway down the front stretch pits to where Glenn always parked his number 95 on nights that he had a driver. Albert had come along just in case he was needed and hoping he wouldn't be. With permission slip firmly in hand, helmet tucked confidently under my arm, and an air of arrogance in my stride, I walked boldly toward my waiting ride. I glanced toward the grandstands and imagined what it would be like someday to be waving to all my fans after another feature win or season championship. It was then that I made eye contact with a particularly interested fan in the stands. Yeah, I really outsmarted. The old man, all right. Probably the only thing that kept him from clearing the retaining fence and strangling me on the spot was the thought of getting run over by the watering truck and dying before he could get his hands on me. Obviously, he knew all along what I was planning to do. Now I had to go face Glenn and tell him the truth, since it wasn't too likely that Dad had rushed to the races to bring me a permission slip. To say the least, Glenn was angry and disappointed. He even decided to lie to Albert and tell him that something happened to the car and it couldn't race that night. The only good thing that might come of this night was that it was almost time for warm-ups and Barry was buckled in and ready to go. Discouraged, embarrassed, and humiliated, I made my way back to Barry and Dawn with my news. Our first night at Port Royal in front of so many people we knew probably didn't get all that much attention. With Barry behind the wheel, the old car did make it through warm-ups. Perhaps what happened next was a blessing in disguise which at least temporarily kept everyone from finding out just how inferior our equipment was. As the first heat was called, a push truck got Barry started. The old car sputtered to life and went about 50 yards through the pits before the universal joint went out. For the moment we were discouraged, but at least it wasn't anything major. One particularly amusing thing did happen that night, and believe me, we were in serious need of amusement. Pitted beside us was none other than Gus Linder, with his sophisticated equipment and classy-looking crew. As his crew walked past us, Don looked over and exclaimed in an innocent but rather loud voice, "Hey, Carl, there's the guy you beat at Bedford last night." I doubt very much that they even remembered us being at Bedford, and I know they certainly didn't remember being beaten by an old hunk of lead like we had. At first, they appeared annoyed by us, but soon laughed us off and went about their work. The U-joint proved to be more than we had anticipated. We didn't have much free time the following week, and that, combined with our even lesser mechanical ability, resulted in the U-joint not getting replaced by the following Saturday. Toward the end of that week, we decided that it might be smart to temporarily forget about Port Royal for the immediate future. The Heston re-opener was scheduled for the next Sunday. We decided to make that our next goal. Besides, even we were smart enough to know that we were horribly outclassed at Port Royal. Sometime Sunday afternoon, the day of the Heston opener, we came up with another one of our particularly strange mechanical decisions. No matter how hard we tried, we just couldn't seem to get the U-joint bearing caps to stay in place. This should have been a reasonably simple operation, and we were just too embarrassed to admit that we couldn't get it right. Finally, Barry just decided to simply weld the caps in place. Our reasoning was that the caps only kept the bearings in place, so surely a little bit of weld couldn't hurt anything. With the U-joint now somewhat repaired, we loaded up and once again headed for Heston. It was now definitely settled that Barry was the full-time driver. We would not try to pull another fast one on Dad. Besides, we obviously weren't smart enough to pull it off. There was also something about my relationship with Dad, a sometimes complex combination of fear, respect, and love, that just told me not to push him any further. He had said no and he meant it. I had no right to challenge that decision. I didn't have to like it or agree with it. I just had to accept it. Though we didn't know it when we started out for Heston that night, this third attempt at racing would be our final attempt for the year. In fact, this would turn out to be the last time that Barry and I would ever race together. Looking back now, I know that his heart wasn't into racing. His interests were more toward horses, horse shows, and rodeos. I guess he felt that we had completed our mission. We had. Succeeded in completing what nearly everyone said we never could, and this last trip to and at the track would prove to be our most interesting. We should have figured out that this wasn't going to be a good trip as soon as we started up Route 22 at Strode's Mills. We had just passed Bob's Texaco when we noticed the driver in the car behind us frantically blinking his lights. We pulled to the side of the road, jumped out, and ran to the back of the trailer. There lay the battery from our race car. It had somehow come loose from its bracket beside the beer keg gas tank and fallen onto the track of the trailer. Luckily, it didn't break, and it landed right side up. Either we hadn't fastened it securely, or else our mounting bracket had broken. Determined not to let this stop us, we looked in the back of Dad's truck, found a piece of binder twine and an extension cord, and proceeded to tie the battery back in place next to the gas tank. Within minutes, we were back on the road again. This time, Heston did reopen as advertised. Still too dumb to know any better, we pulled in, unloaded the car, and prepared for warm-ups. Several of the drivers and crews recognized the distinct features of the car and realized this was Swarmer's old ride. And once again, the three header pipes out each side had them baffled and guessing. Don Kimberling approached us first. I believe he mistakenly assumed that we knew what we were doing and that we might have come up with some kind of new or experimental engine, if he had only known the truth. The guessing game began and ranged from a V6 GMC truck engine to an old Cadillac, but the word Packard was never uttered. As the guesses continued, we steadfastly refused to divulge our secret, more out of embarrassment than anything else. We were glad when warm-ups began so that we could get to the business at hand. Barry eased out onto the track and began the slow warm-ups as Don and I looked on proudly. Perhaps this wasn't much, but it was ours. For the first time, I began to realize that racing was the fulfillment of a common dream that fills the stands at racetracks around the world. Those fans were no different than I had always been, only now I was living the dream, no matter how cheap or poor or outdated. I was snapped back to reality as Barry suddenly dropped to the inside and pulled slowly into the pits at the fourth turn entrance. He eased up to where Don and I were standing and yelled out above the engine sound that something wasn't right. There appeared to be a miss in the engine. As he was talking, Don and I noticed smoke coming out of the back of the car near the gas tank. We quickly slid under the car and found that the battery which we had tied in earlier that day had shifted a little to one side and shorted out against the steel body of the car. The binder twine that we had used to tie it in had caught fire and was smoldering away right next to the fuel. We pulled out the remaining twine and tightened the extension cord to keep the battery away from the frame and sent Barry back out to run more warm-ups. Within a lap or two, he was back in, again complaining about a serious engine miss or hesitation. Since he had been running slowly, we told him to rev the engine a time or two, that maybe it had just loaded up with too much fuel. His foot hit the throttle once, but the miss continued. As he hit the throttle a second time, the engine revved slightly, gave a sudden piercing screech, and died. It was locked up. Another powerful Packard passed away. Our $6 engine was silent. At this point, we were down and close to being out. Our critical lack of funds, along with our very limited knowledge, placed a limit on just how much we could do to continue our so far highly uncelebrated racing careers. It was a gloomy ride home that night. The next week, we let the car sit idle as we pondered our moves. We didn't have enough money to buy a lot of parts to overhaul the engine, and we couldn't afford to switch brands at this point. As a last resort, so that we could at least get the engine to run, we came up with an unbelievable mechanical decision. First, though, we did discuss the idea with Bob at the Texaco station, and he saw no real reason why it wouldn't work. The next evening, we hauled the race car to the service station and had him put it up on the lift. We dropped the oil pan, took off the main and rod bearing caps, and placed all the old bearings on the workbench. We had also brought with us the bearings from our first blown engine. After we had all the bearings out, we checked them all closely and picked the best of the bunch. These would be our new bearings. At this point, I know that Barry and I both realized we were fighting a losing battle. But we took the best of the bad, matched them as best we could, put everything back together, and boldly fired the engine. Strangely enough, it started and it held oil pressure. As we stood there somewhat amazed at the engine, another strange event took place. Another of the local old-time drivers, Sonny Kratzer, was watching us and knew that we were easy pickings. Out of the clear blue, he offered to buy us out. As much as we hated to see our pride and joy leave us, we both agreed that it was time to surrender. Sonny was trying to relive his past, and he was sure that he could make a go of it in our old, outdated modified. We didn't like it, but finally agreed and watched sadly as Sonny came back to Bob's the next night with his old trailer and hauled away our dream. The only bright spot was that we had accomplished what everyone had said we never would or could. Reality did tell us, though, that we had a long, long way to go in the world of racing. Our many months of hard work had resulted in 3 appearances at 3 different tracks. We managed 1 heat, 1 feature finish, 1 mechanical breakdown, and 1 blown engine. This would also be the end of any pro, on-track racing for Barry, and it would be a year before I would make any kind of return. Chapter 5, Smith Grove Speedway. After selling our baby to Sonny Kratzer, Barry and I contented ourselves by simply attending the races every Saturday night at the port, and with riding our horses, working on the farm, and just simply having normal fun. In August, I bought a 1956 Plymouth at Chick Spickler's Auto Sales and Salvage. It was a four-door, six-cylinder that actually ran well. It had a junk title, so Barry and I relaxed by driving it all through the mountains on old logging roads on our campground. We even made a road from the camp lane to Barry's back fields so that we could drive back and forth without going out on the main highway. We would spend hours racing across the fields and broad sliding out of imaginary turns. Occasionally, we would even sneak out onto the Ferguson Valley Road and drive over to Bob's Texaco to gas up, spend time with the guys, and just prove that we could get away with it. Thankfully, all the guys knew Dad well enough to keep their mouths shut about the highway escapades. Before long, the muffler had been torn off and a few dents added, mostly from sideswiping trees on the way through the woods. We added a crude lettering job on the side of the car, as we dubbed her Eve of Destruction 2. Most of our highway runs, even after the lettering and the loss of the muffler, were made during daylight. Hours. I guess we thought of ourselves as Ferguson Valley's answer to Junior Johnson. One of the pasture fields at Barry's had an almost natural oval shape to it. A nice flat straightaway could be imagined next to a small creek, and a third and fourth turn could be envisioned just several yards inside the pasture fence beside the main highway. The upper side of the pasture field was bordered by a recently plowed cornfield, and that made a nice front stretch. From there, it was easy to make turns 1 and 2, although they were on a completely flat part of the pasture field. It seemed only natural, almost destined, that we start to run my old Plymouth there and begin to shape a small personal speedway. Once we had our oval carved into the field, we began our racing with Barry, Don, and I taking turns running timed 10-lap heats. Don was only 16 at the time, and the thrill of our little racetrack soon got the better of him. Another trip to Spickler's Auto Sales produced another old Plymouth, this one a 55 wagon. Now we could get into some actual racing, do some mudslinging fender banging. Within days, Barry located a 58 Ford, and with Leon's help, he pulled the 6-cylinder engine out and dropped a 312 cubic inch V8 engine in it. Just imagine. Here we were with junkyard cars racing each other in an old pasture field, and already we were trying to outdo each other. Throughout the remainder of the summer and into early fall, the three of us would stage our own personal races on Sunday afternoons. Before long, the locals dubbed this Smith Grove Speedway. Of course, word spread, and one Sunday, Glenn Stitt showed up with his own 55 Plymouth. His son, Kenny, was only 15 years old, but Glenn was already grooming him for a racing career. Smith Grove seemed like the perfect place to start. Next, the meat cutter from the local market dropped in with an old Ford that he had been using as a mountain buggy. Suddenly, and without planning it this way, our field of cars had grown to 5. Glenn Stitt began to take things a little more seriously than we had, as he decided that he would become our official flag man. This was becoming an almost organized deal, something which we had never intended, but it was getting to be a lot of fun, especially since the Valley Road was such a popular Sunday drive piece of highway. Soon there were cars pulling off to the berm of the highway and people getting out of their cars and walking over to the fence to watch what was going on here. We were having loads of fun, but as with any kind of racing, the urge to win was becoming more and more evident. Our races provided many interesting moments. The first week that the Stitts raced, Kenny was leading in our feature event. Up until that time, my old Plymouth had never been beaten, and this was Ken's first time ever driving anything. I could get right on his rear bumper, but he was always able to block me on our ultra-narrow speedway. Finally, Glenn gave the 1 lap to go signal. I charged in low in the tight first turn and stood on the gas coming out of the second turn. We made hard contact, and the next thing I knew, Kenny blasted off the back stretch, slipped down the creek bank, and went full bore into the water. My winning streak stayed intact, but I always blame that little incident as the reason that Kenny and I so often seemed to find each other after we began to compete in late models later on at Port Royal and Heston. We would always give each other a little extra shot. Other would-be racers managed to take a shot at Smith Grove Speedway. One Sunday, a local kid, Tiny Griffith, happened to be testing out his street car in which he had just installed a newly rebuilt flathead Ford engine. When he saw us having so much fun, he simply drove in through the opening in the fence and joined the fun. It wasn't long before his everyday car began to show the effects of dirt tracking on our 1/10 mile dirt and mud oval. This would be his first and only time with us. I guess the family had something to say about destroying perfectly good automobiles just for the fun of it. Another one-timer was a local boy named Barry Dubler. He was out test driving the overhauled Chrysler engine that he had just put in his '56 Chrysler. As he drove past, the temptation proved to be too much. He asked if he could join in, and of course we welcomed any newcomer. It took less than a half an hour for him to pick up several dents before his fresh engine blew. He took it all quite well and just left the car sit in the infield for several days. Our races continued until bad weather finally put an end to our fun. On the last Sunday, before the first big snowstorm, we were racing in deep mud during a heavy rainstorm. After we finished for the day, I made a couple extra laps and ended up crashing into a large dirt pile outside our fourth turn area. The car was stuck, and we decided to just leave it there until the ground either dried out or froze. Unfortunately, we never gave any thought to winterizing the cars. A sudden cold spell hit, which resulted in a cracked block, but the old Plymouth still was not quite ready to die. During the Christmas holidays that year, Steve Swarmer came home on leave from the military. He was stationed in Massachusetts and had a '59 Plymouth that he was using to get back and forth between home and the base. This was his first trip home since we had started our racing in the field, and as soon as he saw the track and old cars, he wanted to get in some racing with us. Barry and I used one of the farm tractors to pull my old Plymouth off the dirt pile. The battery was nearly dead, but with a short tow with the tractor she fired to life. We didn't notice the cracked block until the engine warmed up and the water and steam began to flow. This wasn't much of a problem, however, as we just filled a couple 5-gallon buckets of water from the spring house and added water each time the engine overheated too much. Meanwhile, Steve was back at his house trying to convince Pete to allow him to use his street car to race with us that night. Finally and foolishly, Pete gave in to the begging. In his haste to get out the lane and over to the track, Steve lost control on a patch of ice on his lane and stuck the right front fender into a large and unforgiving oak tree. This proved to be only a minor inconvenience because he was able to back out onto the lane and continue to the track. As soon as we saw him coming, Barry dubbed Steve's car the Batmobile, since its one headlight focused on the highway and the other was aimed straight up into the night sky, much like the bat signal. That night, the track had several inches of thick mud, but we raced anyway. We slammed and banged and laughed like fools as Steve managed to beat the daylight out of his once nice car. Finally, I got my old Plymouth stuck again, which brought the show to an end. We were all mud and slop from head to toe as we all piled into the Batmobile and headed for Mifflintown and Zimmy's Diner. I'm sure that we managed to impress everyone at the diner. That night of racing ended the season at Smith Grove Speedway until the spring thaw. We were down to just 3 drivers and cars now, plus Barry's dad was becoming a little uneasy about insurance risks. We were running our feature event on that final race day, and I was in the lead when, suddenly, Don pulled alongside me, which just wasn't right. Coming out of turn 4, I mashed the throttle as hard as possible, but he pulled even further away from me. It was then that I glanced into my rearview mirror and saw the black liquid trail following me. The old Plymouth had finally thrown a rod. We decided that day to close the Smith Grove Speedway for good. As far as I know, there were no recorded complaints from any of the neighbors. Chapter 6, Mayhem on the Highway. The summer of 1967 was much the same as the previous year. Barry and I still occasionally discussed the possibility of getting back into racing. Though we both seemed to want to do it, I could sense that Barry's interest was fading. He was leaning much more toward the horse business. I had now finished my junior year at college and was still managing to somehow hang in there. The fall of 1967 would be my term for student teaching, and then I would have to try to somehow make it 2 more terms after that in my quest for a diploma and possibly a teaching job. Barry, Don, and I still went to Port Royal nearly every week and tried to help any of the local guys by changing tires, helping to load and unload the cars, or running for fuel or parts for them. Many of our weekday evenings were spent at Fisher's Sale Barn near Strode's Mills. That was one of our favorite hangouts now, especially every other Friday evening when Fisher's would hold their horse and horse equipment auction. Carl Fisher, one of the owner's sons, was pretty much in charge of the operation, and he seemed to have a way of getting a bunch of us to do all sorts of free labor for him. But we never complained. Actually, we were glad to help out. Part of the attraction was doing the physical labor, and the other, and most important part, was getting to show off a little for the girls who came to the sales. Wednesday evening in early August was just such a typical evening at Fisher's. Some of Dad's customers, who also happened to be good friends, lived in Three Springs, which was about an hour's drive from camp. That night, he and Mom decided to make a combination evening delivery and social visit. After supper, I headed for the sale barn, where Carl easily conned Denny Miller and me into cleaning stalls, moving horses, and throwing hay from the mow for the morning feeding. Our pay, or reward, was normally a couple of cold beers, but that night, for some reason, we settled for Pepsi. At about 10:15 p.m., I decided to head for home. It was less than a half mile from Fisher's to the Strode's Mills intersection. Bob's Texaco was only 100 yards or so west of the same intersection. This particular little crossroad has always been considered particularly dangerous. It is posted at 35 miles per hour, but is notorious for high-speed travel, especially by big rigs. I clearly remember stopping at the stop sign and looking west toward Bob's, then east toward town, and then a quick glance back to the west before starting across the highway. There were no squealing tires, blinding headlights, or blaring horns. There was only the dull, sickening thud and crunch of metal on metal. I don't remember any pain nor any sensation as my head smashed into and partly through the windshield on the passenger side of the car. What I remember first was that I was sitting uncomfortably on the passenger side of the front seat and that I had to hold both hands at eyebrow level to keep the flowing blood from running into my eyes. I glanced at the windshield, which was shattered and blood spattered, and then I noticed a panel truck sitting in the middle of Route 22. There was still someone sitting behind the wheel, and all that I could think of was that he was probably seriously injured, or perhaps even dead. I staggered out of the passenger side door of my now crumpled 63 Fairlane and walked unsteadily toward the truck. The driver was slowly getting out, a bit shaken, but in one piece. Maybe I should have become suspicious at that point because, as I got near him and asked if he was okay, he looked at me, almost casually, and simply said, "Nice goddamned move, kid." At that point, I assumed that he wasn't too badly hurt. I walked to a nearby telephone pole and lay down, blood still streaming down over my face and clothes. I looked down at my blue sweatshirt, blue jeans, and sneakers, and thought how difficult it would be to get them clean. My entire front was a bloody mess. The remainder of the evening was mostly a jumbled mass of people in organized chaos. Of course, the guys at the Texaco heard the crash, and Bobby, Bob's son, ran down to see if there were any injuries. As soon as he saw me, he ran back and called for an ambulance. Dom Spagnoletti, who lived just up over the hill about 100 yards, had been watching television when he heard the crash. He ran to where I was lying on the ground. I remember the terrible expression on his face when he recognized me. He asked if I had any clean white cloths or rags in the car to use as a compress. I had a new white sweatshirt and I really hated to ruin it, but I reasoned that a compress on my head sure beat the hell out of bleeding to death. And then, perhaps the most interesting character, besides the other driver, was the state cop who arrived on the scene. Now, I know that I was only 20 years old and that things didn't look too good for me from a legal standpoint, but he did have a unique way of conducting his investigation. As I lay there awaiting the ambulance, he came over, glanced down at me, asked if I was okay, didn't wait for an answer, and then turned to Bob and told him to get his wrecker and get the highway cleared. I was deeply moved by his concern. Bob was the most upset of all the onlookers because he and my dad were really good friends. He asked me if there was any way to get in touch with Mom or Dad. When I told him that they were away for the evening, he assured me that he and Bobby would sit along the highway in front of the gas station and watch for Dad's truck so that they could stop him and tell him what had occurred. I have always had a terrible fear of hospitals. As I rode those 10 or so miles in the ambulance, all I could picture was needles, transfusions, and surgery. I had myself worked up by the time we got to the hospital emergency room. I was wheeled in quickly, and I must admit that I received very prompt treatment. The emergency staff got me into a room and prepped me for stitches. As they covered my eyes, I heard a faintly familiar voice ask if I was conscious and if I was going to be all right. I couldn't quite place the voice, so I asked who it was that was inquiring about me. Just as I asked, the doctor in charge, Dr. Rodriguez, entered the room and spoke sharply. "Shut up, kid. It's a cop." Yes, the same caring officer who had been at the accident scene was already in the emergency room. What a guy! I hadn't even been sewn back together yet, and here he was wanting to question me. The doctor made him leave until the stitching was done, but he was back almost before the final thread was cut. I found out the next day that Dr. Rodriguez was certainly not famous for his classy sewing of cuts. With no uncertainty, he proved that the reputation was well-deserved. Of course, at that time and under those conditions, I wasn't about to be too fussy. When I finally came somewhat to my senses, I thought that my cut was in the middle of my forehead. It would be more than a week later until I would get to see the whole, ugly truth. The cut started just above the left side of my left eyebrow and continued across to the right and upward to the inside of my hairline above the right side of my right eye. There was also a smaller cut on the right side of my head above my ear. I only spoke briefly with the police that night. After a while, the cop finally understood that I wasn't about to say anything until I had at least spoken with my parents. He made light of the whole deal, which I found particularly annoying. I guess my age, coupled with what certainly looked like a dumb move on my part, led to his lack of investigation. In the end, I received a fine, had points against my record, nearly totaled my car, and picked up a nasty scar that I would have the rest of my life as a little reminder. It was not until months later that I would find out what really happened that night. The other driver was running around in a truck with both headlights burned out. He had also spent a couple of hours at a local bar that night and then proceeded to drive with no headlights until the accident. I guess that helps to explain why, with my side window up, I never saw any glare before the impact. It also explains why, when Mr. Spagnoletti looked out his window after hearing the crash, he didn't see any lights, even taillights, on the panel truck. The doctors decided to keep me for a day or two, just in case of any complications. My head was wrapped in a turban-like bandage that I wasn't to touch until my appointment the following week. It was Saturday morning before the doctors finally decided to release me. Mom picked me up on Saturday morning, but as we rode home, some strange thoughts started running through my mind. As soon as we pulled up to the house, I told her that I wanted to take the car and go look at my crunched Fairlane. It took several minutes, but I finally convinced her that I was okay and that I could drive by myself. It's a good thing that Dad wasn't around because I doubt that I could have pulled this off with him. Reluctantly, she finally gave in and handed me the keys. I wasn't all that concerned about my car, but ever since the crash, something had been gnawing at me. What if I was afraid of a car now, and especially of going fast? What if I worried about getting hurt every time I charged, into a turn or tramped the accelerator to the floor? I headed straight for two stretches of road called River Road and Middle Road. Both had plenty of curves and sharp turns. Dad's poor old '64 Buick got a real workout. I hit those back roads with a vengeance, hammering the throttle and breaking the rear wheels loose in the turns. Out of all the crazy driving I had done in my life, this was probably the craziest. When I finally got to Strode's Mills in the intersection where my wreck had occurred, I remember sliding up to the stop sign and smiling victoriously. It was as though I had just won my first race. I really hated to miss any races, but I also felt more like a camel jockey than a potential race car driver with my hospital-approved turban. I did sacrifice Saturday night at the port, but Sunday evening, Barry, Don, and I made the trip to Heston. We watched the races that night from Heston's unique drive-in viewing ramp, which was a roadway cut into the side of the mountain, high above the backstretch. This was the most popular spot to watch the races at Heston. Fans would show up hours before the races, back their cars and pickups as close to the edge as possible, get out their charcoal grills and coolers, and settle down for a long, relaxing evening of food, beer, and races. This was also the most vocal group of fans, and it was extremely popular with the younger fans. Guys could stroll the entire length of the backstretch and hit on the plentiful young girls without missing any racing action. That night, the turban, along with a few bruises and some dried blood, proved to be an effective sympathy piece for a lovely pair of twins from Altoona. I probably played the injury factor just a bit. Car wrecks, tough guys, and survival often score big with young chicks. Monday morning found me back at my job as a playground supervisor. I became an immediate curiosity, especially for the younger kids. I must admit that one of the boys who was on the playground softball team gave me quite an unexpected greeting. All summer, Red Mitchell's behavior had been erratic at best, and the day before my wreck, we had gotten into a heated argument, which ended with me kicking him off the playground for the remainder of that week. As soon as he found out that I was back at work, Red came directly to the playground building. To see me, there was an arrogant smirk on his 15-year-old face as he stepped forward and looked me straight in the eye. "When I heard that you were in that wreck, I was hoping that you were killed," he said. "I was really pissed when I heard that you weren't." All I could say was, "Sorry to disappoint you, Red. Maybe next time." One of the strange things about this was that Red was the first baseman on our undefeated softball team. He was back that evening for practice, and we both went about our business, as though the earlier conversation never occurred. To this day, we are friends. I doubt that he even remembers the conversation. Over the next 2 weeks, all the stitches were removed. It was during my second visit to the emergency room that my suspicions about the poor sewing job by the original doctor were confirmed. After glancing at my forehead and wincing a bit, one of the nurses asked me who my doctor had been the night of the accident. When I gave her the doctor's name, she made some comment about there being no wonder why the sewing job was so poorly done. She was also the first one to level with me and tell me that I would carry a dandy scar with me the rest of my life. This gash ran the whole way across my forehead and had a total of only 15 stitches. After all the stitches had been removed, I remember standing in front of the upstairs hall mirror at home and feeling sympathy for Frankenstein. This was one truly ugly scar. It made me think back to the arguments that Dad and I had about getting hurt in a race car. Chapter 7, Demo Derby, A Secret Mission. Port Royal scheduled its final demolition derby for late August, just 2 weeks after my wreck. I briefly mentioned that I might be interested in entering it, which set Dad off like a cheap firecracker. My forehead would not be nearly healed in that amount of time. Besides the fact that Dad was dead set against me being in any kind of car on any racetrack for any reason, I now had the added inconvenience of my hit to the head, not to mention my very tender scar. But perhaps wanting to show the effects of the bump to the head, the following Saturday night at Port Royal, I registered to run in the demo derby. At the time that I registered, I had no car to enter. I also had another problem. There was no way that I could enter the derby under my own name. No problem with the latter situation. I simply convinced another friend, Joe Lundvall, to allow me to enter the car in his name. The following morning, I began my search for an old junker that I could use in the demo derby. My search became slightly frantic as the days wore on. Port Royal had limited the number of entries to just 25 cars, and as the time drew near, I became more desperate. This was strange. After all the years that I had spent messing with junk cars and all the people I knew who always had a junker sitting around, I was unable to find anything. By Saturday morning, we had all but given up until we happened to meet up with Larry Knepp, who helped Dutch and Denny Snyder with their race car. As it turned out, Neppy had a car, but hadn't signed up in time, and here we were, signed up but with no car. After a short discussion, Neppy decided to give us his demo car. All we had to do was get it ready for that night. I called Don and Joe, and we made a hasty trip to the Snyder garage where Neppy said his car was sitting. When we arrived at Snyder's, the regular gang, including Neppy, was already there working on the modified. Dutch told us that we could have the '58 Ford that was sitting behind the garage among a collection of old cars. We went looking for a junk '58 Ford, but all we found was a nice-looking red and white four-door that had a current inspection sticker, 4 good tires, a nice interior, and a perfectly good body. Finally, the Snyders came out back and asked why we hadn't started getting the demo car ready yet. As soon as I explained that we hadn't found a junk Ford anywhere, Dutch took a hammer, smashed the windshield out of the car we had been looking at, laughed heartily, and told us to get to work. This was a nicer car than I was currently driving, and here we were about to destroy it. We worked for about an hour getting all the glass out and saving the few pieces the Snyders wanted. Don and I continued working while Joe went to town to pick up a couple cans of spray paint so that we could have our names enshrined in another junkyard. When Joe got back, we sprayed our names on the quarter panels and then added our trademark Eve of Destruction 3 to the door, and we were ready. All I had to do now was sneak my helmet out of the house, gather up the old tow chain, and convince Dad that I would rather take the old pickup to the races instead of the car. Neither Joe's dad nor mine could know about our plans. I really believe that Joe's dad would have been even more upset than mine, so why chance it? The trip to Port Royal went off without a hitch. Dad didn't go to the races anymore, so we felt reasonably safe that we wouldn't be caught. Besides, we were certain to get eliminated early, so how would anyone ever find out? The demo derby was the last event of the evening. We were called to the track and lined up in two long rows, one facing the grandstand and the other facing the scorer's stand. Just before I got into the car, I reminded Joe to stand by in the very unlikely event that I should win. Our plan was simple. If I won, I would jump out of the car and Joe would grab the helmet and pretend that he had been driving. How terribly clever. At the drop of the green, the smashing and crashing began. I managed to take out a few competitors, and then I noticed that the field was dwindling rapidly. Suddenly, it occurred to me that I just might have a shot at winning. I spotted a badly crumpled car nearby that could barely move. Carefully, I took aim at his front fender well. Direct hit, he was done. There were only 4 of us still running, but my jubilation was short-lived as a sudden blindside shot to the grill silenced my mount. I turned the key, but nothing happened. I was about to signal my surrender when I took a surprise hit from behind. Once again, I turned the key, and this time the engine fired to life. The 4 of us stalked and banged each other. But every time I took a hit, the engine would die until someone would graciously hit me again, and I would refire. 2 of the remaining cars slammed each other hard and both died instantly. I took a glancing blow, which caused mine to shut off. All I needed was a little nudge, and I would be able to restart. My adversary's radiator was ripped open and leaking profusely. His engine started making hissing and whistling sounds that were a sure sign of imminent death. I motioned for him to attack, but he wouldn't take the bait. Frantically, I worked on the key, hoping for contact, but to no avail. After about 30 seconds of my Mexican standoff fakery, I was officially declared out. As the other engine shut down, I began to panic. Afraid that the announcer might want to talk to both the first and second place finishers, I jumped out of the car, tossed the helmet to Joe, and melted into the crowd. I don't remember the winner's name, but I do remember the announcer congratulating Joe Lundvall for his second place finish. After the excitement died down, Dutch and Denny strolled over from the pits and asked what had happened. The old Ford was only slightly damaged. I told them about it shutting off and then refiring after each hit. Denny just grinned, opened the hood, and lifted off the very loose battery terminal. Seems that he forgot to tell us that they had recently used that battery, and when they put it back in the car, they didn't bother to tighten the terminals. We picked up our second place payoff, which amounted to $10, and watched as the winner strolled past us with his $100 first place money. Then as Buzz Renninger lined up the cars to be towed to his nearby junkyard, we simply pried the right front fender away from the tire, tightened the battery terminals, fired up the old Ford, and drove to the tow truck. Other than the smashed windows, this demo car looked as good as many of the cars that had been sitting in the parking lot that night. I'm reasonably certain that Dad never found out about that little adventure. Even in later years, I don't recall ever telling him about it. I know for sure that Joe's dad never knew. At this point, it certainly doesn't matter. That would be my only time in competition for 1967. However, as soon as the season ended, I started making plans for 1968. My time, I was sure, had finally come. Chapter 8, College Grad and Race Car Driver. In late August of 1967, I finally started my senior year of college. The first term would be my student teaching. Both my roommate, Ralph Burge, and I would be doing our student teaching at the tiny Fannett Metal High School, about 20 miles from Shippensburg. My goal was to somehow get through this 12-week period with a decent grade, which would give me a little bit of breathing room for my final 2 terms of classes. Through my first 3 years of college, I had barely a 2.0 grade point average, and I knew that any slip-ups now could cost me my chance of making it through. However, at this point, I felt that I could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel, and this time it just might not be the headlight of an oncoming train. Somehow I managed to get through student teaching. Of course, it didn't hurt that my cooperating teacher's brother owned a popular bar in Shippensburg. Katie, my co-op teacher, was in the bar almost every evening, as were my roommate and I. She and her brother would buy us drinks, and we would spend hours allowing them to do so. The only night that our harmonious little get-togethers got a little shaky was the night that Jake, the bartender, whose 2 daughters went to school at Fanet Metal, found out that his girls had baked me a birthday cake that day. That was November 12th, and I had just celebrated my 21st birthday. The legal drinking age in Pennsylvania was 21. Of course I had. Been a regular at the bar almost nightly since late August. Jake was a little angry for a while, but he got over it. I made it through student teaching and the second of my 3 senior year terms. It began to appear that I just might fool a lot of people and actually graduate. Only a couple of crap courses in the final spring term now stood in my way. Besides, by March, I had already signed a teaching contract for the following school year. Of course, that just proved that it never hurts for your dad to have lots of friends and influence with the local school board. As my collegiate career was ending, I was spending nearly every weekend at home, but there was an ulterior motive. I had struck up a racing deal with Bobby Pennepacker. In 1967, he had raced in the novice class at Heston Speedway and was coming back in '68 with a new ride. His previous car, an old '54 Ford, was still nearly race-ready, and he was looking for someone to take over both the maintenance and driving of that car for the '68 season. This had signs of becoming a golden opportunity. That final term in college was perhaps my toughest time of the 4 years. I was more than ready to get out. I had racing on my mind round the clock. However, due to a combination of a horrible freshman year followed by 2 less than spectacular years, my graduation timetable was tentative at best. Adding to my school problems was the fact that I had picked up several good part-time jobs, and the lure of instant gratification was beginning to dominate my life. I wanted party money. I needed gas money. If I ever hoped to do any real racing, I certainly needed money. Academia took a back seat. I began to arrange my work hours in the cafeteria and campus restaurant so that I would not have to spend much of any money on food. Minimum wage was $1.65 an hour, but colleges back then did not have to pay minimum. We made 95 cents per hour. I also got a job at Letterkenny Army Depot and worked there most weeknights from 4 to 8 hours for a whopping $2.17 an hour. My weekends were absorbed with making money. I would come home every Friday after working the evening meal in the cafeteria. Usually I would get home by about 8:30 p.m., and by 11:30 I would drive 12 miles to Mifflintown and pump gas from midnight until 8 a.m. Then I would leave the gas station and drive back home to work in our tire store from 9 a.m. until noon on Saturdays. After a few hours sleep on Saturday afternoon, I would usually hook up with Barry until 11 p.m. Then it was back to Mifflintown for another graveyard shift at the gas station. Preach Fairman, who owned the gas station and was one of Dad's best business accounts, was paying me $1.50 per hour. This was my routine for the last several months of my senior year. My grades didn't benefit a bit, but I sure did have lots of money. I did try to manage free time each weekend to work with Bobby Pennepacker and our deal with his old race car. The novice division at Heston was a strictly stock class, mostly for beginners, and Bobby's old Ford was a dull gray, strictly stock 239 cubic inch 1954 Ford. Bobby was getting his new ride ready, and it looked like a good one. He was going with a big Buick, and he had spent a great deal of time and money making it a top ride. He stretched the rules as far as possible, but kept it legal. The old Ford, on the other hand, was pretty much ready to go. It would be way underpowered compared to many of the novice veterans, but I was sure that my natural ability and desire would compensate for lack of quality. Of course, through all of this, I never mentioned to Dad anything about my soon-to-be racing career. It wasn't easy to keep anything from him, though. After all, Bob's gas station was a regular stop on Dad's parts route, and Dad and Bob were very good friends. I guess Dad and I unwittingly became involved in a standoff. Dad was going to wait to see if I would break down and tell him before he would break down and ask me. It was quite silly. At least things were a little different now for me. I was legal age and did not need his permission to race. However, I often felt confused because I kept thinking back to 2 years ago and the terrible fights that we had then about racing. I hated to disappoint or anger Dad, but this was just something that I had to do. I hoped that he would be able to understand. Sunday, May 5th, 1968, was the scheduled opener at Heston. I spent all day Saturday at Bob's working on the Ford. Of course, Don was there helping, and all the regulars, who loafed there daily, also pitched in. Most of them took turns helping Don and me for a while, and then going to help Bobby get his new car ready. The novice cars of that era were extremely primitive by today's standards. None of the roll cages or welding ever got checked. Stock gas tanks were used, and any old bucket seat that could be rounded up was simply bolted to the original floorboards. The engines were strictly stock, as were the suspensions. We ran on old bias-ply ungrooved street tires, and the only time good-looking tires were used was if someone had enough extra money to buy a set of 70 series recaps. Bobby's old Ford that I was going to run wasn't worth more than $50 to $75. Even the roll cage didn't increase the value. It was just scrap pipe, some of it even galvanized. He and I had never come up with any formal agreement concerning who would be responsible for which expenses for my ride, but it was understood that I would have to get the car to and from the track, provide gas, oil, and tires. We didn't discuss repairs because I had no intentions of wrecking. We also did not discuss how much of the purse either one of us would get, but that was mostly because the payoffs for the novice class only amounted to a couple dollars. Both cars were ready by Saturday night except for one small item. Bobby had to use his old safety belt and harness for his Buick, which meant that I had none. Now, primitive or not, having no safety belts wouldn't make it even at Heston. There was no way that I was going to go out and buy a new set, and especially at that short of notice. I did remember that somewhere in our travels, Barry and I had come up with an old set of belts that were slightly torn, somewhat frayed, and well-aged. They would have to do. After getting the belts from Barry, we had the problem of how and where to install them. We decided to just drill 2 holes through the floor and bolt the lap belts to the floor. For the shoulder harness, we came up with a clever and I'm sure unique plan. Directly behind the seat was a conveniently located crossbar welded in for extra support. At first, I considered simply tying the shoulder harness to that cross piece, but that didn't seem too safe. Someone then suggested that we clamp the belts to the crossbar. Now that made more sense. Our way of clamping them, however, did not make much sense. Since I intended to remove the belts after each night of racing, the installation system had to be relatively easy. What could be much easier, though certainly not very safe, than a muffler clamp? That was the system that we finally chose. 2 bolts through the floor for the lap belt and a muffler clamp for the shoulder harness. Talk about safety. The racing silence between Dad and me was finally broken on Saturday night. I think we both wanted to talk about it. It's just that we were both afraid of how the other would react. Also, neither of us quite knew how to approach the subject. Finally, with the television providing a little diversion and Mom out of the way in the kitchen, Dad made the first move. He calmly said that he understood that I was going racing the next day. All I could muster was a feeble and uneasy yes. And then suddenly I realized what it was that had been bothering him so much and for so long. As we sat there, he remained strangely calm, but I have never been able to forget the look on his face. He rambled on about how it was such a shame for him to have wasted all the money on 4 years of college just for me to go out and kill myself. He continued with something about the struggles and constant worries of parents as their children go through their growing up years. It finally struck me that he had been wrestling with only his fear and concern about the possibility of losing me. He didn't hate racing. He never did. He simply loved his son. My attempts at reassuring him with the overall safety record of racing did little to console him. The fact that only 2 racers had, up to that point, ever been killed in local racing meant nothing to him. He didn't care about them. He cared about me. Nevertheless, since I was now the magic 21 years old and invincible, as we all are at that age. I knew that no matter what, I had to go racing. I just had to. Sunday morning, I awoke early and easily. The old helmet that Barry and I shared sat proudly on my nightstand. I cleaned it on Saturday night, and I wasn't overly excited that day, but I was getting anxious. Mom and Dad had gone to church as they always did, so there were no uncomfortable goodbyes. I was quickly on the move, and by the time I got to the Texaco station, most of the guys were already there. Bobby was putting the finishing touches on his Buick as his dad helped get their trailer ready for the trip to Heston. My first important job was the installation of the belts and harness in my racer. Then, perhaps the biggest decision had to be made. It was approximately 35 miles to Heston Speedway, and I had no trailer. That meant that someone was going to have to ride in the racer as I towed it up the highway with just a 15-foot chain between my truck and the racer. Ray Eisenberg volunteered for the job. As soon as the belts were installed, Ray jumped in the car, fired it up, and pulled up to the pumps for a fill-up of Texaco high-test gas. He was grinning from ear to ear until I told him that he must use the belts and harness during the towing. Apparently, this touched one of his macho nerves, but he finally did agree. I backed the old '53 Chevy pickup down near the racer, and Bob secured the chain between the two vehicles. Now that we were this close, I did start to get a little bit excited. We hit the highway at noon and started on what I was sure would be the dawn of a great racing career. Now that I look back, perhaps his first trip was an omen of what lay in store for my future in racing. The first several miles were uneventful. Ray quickly got used to using the brakes on the racer if we had to slow down or start down a long downgrade. Each time I slowed down, he was able to keep the chain just slightly snug between us. Each time I glanced back, he would grin from ear to ear and give me a thumbs up. As our confidence increased, so did our speed. At the top of a long, gradual hill, we passed by the White House Inn, our speed now approaching 55 miles per hour. The downhill side is not particularly steep. It is just a long downhill with a sweeping, gradual right-hand turn, followed by a much shorter left-hander, before a long, easy stretch of road known as Long Hollow. Ray was doing a great job of keeping a little tension on the chain as I backed off the throttle for the downhill ride. A tractor trailer followed, but he seemed to be patient and understanding. A race fan, no doubt. Suddenly, I heard a crash and felt a violent jerk on the chain. I glanced immediately in my side mirror and saw the left front tire and wheel from the race car shoot across the eastbound lane, bounce high over a barbed wire fence, and go careening through a pasture field. The driver of the big rig behind us saw what happened and drifted into the left lane to block anyone else behind us from trying to pass us. Ray was hard on the brakes, but I was afraid that a sudden stop would wreck both of us. So I just stayed on the gas and pulled him along until I felt that he had regained enough composure to keep the car under control and make a safe stop. We slowly eased off the highway to the right berm. No sooner did we get stopped than Ray was out of the car, nervously trying to light a cigarette. He had a slight bruise on his forehead where he had somehow bumped into the roll bar, but other than that, everything with Ray and the car seemed all right. One of the guys ran down through the pasture field and retrieved the tire and wheel. The wheel hadn't suffered any noticeable damage, nor had the front drum, wheel studs, or steering. As soon as Ray calmed down, we decided to continue. We simply removed one lug nut from each wheel on the pickup and put the race car tire and wheel back on. Ray hesitantly crawled back in and very tightly buckled up. As I was about to pull out, he began pointing frantically to his head. I thought that maybe the bruise he had received was starting to bother him, so I jumped out and walked back to him. He asked if he could wear my helmet for the remainder of the trip. I agreed, and we were on our way again. Bobby had left before we had, so by the time we got ready to take off after the lost wheel incident, we figured that he was already at the track and getting ready for the first race of the year. Our trip up the highway continued, but at a much slower pace. Each time I would try to pick up some speed, Ray would get on the brakes in the race car and hold us back. As we got to the end of Long Hollow, we started to regain some of our confidence and speed. It was then that we noticed a wrecker and race car sitting along the highway, apparently broken down. It was Bobby and Bob. The tow truck had quit, and they had been sitting along the road for nearly an hour wondering where we were. There was no way that he could get the wrecker to run, and since he owned both race cars, He informed me that we were to park the Ford and tow his car the remainder of the way to Heston. This led to my first owner-driver argument, but, as is the case with most drivers, I lost. We unhooked the Ford and fastened the chain to Bobby's Buick. Just as we were about to pull away, I jumped out of the pickup, grabbed a couple of wrenches, and went back and took my belts and harness out of the Ford. At that point, I didn't really care if anything happened to the car while it sat there, but I wasn't about to lose my high-priced safety equipment. We finally got to Heston, and Bobby got to race that day. I have no recollection of how he did, and I barely remember the ride home. The following day, Bobby and Bob repaired the wrecker and brought it and my racer back to the garage. My debut had been put on hold. Dad didn't exactly share my disappointment. He still had hopes that I would give up. Our only work on the car that following week consisted of checking and rechecking the lug nuts nearly every day. Last week's disappointment was behind me now, but I did have a plan that would help to assure that it wouldn't happen again. It was quite simple. I would just leave so far ahead of Bobby that if he did break down again, there would be no way of me knowing it. I got up very early Sunday morning, installed the safety belts again, rechecked the lug nuts, made sure that no one had siphoned our gas, a common problem, checked the oil, hooked up the chain, and waited patiently. As soon as the guys arrived, I was ready to go. A new problem arose, however, when Ray informed me that he didn't want to ride in the race car this week. Several of the regulars volunteered, and I chose the most dependable looking of the bunch. He boldly crawled in and buckled up for the ride, but he balked at the idea of wearing the helmet. Seems that it detracted from the macho image that he was trying to establish, but Ray finally convinced him to put it on. Bobby wasn't nearly ready as we pulled away from the garage. We just told him that I was getting excited and wanted to take my time, especially with someone new at the end of the tow chain. I didn't want to tell him that I wasn't about to take the chance of having to tow him if he broke down again. Our trip that day took longer than it should have. Ray had been much better with the brakes and with keeping the chain snug between the tow truck and the race car. Our top speed never got above 40 miles per hour. As we poked along, I looked in my truck mirror and spotted the familiar wrecker and shiny blue Buick rapidly gaining on us. It was Bob and Bobby, and as they shot past us, all I could think was, "Don't break down today." He didn't, and we both made it to the track. It was finally starting to sink in that I was actually going to go racing. May 12th, 1968, at Heston Speedway, would go down in racing. Lore as the launch date of a great career. I could just feel it. Heston's novice division was a big attraction back in the late 1960s. It was a cheap way to go racing and a great way for the racetrack to fill the stands because so many local guys were involved. Probably one of the things that helped make it so much of a local thing was the very low payoff system. Not many guys were willing or financially able to travel much distance to run a novice car. The racing surface at Heston, though advertised as a clay track, was an interesting mix of some clay along with ample amounts of shale, mud, and stones. The track run-in time was always lengthy, and the novice cars were always out first and longest, along with a couple of old and well-beaten water trucks and push trucks. Bob and Boo Erickson, the track owners, had a unique approach to track preparation. Alan Kulwicki would have been proud because the Ericksons used what Kulwicki would later call the Polish victory lap. We ran our cars clockwise to get the track ready. On that glorious race day for me, I was one of the first cars on the track. The huge globs of mud and clay that flew onto the car and occasionally onto my arms and helmet were welcome. It was now down to minutes before I would be out banging fenders and swapping paint. I could hardly wait. We continued running our laps for several more minutes before Boo stepped out onto the front straightaway and signaled us to turn and begin our slow, warm-up laps. The track was beginning to smooth out. The clay was reasonably tacky. Each lap, our speeds would gradually increase, but a fierce glare from Boo would slow us down. Finally, after several more minutes of slow laps, the wreckers and push trucks were given the signal to leave the track. My heart was really pumping now. I watched the lights in turns 3 and 4. Suddenly, green, go! Talk about total chaos as at least 35 novice cars all mashed the throttle at the same time. Cars spun out, slid sideways, bumped, and banged. It was great. I was following Bobby when the green came out and decided that I would try to stick with him. After all, he had a year's experience and had done pretty well the previous year in my Ford. His Buick was supposed to be a real runner, so I figured that if I could run with him in all of this confusion, I should be all right. As the red flag came out signaling the end of warm-ups, I was completely confident that I could run with the best of them. I failed to take into consideration that a sloppy, muddy track can be a great equalizer. The most powerful and best handling cars won't do well in the mud. I checked the chalkboard and saw that I was scheduled for the second heat. It usually didn't matter how many cars showed up because there were usually only 2 heats, often with upwards of 20 cars in each. These were always wild affairs because so few qualified out of each heat and the heats were only 8 laps. I had to start on the tail end of my heat since I hadn't run on opening night. Tonight, only 5 would qualify from the heats. Everyone else would have to run in the mayhem that they referred to as a consolation race. 8 laps later, as the checkered flag waved, I was reasonably happy. I hadn't gotten lapped, I hadn't spun out, and I had made it all the way up to 8th place. Not too bad for a rookie. The consolation was next. By finishing 8th in the heat, I got to start in the 3rd row of the consi. At the drop of the green, I tried to push my throttle foot through the floorboards. I gave it all I could, and as the checkers waved once again, I found myself in 5th place. This had the makings of a great night. The novice feature was always the last event of the night. Most of the hardcore late model fans didn't stick around for our feature. Spin-outs, wrecks, and numerous restarts were a trademark of the novices. As I look back now, we were forerunners of today's enduro races. I started 15th in the feature, and I must admit that from my 8th row vantage point, it looked like an awfully long way to the front. At the drop of the green, all throttles were tramped. Everyone took aim for the first turn, or, in some cases, at the rear quarter panel of last week's enemy. Somehow, I managed to stay out of trouble, and even began passing a few cars that had beaten me in my heat race. One time I would slide to the high side, and the next time I would dive low off the turn. What I noticed most was that I loved what I was doing, and I wasn't doing too bad of a job. I felt myself breaking into a big grin as I bore down on a rear bumper and set up for a pass. If I caught a glimpse of someone's front bumper beside me, I would keep my foot on the throttle a little deeper into the turn. There was no way that I could have ever anticipated the feelings that I was experiencing. No drug could possibly match the high that I was on. As the checkers dropped at the end of 15 wonderful laps, I was still on the lead lap and had even managed to move up 7 spots for a solid 8th place finish. If only Dad could have been there to see the smile on my face as I unbuckled and crawled out of the car, I know that would have won him over to my side. This was where I wanted to be, and this was what I wanted to do. The Strodes Mills gang ran over to me shouting, cheering, and congratulating me. Bobby hadn't finished the feature, and I had. In the early laps before he dropped out, I had been steadily gaining on him. Only 2 things detracted from my excitement that night. First, Bobby didn't seem to be very enthused with my performance. He was visibly irritated with not finishing. And second, my first trip to the payoff window wasn't exactly what I had anticipated. After all, I had gotten the car ready, towed with my truck, bought the gas and oil, paid my $1 welding fee, and run a heat, consolation, and feature. I picked up my 8th place envelope, went back to the pits, handed it to Bobby, and waited for him to count all of the money before giving me my share. Only it didn't happen that way. Bobby opened the envelope, counted out all $9, and stuffed it all in his pocket. He told me that his car needed some changes, and mine was ready to run, so I wouldn't need any of the money. Something didn't seem right here, but we had no formal agreement, and after all, I did have a race car. Anyway, next week after I won the feature, things would be different. The payoff disappointment was short-lived as we hooked the chain to the racer and headed for home. The thrill of racing and of finishing respectably had me pumped up the whole way home. After we parked the car and I got my safety belts out, I was anxious to get home and tell Mom and Dad all about it. Maybe now I could get Dad to be a little more agreeable once he realized just how great I was going to be. Surprisingly, he was a little more receptive this night. I think he was privately proud of me, though I certainly didn't expect him to admit it. College graduation was scheduled for late May. Yes, I was going to actually graduate. As for the graduation ceremony, I don't recall all of it. In fact, I hardly recall any of it. What I do remember was Dad and Mom and my Aunt Hazel and Uncle Perry were all there to witness the remarkable event. Dad had mixed emotions that day. He was genuinely proud that I made it. I'm also sure, had he been totally honest, that he was more than just a little surprised too. However, the night before, as well as most of the morning of graduation, everything was just one big party, and I was a most active participant. Dad was somewhat disappointed by my condition that day, but that would be mild compared to the events that immediately followed the graduation ceremony. It's one of the few things that I've ever done that I have always wished I could have undone. Graduation was rudely held on a Saturday, but Saturdays, especially in May, are race days. After the graduation formalities, the school held a somewhat formal sit-down meal for all graduates, their families, and their guests. Of course, Mom, Dad, and my aunt and uncle were ready for a casual meal and a nice long evening of discussing my future. After finding a table for 5, we all went in and sat down. The food was already there. After gulping down a few bites, I had to break it to the family that I couldn't stay any longer. After all, it was Saturday night, and I was more than likely going to miss a heat or two at Port Royal because of this graduation stuff. As I look back now, I suppose that was a thoughtless act on my part. I have always hoped that they forgave me for abruptly leaving, but we never discussed it. The following week passed by quickly. I had gotten a job pumping gas at Lundvall's Esso station. Vic Lundvall, the owner, was good enough to give me off every Sunday so that I could go racing. Dad had a kid working part-time at the tire store, and I didn't want to take the job from him. I was so set on racing at Heston that I offered to work Saturday nights and give up the races at Port Royal if necessary. Most of my free time that week was spent at the Texaco station, tinkering with my ride or helping Bobby with his Buick. The remainder of the time I was either at Barry's farm or hanging out at Pete Swarmer's garage. My thoughts, however, were almost constantly on Heston and Sunday's races. That first race had been such a great experience, and I was absolutely convinced that I would be able to do better each week. If the car held up and I had enough horsepower, I was certain to be in victory lane in no time. Week 2 was a bit of a letdown. After starting 19th in my heat race, I did manage to get up to 8th by the end. I also finished 8th in the Consi, which put me near the tail end of the feature. Then, as the late models were pulling into the pits at the end of the feature, the heavens opened and washed out our feature. We would have to run a double feature next week. The prospect of running 2 features in one night did have a certain appeal to disappointment, and that helped to overcome the rainout. Starting near the tail end of a 24-car novice feature event on a wet track is something that every licensed driver should have to do at least once in his lifetime. That's exactly what I had to do in the makeup feature. The track was barely run in when the Ericssons decided to get the show started. I guess they figured they could use our feature to get the track run in and ready for the late models. Overall, for me, this wasn't a terribly eventful race. I did pass several cars, a couple of others dropped out, and when the dust settled, I had a 12th place finish. Apparently, that first big feature win would have to be placed on temporary hold. Of course, there was still a heat race, a possible consi, and feature to go this evening, so things were bound to get better. The second heat helped to boost my spirits. After starting in the middle of the pack, I managed to work my way up to a very respectable 4th place finish. Not only did I qualify for the feature without having to run the consi, but my heat finish put me on the outside of row 2 for the feature. Also, that heat finish paid a whopping $6. This was turning into a big night as the first feature had paid all of $8. At the drop of the green, the slam bang part of the slam bang novice division became apparent. Everyone was gunning for the front spot on the very first corner of the very first lap. I took a shot in the driver's door and a hard push in the rear end at the same time. That allowed several cars to charge past me. I slipped back to nearly the tail end of the field and now had considerable ground to make up. I can't remember any time before or since when I was ever driving or doing anything else with such a vengeance. I had the throttle mashed hard to the floor. I hit the turns wide open and just held on and hoped for the best. The high groove looked particularly appealing, and I went for it. Clumps of clay and mud went flying as I got up into the loose stuff. When I came feature's end, I had worked my way up to 11th and felt great about it. The rush and exhilaration that had hit me on the first night returned. I was on a high that burned through me like a roaring inferno. It was only then that I was brought back to reality as the guys began checking over the old tired Ford. It seems that the 14-year-old badly abused stock suspension just was not able to take the beating I had just given it. After all, Bobby had run the car the entire previous year, and now here I was, asking her to go another year. But the tie rods, ball joints, A-frames, and the rest of the suspension had all suffered front-end alignment was completely shot. It would be a long and difficult trip home. Terminal injuries. As I walked to the pay window, I had mixed emotions. I had finished both features in my heat race. True, I hadn't won, but I had fought back gallantly, even surprisingly, in the second feature. The car, though in need of repairs, was still in one piece. I collected my money and headed back to the pits. An armed escort was not required. The 12th place finish in the first feature paid $8, the heat race paid $6, and the second feature's 11th place finish paid another $8. What a night. As I walked along, I was actually somewhat pleased with myself, but my good mood was about to come to a sudden end. Once again, Bobby had not had a good night on the track, and he didn't seem to share my enthusiasm. When he asked me how much money I had brought in, I proudly held up a 10, 2 5s, and 2 1s. He took the entire payoff and then handed me back a 5. Once again, the owner won. I was beginning to develop a strong dislike for this owner-driver deal. Our trip home that night was going to be extremely difficult. Desperately, I tried to convince Bobby to use the wrecker to take the Ford with the badly bent front end. For some reason, he refused. It would be nearly impossible to use a tow chain to get the Ford home, but we decided to try. Neither front tire had a chance to survive 30 miles of sliding down the asphalt. We were practically dragging the car down the road. We even tried to make some adjustments to the alignment, but to no avail. All that was being accomplished was that I was getting madder and madder by the minute. Finally, I hit the turn signal on the tow truck and wheeled into an old feed mill that was just a couple of miles from the track. I pulled to a distant, deserted corner of the parking lot, unhooked the tow chain, and left. I made sure to get my belts and harness out before abandoning the poor, old, wounded Ford. It was then that I informed my motley crew that I was done with Bobby and the way he had been treating me. Somehow I would come up with a car of my own. The following day, Don and I found out that a miller's implement sales in Milroy had a pair of unwanted Pontiacs sitting behind their workshop. One was a 55 four-door with a good engine. The other was a 56 two-door with a junk engine. The price was right for us. Just tow them away and they would be ours. Now there was a deal that we just could not pass up. Monday night, with Leon's help, we struggled in the mud and muck during a steady rain, and after having the jacks slip out several times while we were trying to change flat tires, we managed to get both cars towed safely to Barry's farm. A special motivation for us had occurred as Port Royal had announced that they were going to add the novice cars as a third division special show the following Saturday. We were determined to have a car ready to go for that race. Of course, there was no chance that I would have a ride in Bobby's Ford since I had let it sit the previous week. Obviously, a hurried-up job was required on one of the newly acquired Pontiacs. Don, Barry, and I spent all our spare time that week in an attempt to be in the first-ever novice car race at Port Royal. Here finally was my chance to be in competition on that sacred clay. Besides, if we all put on a good enough show, they just might want us to come back more often. By Wednesday evening, we had the engine switched from the four-door to the two-door Pontiac, and by Thursday afternoon, we had it running. However, there was still no roll cage or any other racing necessities. Time was rapidly running out for us. Barry agreed to spend all day Friday welding the roll cage. We were sure that we could be done by Friday night. That time frame alone should speak volumes about our attention to safety matters. I busied myself with removing the glass in the door panels. Barry started bending pipe for the roll cage. We used any scraps that we could find around the farm. There were a few pieces of decent black pipe and an overabundance of old galvanized pipe that had come from torn-out water lines and replaced cow stanchions. True to his word, by Friday evening, Barry had the cage reasonably intact. Next, the belts were installed and an old bucket seat was bolted in place. The engine, an old stock 389 cubic inch Pontiac, didn't sound too bad. Of course, as usual, we had to make a few test runs through the pasture fields. About 10 minutes into the field running, the engine began to develop a miss. It also began to rain, which meant that we had to get out of the fields. Leon, who had stopped by to share his expertise, pulled the valve covers. We noticed that the rocker arms were very loose, and try as we might, we just couldn't get them to stay tight. Suddenly, the light went on in Leon's eyes, which should have warned me of imminent trouble. All I could picture were the homemade Packard push rods from the past as he excitedly told me to get in and fire up the engine. Strangely enough, within minutes, as I sat there with the engine running, the mist did go away. I didn't know yet, at that point, what he had done. Soon after the engine miss was apparently corrected, we managed to pull what must be the absolute dumbest stunt that we ever did, or would pull. It was still raining, but we wanted to drive the car a little more to be sure that whatever Leon had done would hold up. Since we couldn't go into the fields, Barry decided to take the car out onto the highway. It was dark, nearly pitch black, with steady rain coming down. No sooner did Barry get on the highway than the car sputtered and shut off. Leon and I ran out to see what was wrong with the car. The worst possible thing happened. A car popped over the hill near Barry's house and was heading right at us in the pitch dark. Of course, the race car had no lights of any kind, and we did not even have a flashlight. The steady rain and our dark clothing didn't help matters either, but we had to try to do something to avoid an almost certain crash. Leon and I ran toward the headlights of the oncoming car, frantically waving our arms. At the last second, the driver spotted us, slammed on his brakes, and put his car into a slide on the rain-slicked macadam. His car shot into the other lane, more by accident than by plan, and slid past the stalled Pontiac. The red glow of his brake lights was soon replaced by the harsh whiteness of his backup lights. He backed up beside us, slammed on his brakes, jumped out of his car, and charged toward us, unleashing a barrage of well-deserved threats and profanity. All we could do was stand there meekly and take the verbal abuse. Then just as suddenly as the tirade started, he turned, jumped back into his car, ripped it in gear, and took off. We got the car fired and went back to the workshop at the farm. Once again, we had survived. Saturday dawned bright and sunny. Dawn and I were at Barry's first thing in the morning to finish putting in the roll bar padding around the bars, check the tires, and go over any other fine points. Leon showed up in the afternoon and we checked the engine once again. After starting and restarting the engine several times, the miss in the engine returned. Leon had double nutted the rocker arm adjustment, but it just wasn't going to work. Then the light came on again. He came up with another of his guaranteed to fix the problem mechanical decisions. Off he went to the metal fabricating shop where he worked. When he returned, he had with him several of the best welding rods money could buy. We fired the engine again, and Leon adjusted the rockers using only the stock single nuts. Then he simply welded them in place. That's right. This was one set of rockers that was going to stay adjusted. They had the Leon guarantee. My mind once again drifted back to the Packard engine and Leon's homemade push rods, but he assured me that this was different. This would work. At that point, we really had no choice. I wanted so badly to make that first ever feature for the novice class at Port Royal. Common sense be damned. Only 10 Heston novice cars showed up that night. We were told that we would be running a 10-lap feature only during the intermission. The lineup would be determined by the luck of the draw, and I managed to draw the #1 spot. Pole position for this first ever race at Port Royal. What a break. I could already picture victory lane and all the prestige that must come with winning. Maybe this would be the turning point for me, and I could be on my way to racing immortality. We weren't given any warm-up time. All of us were anxious to show our stuff and let the modified and late model fans see that we could put on a good show too. I confidently crawled in, buckled the harness, snugged the helmet strap, and brought the faithful Pontiac to life. We were lined up on the back stretch and then made one slow-paced lap with me proudly leading the way. I started to pick up the pace as I entered turn 3 and watched for the green flag. I could feel the tension as I got into the throttle a little more, coming out of turn 4 and onto the long, narrow, beautiful, red clay front straightaway. The green flag waved. I mashed the accelerator and felt a surge of power that lasted approximately 50 yards. Cars thundered past me on both sides. Coming off turn 2, I was running, if you want to call it that, dead last. As I reached the backstretch pit entrance, I pulled in and meekly sputtered my way to the tow truck. My emotions were running the full gamut from anger to disappointment to humiliation. I shut the engine off, crawled out of the car, and lifted the hood. Leon was already there with socket and ratchet in hand, reaching toward the valve covers. Within moments, the problem became evident. The weld had broken on every rocker arm nut. Once again, I had been done in by technical and mechanical stupidity. I stayed away from Leon for the remainder of the night as we humbly packed our meager belongings and got ready for the very long 15-mile ride home. It wasn't until I was in the truck and ready to pull away that Leon came boldly strolling up to me, that big stupid grin on his face, and informed me that he would be up to the farm bright and early Sunday morning to do a better welding job so that we could be ready for Heston on Sunday night. I said nothing, fired up the truck, and headed for home. At that point, I wasn't sure what to do, but I knew I had to keep Leon away from the welder and my engine on Sunday. Barry, Don, and I met Sunday morning to discuss the problem. We finally decided that we would put the rockers on from the other Pontiac engine, double nut them, go to Heston, and see what happened. Leon showed up later that afternoon and pleaded with us to give him another chance. We voted down that idea, and Don and I headed for the races. It turned into a terrible night as I dropped out of the heat, ran a dismal 7th in the consi, and putted around the track to an embarrassing 18th place finish in the feature. The only good thing that came of the night was that I met a guy from Lewistown by the name of Jim Mort who was interested in buying the Pontiac. I have no idea anymore what the offer was, but I did accept it, and on Monday evening, he came and hauled away both cars and engines. To my complete surprise, the following week, Bobby Pennepacker got in touch with me. He had fixed the old Ford and wanted to know if I was still interested in driving it. Although I wasn't terribly enthused, I agreed, and the following Sunday, I made the long tow to Heston once again. Considering the equipment, the night wasn't all that bad. I picked up a 9th in the consi and 13th in the feature in this terribly outpowered car. This would, however, be the final race for the Ford. Somehow the wiring shorted, caught fire, and burned up as I was crossing the finish line. The tie rods had also given up and were badly bent. At that point, it was decided to just junk the old girl. My racing appeared to be over for the year. Gus Hess ran the service station in front of our tire store. He also had some old clunkers parked between the two buildings. One of them was an uninspected 1956 four-door Chevy. Mike Criswell, who was working for Dad at the store that summer, had taken an interest in becoming a professional welder and had also become interested in racing. Soon, the old Chevy was towed up the alley to Mike's dad's garage, and another novice race car was in the making. Mike and I decided to share the cost of getting the car ready, and by early July, we were nearly set to go. This car even had a real roll cage because the Port Royal official pit welder, George Kavanaugh, was Mike's welding teacher. They took the car to George's shop and did a professional job on the cage. My old 53 Chevy tow truck was put back in action. Sunday, July 7th was our scheduled debut. Mike and I were particularly proud of our new racer. The paint job was just a dark primer with a big white number 43 on the roof, trunk, and each door. To look more professional, we added the names of several sponsors. Of course, I proudly placed a big Smith Tire sales ad on each side in hopes of Dad taking a hint. The front fenders also sported Welding by George Kavanaugh, and the rear quarter panels were emblazoned with Fueled at Lundvall's Esso. Since I was working at Lundvall's, I was also entitled to a 2-cent per gallon discount on all my gas. As we neared completion, our crew consisted of Mike and me, plus Don Goss, and usually Ray Eisenberg. I had lost faith in Leon, and Barry still had little interest, so we were still noticeably in serious need of a good mechanic. The first week of July was to provide an accidental acquaintance who, along with Don Goss, would become my 2 most trusted and loyal friends for the remainder of my life. I was pumping gas at Lundvall's on my regular evening shift the week before our racing debut with my Chevy. A sharp-looking and sounding 57 Chevy came rolling in for gas. I remember asking Bill Lundvall if he knew who the driver was, and he told me it was a guy named Bill Page. I had heard about him and understood that he was a decent mechanic. He was always tinkering with some nice street machine and had worked around cars for several years. Bill and I usually took turns waiting on gas customers, but I decided to change the sequence and wait on this Page guy. As I started pumping his gas, we managed to strike up a brilliant conversation. "You Bill Page?" "Yeah, why?" "I understand you're a decent mechanic." "Guess so. Why?" "Want to work on a race car?" "Whose?" "Mine." "When and where?" "Meet me here Sunday morning at 10. We're going to Heston. It's our first time out with the car." "Yeah, see you then." What instant rapport and mutual admiration. I was really pleased with myself. As soon as I got off work, I headed for Market Street where I knew Gossie would be just hanging out with the guys. He and Page had graduated together, so I was sure that Goss would know him. It only took one trip through town before I found him propped against a parking meter, enjoying another exciting evening in downtown Lewistown. As I recall, our conversation was nearly as brilliant as the one that Bill and I had finished just a short time earlier. "Don, I just got us a mechanic. I heard he's pretty good too." "Yeah, who?" "Guy's name's Page." "Not Bill Page." "Yeah, what's wrong with him?" "I don't know, man. It ain't gonna work." "Hey, what do we gotta lose?" From those two short pieces of masterful dialogue sprang friendships and bonds that would endure years of laughs, fights, parties, disagreements, and, oh yes, lots of races. For that first show, Mike, Don, and I were joined by Bill as our chief mechanic. Most of the other guys were working with Bobby now, since he had gotten most of the bugs worked out of his Buick. We managed to survive several warm-up laps without any problems, but since I had missed several weeks of racing, I would have to start scratch in my heat. It would be a long way to the front. At the drop of the green, we shocked nearly everyone, including ourselves. The car shot off the fourth turn and blasted past several other cars. Within a lap, I managed to tuck in directly behind Bobby, and then, just as I had him set up for a pass, the engine developed a terrible miss. We found out that night that the stock hydraulic lifters just weren't going to hold up. Still, the car handled well and showed surprising power potential. As soon as I pulled in, several of the guys came over from Bobby's crew to give us a hand. Loyalty wasn't one of their strong suits. We were able to run the Consi and qualify for the feature, but each time that I tried to run at full throttle down the straightaway, the lifters would float again, and we would lose. Power. About halfway through the feature, I decided to pull in rather than risk any permanent damage to the engine. We continued to run the car for the next several weeks, knowing that we couldn't run at full power. I did manage to finish each of the next 3 features, but the highest finish I could manage was 12th place. Over that span of time, Dad started to show some interest. Of course, with Mike working for him at the tire store, all he heard during the week were race car stories. One evening at home, Dad seemed especially interested, so I decided to suggest that he should consider going along with us on Sunday and maybe even consider coming into the pits to help. At first, he seemed stunned, and then, somewhat reluctantly, he agreed. That week, we worked extra hard to be certain that everything would be ready and right. Impressing Dad was foremost on my mind. The heat race that Sunday wasn't much different than the previous 4 weeks. I ran a couple of half-decent laps and then pulled in because of the engine miss. Dad appeared to be impressed with the way I handled the car, and I think he began to truly realize just how much I loved what I was doing. The Consi race was next up, and I had made up my mind that I would make this a good one. I figured that I could run hard through the turns, come off really hard, and then let off a little early before the end of the straightaway. Then maybe the lifters would hold up. It was a good plan and it worked for the first 3 laps, but going into the first turn of the 4th lap, the engine died. The old 265 cubic inch Chevy was just punished beyond what it could take. I coasted off the second turn and into the pits with a blown engine. The look on Dad's face showed me that I had also blown my big opportunity to impress him. His racing enthusiasm was short-lived. We talked for a few minutes and then he slowly walked across the parking lot, got into his car, and left. It was so important for me to have a good run that night and to show Dad why this meant so much to me. All he saw, though, was a blown engine and blown dreams. It was a long and silent tow home that night. None of us had the money to get another engine. This finally ended the '68 racing season for me, but the season was not a total failure. I had gotten to race several times and I was convinced that I had the ability and desire even if I didn't have the equipment. I ran a total of 11 times that year. My best finishes were a fourth in a heat, a fifth in a consi, and an eighth in a feature. In those 11 races, I had grossed a total of $95, but I had succeeded in accomplishing the one thing that makes others become spectators. I was no longer a wannabe because I was now a racer. Besides, with a season like I just finished, any future attempts would almost have to be better. Surely I had nowhere to go but up. Chapter 9, 1969 Let's Go Late Model Racing. I would be lying if I tried to say that 1968 didn't reach the level that I had hoped it would. After my first race at Heston, I was so sure that I would soon be in victory lane. As I look back now, I can see that most of our problems and failures were the result of three I's: ignorance, impatience, and inadequate equipment. If the Ford hadn't been already used up when I got it, if we had taken more time to adequately prepare the Pontiac, and if we had spent a few more bucks on the Chevy, the first season could have been so much better. But that was in the past, and as autumn began to set in, new and ambitious plans were beginning to unfold for the ambushers. In September of 1968, I began my first year of teaching English in the small rural town of McVeytown. It was a shock to both the students and me, as I'm not sure that either of us was ready for this. I certainly wasn't very serious about the job. My plans were to stay in teaching only long enough to get my permanent certificate and then quit that and go into the tire business with Dad. Tires and auto parts were much more appealing to me than a bunch of junior high school brats. At about the same time, Barry's interest in racing rebounded. In fact, he was so sure about racing that he wanted to go straight into sprint car racing. I was still thinking along the lines of trying to survive in novice stocks when he laid it on me that he had already checked out an old B&C speed shop / Bogar Special that Barry Camp, sprint car driver and owner of B&C Speed, had stored at his warehouse near Beaver Springs. As I recall, the price was $600 for the chassis, body panels, fuel cell, wing, and quick change rear end. Barry had also managed to come up with a bored-out 283 cubic inch Chevy engine and an old set of fuel injection. According to Racer's logic, it only made sense that we should pool our meager funds and go buy the Sprinter. It was late one Friday evening when Barry, Don, and I got Barry's old Ford pickup and headed off to Camp's warehouse. Our mission nearly failed before it got started, however, as we laid out all our money only to have Camp tell us that we would have to come up with the sales tax too. How disgusting. When was the last time anyone ever heard of a racer selling used parts and reporting it for tax purposes? To say the least, I was sorely disappointed with Camp's financial ethics. We finally managed to come up with the remainder of the cash before proudly loading the pieces in the back of the pickup and heading for home. It wasn't until after we got home and started to unload our prize that we realized we were missing some of the body parts. Apparently, we had not been too careful with the way we loaded the parts in the back of the truck, as some had blown out on the way up the highway. No matter. We were the proud owners of a real sprint car, or at least enough pieces to put most of one together. Now all we needed was money, time, patience, and ability. We soon found out that 1 out of 4 wouldn't get us far, especially since that one was time. We decided to store the chassis at Don's house, the disassembled engine at Barry's, and the quick change rear in Dad's garage. Several times I tried to get the various pieces into some semblance of order, but without much success. Sadly, as fall slipped into winter, Barry's interest in racing began to slip. Also, Don had just got out of high school, was planning to go to college, and had neither time nor money for a race car. Because of this, by early winter, we sadly decided to sell out of the sprint car business. Finding a buyer was no problem, and so, with heavy hearts, one evening, we once again helped load our never-to-be race car onto another pickup truck and watch it and my latest broken racing dream fade into the twilight on its way to Tom Briner's garage near Port Royal. Along with our dream went the promise by the new owners to pay us in full within the next couple of weeks. Unfortunately, that was a 1968 promise, and I assume the chances of us ever seeing the money are now pretty slim. Statute of limitations, you know. With no sprint car to deal with, my thoughts began to wander toward the novice car that Mike Criswell and I had run the previous summer. It was sitting idly near his dad's garage. Mike and I met several times and finally decided to try to convert the car into a late model and run with the big boys at Port Royal and Heston in 1969. Now that Barry was out of the deal, money would likely be a little harder to come by. Plus, Barry did have a knack for getting things done, one way or another. Fortunately, at about the same time, Dad was beginning to show slight but discernible signs of interest. The big grocery store, hardware, janitor supply, apartment complex owned across the street from our tire store just happened to have two very narrow, unrented garages sitting idle. One was nearly empty, and Dad decided to allow Mike and me to use it for the race car. Of course, there were a few minor problems. In the two combined bays, there was only one electrical outlet, there was no heat, and the garage was only about 8 feet wide. But it was a garage. We had taken our first small step toward racing respectability by at least having a garage. Now we could tell the guys that we were going to the garage to work on the race car. As cold weather began to set in, we started to make the conversion from novice stock to late model. We already had the basics: a body that was in good shape, a decent roll cage, a seat, and a good set of racing belts. Our primary needs now were a small block Chevy engine, a 3/4-ton truck rear end, a good 3-speed transmission, and a 3/4-ton hub and spindle for the right front of the car. Racing tires and wheels would have to be procured, but we weren't too concerned about those right now. As our work increased that fall and early winter, the outside temperatures steadily decreased, and we were soon able to appreciate the total absence of heat. Of course, we were sometimes able to find some advantages there too. Many nights it got so cold that if we smashed a finger or skinned a knuckle, we were so numb that it didn't really bother us too much until we got home and were able to thaw out. One of the first and most important items was the rear end conversion from the stock rear that we ran as a novice car to a truck rear as a late model. Since Mike and I were both short on money and deficient in knowledge, we bought the first thing that came along. It happened to be a Chevy 3/4-ton rear with gears somewhere in the 438 range. Never mind that all other late models ran Ford or Studebaker rears with 557 or 538 gears. We were sure that we could get by quite well with ours. We soon found that getting the rear to the garage was by far the easiest part of this job. Taking the old rear out and maneuvering the new one in proved to be a major challenge. The inside of the garage was so narrow that we had to lift the rear over one side of the leaf springs and then turn it lengthwise and work it into place by sliding it around on the floor. We had not yet progressed to the high-tech world of creepers and floor jacks. Our jack stands were short sections of old railroad ties which we strategically placed under the car's frame. Once again, the numbness from the cold helped cover the pain each time we would drop the rear onto our bare fingers. But it was a definite drawback whenever we tried to thread nuts onto U-bolts with nearly frost-bitten fingertips. We soon discovered that the trouble light could help take away some of the cold from our fingers. Throughout the winter, our workers consisted of Mike Criswell, Don Goss, Bill Page, Ray Eisenberg, and me. Ray was our most recent recruit, the same guy who had taken the thrill ride the day the front wheel came off the race car on my first trip to Heston the previous year. I guess he figured that since I had bought a trailer, it would possibly be safe for him to help us again. Later in the season, he would come close to wiping himself out again on another magical mystery trip to Heston. We were now down to just a few necessities and still had a couple of months in which to finish. The rear end was in place, the roll cage had been somewhat beefed up, the engine and transmission were in place, and our front hub and spindle were on and ready to go. Once again, our system was a bit out of the norm. Instead of a Ford truck hub, which everyone else used, we went with a Chevy hub. The Chevy was much cheaper, and we couldn't see any reason why it wouldn't be just as good. After all, both Ford and Chevy used 8-hole wheels, and the wheels had the exact same bolt pattern. What we found out later was that the Chevy center hub was larger than the Ford, which meant that Ford wheels, which were extremely plentiful, would not fit over the Chevy hub. It didn't seem all that important then, but we would soon learn better. Wheels and tires became our next priority, and both proved to be interesting experiences. A local farmer, Edwin Salt, who had raced at the old Reedsville Speedway and happened to have a machine shop at his farm, was known for helping local guys by saving them money by fabricating many needed parts. We took two old stock 8-hole wheels to Eddie, and he assured us that it would be no problem for him to cut them in half and add in a spacer to widen each wheel to whatever width we desired. As we left Eddie's shop that night, we got his familiar, "Have them for you probably next week," and figured that we could hopefully pick them up in a month or so. We decided to buy two stock wheels and mounted street tires on them so that we could at least get the car to the point of being a rolling chassis. Late models in the late 1960s were terribly primitive by today's standards. The engines, however, were very potent. Most were either 427 Fords or 327 or 427 Chevys. There were also a few 426 Mopars around. Some of the more sophisticated cars tried to improvise homemade weight jacks, but springs, A-frames, and other front-end components weren't much more than stock equipment. In stark contrast to today's racing, the cheapest and longest-lasting items on the late models were tires. Most guys bought used tires from the modifieds, re-grooved them, often until the cords showed, and ran them that way for several races. The first pair of rear slicks that we came up with is another one of those fact is better, at least funnier than fiction stories. To fully appreciate the nearly unbelievable story of our first two late model rear tire for the 1969 season, it is necessary to go back to the early part of 1966, when Barry and I were putting together the old modified that we had gotten from Swarmer. Somehow, somewhere, back in 1966, Barry had managed to meet up with a character from Juniata County by the name of Henny Bossinger. Their conversation soon turned to racing, since that was, and still is, one of the few accepted topics of conversation in Juniata County. Other accepted topics are women, booze, and illegal deer hunting, not necessarily in that order. As luck would have it, Henny had been building a late-model race car, but had run out of cash. He was ready to sell everything, and included in his meager inventory was a pair of race tires that he was willing to give up for a mere $40 for the pair. Now, these weren't exactly your average race tires. In fact, throughout all the years I was involved in the tire business, these were perhaps the most unique tires I ever encountered. They were ancient race tire casings, size 900-15, that had been recapped. What made them so unique was the way the recapping had been done. The tread rubber consisted of two regular passenger car treads laid side by side to cover the width of the casing. The tread rubber was rock hard, and there was a gap of about 1 inch in the center of the casing between the two treads, which exposed the bare casing. On each of the sidewalls there were evenly spaced cuts, or tears, that ran from bead to tread and were torn deep enough to expose cords. These tears were spaced approximately 6 inches apart all the way around the tire. We were never able to figure out how the tears got there. It is important to keep in mind the time frame for these tires. We had run them on the old modified in 1966. Then after we sold the car to Sonny Kratzer, he ran them several more times before demolishing the car. From there, these same tires made it to Hap Sheehan's 1953 Ford pickup truck. Hap said that he needed something with a wide base to handle the 427 Ford engine that he had in the old truck. After brutalizing those tires for several months, he took them off the truck and threw them in the corner of his garage. As the time came nearer for us to come up with tires for the late model, Hap found out that we were in need, and yes, in the winter of 1969, we coughed up $40 again and had our first late model race tires. Deja vu. Ain't it great? The engine that we came up with was a 327 Chevy. I have no recollection now as to where or how we came up with it, but I do know that it was a stock engine, including a stock intake and carburetor. Supposedly, the heads had been reworked and the cam was slightly more than stock. At least that's what we were told, and as everyone involved in racing knows, no one ever lies about engine work. We did know that it probably should have a new set of rings and bearings before we began the season, and here, again, Dad surprised us. He decided to allow us to put the engine in his garage behind the house. Next, he suggested that we tear it down to the short block. Then came the real shocker. He went out and contacted one of the old-time local racers and got him to agree to overhaul the engine for us. Thus began a short but colorful relationship with Eddie Armstrong. Eddie had raced at Reedsville in the late 1940s and did some racing in the very early 1950s. He was a car, cycle, and boat fanatic and was always tinkering with something strange or different in the world of engines and cars. He almost showed signs of Leon Ray. Years later, I was told by Pete Swarmer that Eddie's big claim to fame was that he won the first feature that he ever ran in the Jalopies at Reedsville. As it turned out, that was also his last win. Eddie was a great guy, but also one whose past became more glorious as the passing years slowly obscured the facts. That does seem to be a common affliction in the world of racing. Dad was certain, though, that Eddie could still make an engine work, and so, with Eddie's assumed expertise versus our obvious ignorance, he arrived one evening at the garage to perform the overhaul of our racing engine. Dad, Paige, and I stood back and watched as the work began that night. The rings went quickly and easily. I remember that we all commented on how well Eddie was doing. It appeared, however, that he was just a bit shaky, and, as the bearing installation time came about, we couldn't help but notice that he made several short trips out to his prize Cadillac that was parked outside the garage. We also noticed that the shakiness became more pronounced with each trip. We mentioned it casually among ourselves, but decided to pass it off as a sign of a late night's work or possibly the first signs of the pressure of working on such an important piece of racing equipment. However, our concern heightened considerably when, just as Eddie was about to put a rod-bearing cap back in place with the new bearing in it, the inch or so of ashes from the cigarette, which dangled precariously from his lips, landed directly on the bearing. Calmly, using his right index finger, he wiped the ashes from the bearing, put the bearing cap in place, and snugged it tightly in place. As terribly inexperienced as I was, I did find that procedure a bit unusual, along with the fact that Eddie's magic touch didn't seem to require the use of a torque wrench. Anyway, after many more trips out to the caddy, numerous cigarettes, and lots of fallen ashes, the race engine was pronounced race-ready by our master mechanic. Another obstacle had been overcome in our quest for the fame and fortune of local late-model dirt track immortality. Dad's interest was increasing steadily, but in truth, we doubted that his aroused curiosity would ever lead to any cash benefits for us. We had secretly hoped that the promise of a big, sponsored by Smith Tire sales displayed prominently on the car would make him feel obligated to provide some cash assistance. But we knew better than to bank on it. The worst thing we could do now was to push him, so we settled for trying to maintain his interest without appearing as beggars. One of Dad's tenants in the building, where we kept the race car, was Dean's Janitor Supply, a cleaning and janitorial service which was run by Mr. Dean. His main employee was a young guy named Danny Wagner, who was attempting to gradually buy into the business with a long-term plan of someday owning the whole thing. Danny would stop in the garage in the evenings after work. His interest in racing became stronger with each visit. One night, after all the other guys had left, Dan and I just sat around shooting the bull for nearly 2 hours. He was most curious as to why it was taking us so long to get the car ready, and even more curious as to why we never seemed to buy any new parts. I finally had to admit that our biggest problem right then, as it seemed to have always been, was our serious lack of cash. Not much more was said until the following Friday night when Dan showed up again. He suggested that the two of us go for a little ride and that he would drive. We hopped into his old Chevy, made the turn onto 4th Street, went about 4 blocks, and then turned into the alley behind Dad's house. We pulled in behind the garage, stopped and shut off the engine. Dan pulled out a $50 bill and handed it to me. I just sat there completely stunned. All he told me was that I was to keep this quiet, that neither his wife nor Mr. Dean was to ever find out about it. I thanked him several times as he took me back to the race car, and as I got out, he said that he would be seeing me again soon and that he would do whatever he could to help. Over the next month and a half, we met several more times. Each time he slipped me a 50, and at least once there was 100. That was a great deal and a considerable amount of money back in the junkyard days of the early late models. Had Dan's interest not suddenly died, we could have had some quality parts for our racer. Sadly, though, just as quickly and mysteriously as the cash began, it also ended. There never was an explanation. I never asked for one, and Dan never offered one. In the back of my mind, I have always thought that his wife must have found out about it, but at least we were nearly ready to go racing. Of course, our spare part supply was sparse. Our tire supply was terrible. Our cash was nearly depleted, but our supply of enthusiasm and youthful innocence, or ignorance, was endless. Everything was nearly in place. The engine was finally installed and ready to be fired up. By this time, Leon Ray was back in the fold, helping us once again. First, he built us a nice stainless steel gas tank. Fuel cells were still in the far distant future. Next, he decided that he could handle the fabrication of a set of headers. Our youthful enthusiasm and ignorance knew no bounds because we once again decided that Leon's expertise would be helpful. P.T. Barnum would have just loved us. The headers were quite simple, and with just one look, we knew that we had no fear of Hooker or Stahl suing us over any patent infringements. To begin with, Leon took a piece of scrap flat steel and used an old header gasket as a pattern. Next, he took short pieces of exhaust pipe, made a couple of short bends in each. One of them so that they would clear the steering box, frame, and suspension, and then expertly welded those custom pipes to the flat steel. They certainly looked crude, but each pipe was of equal length, which he assured us would make them as efficient as any set of high-priced tuned headers that we could buy. Another hurdle in the quest for racing immortality had been cleared. We took the final steps the following week when we gave the old primer gray Chevy its fresh coat of bright yellow automotive paint. My father-in-law convinced a sign painter, friend of his, to add the chosen number 45, actually Colt 45, from the malt liquor, not the gun, and a limited amount of advertising along with the pit crew names. Our single-axle trailer was crudely wired, and a primitive trailer hitch was installed on Dad's 1953 Chevy pickup. We were about to begin towing our dream machine on the first of what would surely become many trips toward racing immortality. It was show and go time. Chapter 10. Enter the Ambushers. Do you know where you were on Saturday evening, April 12th, 1969? Oh, I know it probably doesn't have quite the impact as December 7th, 1941, or November 23rd, 1963, but that's only because you weren't likely a part of the Ambusher Automotive Engineering racing debut at Port Royal Speedway. We had recently come up with that catchy name for our racing team. We would henceforth be known as the Ambushers. It sounded quite impressive, and having a team name at Port Royal seemed the thing to do. The Butch Renninger crew started the trend by naming their five-car operation the Invaders. Then their main rival, Marv Kaufman, pronounced himself the Invader Eater. Since we were so high on hope to start the season, it only seemed fitting that we would swoop into Port Royal, Heston, and other area speedways and simply ambush anyone in our way. Sadly, by the end of that long and disappointing season, we usually felt more like the ambushed. So many times that summer, we were reminded that youthful enthusiasm and high hopes just don't often overcome quality. Quality parts, quality crews, quality mechanics, and a quality driver. It also became more apparent that significant amounts of cash wouldn't hurt either. We did, however, learn how to have a lot of fun despite our usually futile and often hopeless attempts. But back to April 12th. The old Chevy looked pretty sharp that night, by 1969 standards, with its bright yellow body and contrasting black lettering and numerals. We were all excited and naturally a bit disappointed when things didn't go too smoothly as we were preparing to load up that first Saturday afternoon. We had already run the car several times and were sure that everything was in good working order. But as we were about to load up, the engine suddenly developed a serious miss. That put us in a mild panic as we checked the carburetor, wires, plugs, and fuel line. Then just as suddenly as it had appeared, the miss vanished, and the engine once again ran smoothly. With renewed confidence, though a bit unsure and running late, we loaded the car and took off. That delay caused us to miss all of the warm-up period, as well as both heat races. But since there was not a full field of cars that night, the officials decided to allow us to start at the tail end of the 18-car field. At the drop of the green flag, the leaders roared off into Turn 1. The middle of the pack cars hustled to keep from falling too far behind, and I meekly sputtered into Turn 1 with a terrible engine miss. Earlier that evening, we had discovered what appeared to be some water in the gas tank and a little bit of dirt in the fuel filter. We had drained the gas from the tank, replaced the filter, and even put on a new fuel pump, but apparently to no avail. Within 2 or 3 laps, the engine barely ran. I decided to avoid the humiliation of the black flag and simply pull into the pits. After all, this was only the first night, and little racing gremlins can be expected at the start of the season. We were credited with 17th place, 20 points, and a whopping $20 payoff. Leon assured us that he could fix everything before next Saturday. Week 2 proved to hold nearly all the emotions of a full season compressed into one evening. During the week, we checked everything we could think of, especially fuel-related items. At the last minute, before loading up for Week 2, we decided to install an electric fuel pump in hopes that low fuel pressure might have been part of the previous week's problem. This time we made sure to get to the track early enough to get in the entire warm-up period. The fast laps were the most important, and, I must admit, I was impressed by both the apparent power of the Chevy and of my feel for both the car and the track. My confidence increased with each hot lap, and by heat time, I was ready to go out and kick some serious butt. It's a good thing that I was in that mood too, because when the pit steward came around with the start order, I was posted on the pole for the second heat. Visions of checkered flags danced in my head. As we lined up for the heat, I felt sure that I could easily hold my own. Reality, however, did tell me that Marv Kaufman, the hottest driver in the area, would likely win. But besides Marv, I saw no reason why anyone else should beat me. This race, just our second time on the track that year, would prove to be one of our few bright spots for the entire season. That summer would see the Ambushers travel to 28 races at 3 different tracks and start in 24 heat races. What we didn't know, and I suppose it was good that we didn't, was that our 5th place heat finish that night would turn out to be our best heat finish of the season. As expected, Kaufman did win the heat. From my pole position, I also watched Don Snyder, Jim Nave, and Louis Parsons pass me. I really didn't mind that too much, though. They were all veteran drivers in good, quality race cars. Besides, at least a half-dozen other cars trailed me at the end of the heat. That boosted my confidence for the feature, and again, a little confidence would go a long way as we received the word that the Ambusher would be starting on the outside of the front row in the feature. What a great learning experience this would become. The Modifieds ran their Kansai after our heat races, which was then followed by an intermission and then the 25-lap modified feature event. During the lengthy break between our heat and feature, we checked everything we could on the car, refueled it, and even pretended to examine the tires. Checking tires was just a silly act because we had no spares even if we did need one. Then somehow they returned. Yep, somehow those miserable little gremlins snuck back into the pit area and found us. Leon wanted to start the car and check out the engine before feature time, but as he hit the starter button, the engine barely grunted. Here we were less than a half an hour before feature time, and we had a dead battery. Not many crews carried spare batteries, so the chance of borrowing one was pretty much ruled out. But somehow, between Goss and Page, they managed to come up with a great idea. Another friend of ours, Steely Crawford, had been helping us lately after his service in Vietnam, and though he was not in the pits with us that night, we knew that he was somewhere in the grandstands. That also meant that his '67 Camaro was somewhere in the parking lot, that it had a good battery in it, and that surely no true fan and almost crew member could possibly refuse the opportunity to help a desperate racer. The only problem was that we would not have time to contact Steely first to make sure that he would not mind loaning us his much-needed battery. That left only one viable option. We would have to quickly find his Camaro and just borrow his battery for the feature. Certainly, he and his girlfriend would come to the pits after the race, and we could explain our desperation. The battery was securely fastened down in the battery box in the passenger area of the race car. It would be reasonably safe. We could probably even get the battery out of the race car and back to his car without him even knowing that we had borrowed it. Fortunately, Steely usually parked in the same area of the huge parking lot. Also, fortunately for us, the old Camaro hood did not lock from the inside of the car. With only minutes to spare before feature time, Don and Bill came lumbering into the pits from the parking lot, carrying Steely's battery. I anxiously buckled up and got ready for 20 minutes of pure chaos. At the drop of the green, I tried my best to smash my throttle foot clear through the firewall. Of course, with 22 other impatient racers stacked up behind me and only 15 laps to run, I didn't really have much choice. The absolute thrill of roaring engines, banging fenders, breathtaking speed, and the lust for success were my only concerns. Getting a first-hand understanding of run with the big dogs or stay on the porch was so important. Besides, the fear of getting run into the ground can be a real motivator. The first 3 or 4 laps consisted of mostly good, all-out racing. Reality, however, soon set in as my front row spot quickly vanished and I found myself struggling to even keep up with the pack while trying to maintain control of the car at the same time. I was pleasantly surprised at the speed that I was able to run, but not very happy about the way I was struggling to get through the turns. The jump from the slower novice cars at the much smaller and easier Heston Speedway presented many new and interesting problems. Running inches apart, sometimes even making contact, as well as having cars abruptly slow down directly in front or shoot left or right in a battle for position, was something totally new and wonderfully exciting. Whoever it was or is that said that oval track racing is just go to the end of the straightaway and turn left had obviously never driven a race car. The fun, the excitement, the overwhelming high continued to build with each passing lap until the sudden sight of a spinning car brought me back to reality. Louis Parsons was running strong in the fast pack ahead of me when his car suddenly broke loose and looped directly in front of me. Desperately, I mashed the brake pedal and cut the wheel to try to get by him on the high side. Too late! His car slid up the track and we crashed together. My left front fender was ripped completely off. The yellow lights immediately came on, cars snaked slowly past us as we sat quietly on the front stretch. And then a track official popped his head in through the window opening and got my attention. The bad news was that this was my first racing wreck and the car looked bad. The good news was that the car restarted and, minus the front fender, it seemed to steer all right and I was able to continue. All I had to do now was survive another 10 laps. Louis Parsons was also able to restart. We both fell in line at the back of the pack for the restart. This was a first for me, tagging on to the back of about 20 cars strung out in single file. It also became a good time to learn a quick lesson about reaction time, as the green lights came on and I was barely out of turn 2. I was completely unaware as I poked along some 10 to 15 lengths behind the last car in line. Everyone else had the hammer down early, so it was only a couple of laps before the lead cars caught me, passed me, and put me a full lap down. Now a new struggle developed as I tried to stay out of the way of the lead pack that was lapping me while giving it all I had to try to catch some of the other slower cars and at least pass a couple of them to improve on my overall finish. The lead cars set a hectic pace as they bumped and banged into each other, and then suddenly it happened again. Several cars slammed together and began to spin every which way in front of me. Once again, I was hard on the brakes, but once again, another crash was imminent. I slid to the inside of the track and made heavy contact with the right side of Roger Coral's number 10 car. Then, I ricocheted into the left side of Jimmy Nave's number 1 car. Still, luck was with me as I was able to fire up and continue. With that restart, I gained 4 or 5 spots. Not due to my racing skills or superior speed, so much as through the misfortune of others. There were now only a few laps left, and it appeared that I might survive this mission. This time on the restart, I was ready for the green and hit the throttle as I came out of turn 2. I managed to jump a couple of positions before the green lights came on, but no one seemed to notice, or else they just didn't pay that much attention to us tailenders. As I came off turn 4, I glanced up at flagman Woody Billett and saw that he was indicating 3 more laps to go. I tried to run into the first turn just a little bit harder, and as I powered out of turn 2, it happened again. This time, Kenny Stitt blew the engine in his number 99 car and slammed the outside fence. I was sure that I could get past him, and I would have if he hadn't hit so hard that it bounced him off the fence and shot him directly into the right side of my car. It was a hard shot, but once again, I was able to continue. I was starting to feel like a huge magnet that was attracting stray race cars. Ken was quickly pushed to the pits, and once again, the green came out. As I looked ahead, I could tell that I was rapidly gaining on the number 43 car. I so desperately wanted his spot. On the final lap, I made a bold dive to the inside as we went into the third turn. There just wasn't enough room for both of us. Hopefully, he would either back off a little or slide up into the groove a few feet. He did neither, which resulted in my final lesson for the night. I learned how to slip under someone who was trying to hold the low groove. The number 43 dropped lower instead of sliding high. I had only two choices. I could back off or I could bounce off the inside fence and hope for the best. I kept my foot firmly on the throttle as my race car met the fence. Sparks flew. The car bounced nearly out of control, but as I came out of the turn, I managed to get off the fence, straighten it out, and race side by side to the finish line. The number 43 managed to hold me off, which kept me from cracking the top 10. As it turned out, this second week would be one of our better races for the entire season. A fifth in the heat followed by an 11th in the feature wasn't too bad. Of course, the car was minus a front fender. There were scrapes and dents the entire length of both sides, and I had managed to slam 4 different cars in the feature, plus hit the fourth turn fence. Still, I managed somehow to finish. The 50 points for 11th was great. The $13 payoff for the night was not. At least the engine ran well. The car was able to take a beating and keep running, and I felt reasonably capable of driving. Prosperity would be a fleeting thing. There was a definite air of confidence at the Ambusher garage as we prepared for the week number 3. After all, if I could slam bang all night long and still manage an 11th place finish, just think what it would be like after I became smooth enough to go more than 2 or 3 laps without hitting someone or something. A quick check of the Port Royal point standings showed that Kenny Stitt and I were currently tied for 14th place after the first 2 races. Since the engine had felt strong the previous week, I was sure that with the experience I had now, a top 10 finish was easily within reach. The first order of business would be to survive the 8-lap heat race and try to get a good starting spot for the feature. Our heat race in week 3 produced mixed feelings because once again, I started on the pole. The car seemed to be handling well in the turns. I felt comfortable driving, but I was only able to finish a 7th. After the heat, someone suggested that a small wedge under the carburetor might help the engine, especially through the turns. We gave it a try, but it didn't seem to make any noticeable difference. Somehow, through a combination of points and heat finish, I got another good starting spot in the feature. Tonight, I would start from the outside of the second row. After the first 2 weeks, I was resigned to the fact that I had no chance to stay up front all 15 laps, but I was confident that I could run at least in the middle of the pack. The start that night proved to be even more interesting than the previous week's front row start. There was much more pushing and shoving, bumping and banging. The 2 cars on the front row were like mechanical rabbits at a greyhound race. I soon learned that starting on the pole was exciting, but starting in the pack was really wild. At the end of 5 laps, I was still running a very strong and confident 6th place. Only the top cars had managed to get around me, and I was having a ball, mixing it up with about a half dozen guys in the pack. On lap 6, I charged into turn 1 a little harder than I had the first 5 laps. I tried to set the car up, but a strange feeling came over me as I felt the rear end break loose. I was out of control and found myself getting a little bit of assistance, perhaps not entirely unintentional, from the cars nearest to me. Once again, I was about to test the durability of the old Chevy as I slammed the inside fence in turn 2 with the right side of the car. It was a hard shot which left me facing the oncoming cars. Luckily for all, everyone else stayed under control. Several guys from the pits rushed over and lifted and pushed until they got me freed up and back on the track. I hit the starter, the engine fired, and I ran a quick lap to catch up with the tail end of the field. Something in the steering didn't feel quite right as I hurried to catch the pack, but it didn't seem important enough to make me pull in and get it checked. I focused on the lights in turn 3. The green came on and I hammered the throttle as hard as I could. Everything felt great down the back stretch, but as I went into the third turn, I realized that I was in big trouble. I tried desperately to cut the wheel, but I was already out of control. I'm still not sure that I ever touched the brakes, but I can vividly remember how the inside guardrails looked as I shot toward them. At the last split second, the car nearly straightened itself out. Unfortunately, nearly just didn't work. I slammed one of the wooden guard posts, partially climbed it, and then hit the next guard post full bore. It took me a few seconds to get the cobwebs cleared as I slowly unbuckled, climbed out, and surveyed the damage. Both lower A-frames, the upper left A-frame, and all the tie rods were destroyed. This would be just the start of a long and inglorious career of short rides back to the pits on the hook of a wrecker. Our evening ended with a wrecked racer, a 15th place payoff, 30 points, and a whopping $10. However, on the bright side, the engine felt strong, I drove with much more confidence, and the local junkyards had an unlimited supply of cheap, used front-end parts. Miraculously, the radiator survived, and the frame wasn't bent. We hadn't even bent a wheel or damaged any of our precious few tires. It was difficult during these times to get a good feel about how Dad felt about the racing. Most times he didn't say much of anything. Sometimes he just grumbled or gave a disapproving look. Rarely did he openly speak out against it. I know that he wasn't too pleased on Sunday mornings as he and Mom were getting ready for church, and I was sound asleep. I also knew that neither he nor Mom ever went to sleep before they heard the old pickup truck rattling to a stop in front of the house so that they knew I was home safely. I often wondered what the big deal was because, after all, I knew that I was indestructible. I just couldn't understand why they couldn't see that too. We were able to get the car back in racing condition by the following Saturday afternoon. I started on the pole in both the heat and feature, but to no avail. After about 6 laps in each race, the engine started to cut out and began to lose power. In the feature, the battery shorted out and caused a small fire, which cost us a lap in the pits. Finally, on lap 13, the engine shut off completely and I coasted, dejectedly, to the pits. Thanks only to a particularly high attrition rate that night, we were scored with a 9th place finish, 60 points, and $25. The points and money did little to make up for the disappointments. We left Port Royal with hopes of being able to quickly figure out the engine problems because the Heston Speedway opener was scheduled for the next day, and we didn't want to miss that. On Sunday morning, we got up early to work on the car and decided that our best bet was to try a new set of spark plugs. By 10 a.m., we were packed and ready to head for the Heston opener. At least this year, the 40-mile trip would be a little safer since we now had a trailer instead of a tow chain. After a good warm-up session, we pulled an 8th place start in the second heat, and once again, the engine performed well for several laps before the mysterious sputtering miss returned. In the heat, we only moved up 1 spot, which meant that we would have to run the consi to make the feature. At Heston, the late models were top class, and usually each week, there were at least 24 cars that showed up. Here, it was a matter of qualify or go home. We started 10th in the consi that night. Within 3 laps, the engine shut off completely. I coasted meekly into the pits. A check of the fuel bowl showed what appeared to be steel filings, so we cleaned it the best we could and waited patiently for a chance to run the feature. We were in luck because enough cars had dropped out or had problems during their qualifying races that we were allowed to start at the tail end of the feature. It would be a long haul to the front from our 19th starting spot. It's a good thing the pace lap wasn't too fast that night, as I had the throttle nearly floored just to keep up before the green flag even waved. The constant sputtering and engine miss was rapidly becoming a huge embarrassment. Each time I tried to accelerate, the miss got worse. Our only ally that night was early attrition, because even though I lasted only 3 laps until the engine died, I still got scored in 14th place. That finish gave us 35 points and $15. The following week, we were more determined than ever to find the cause of the mysterious filings and engine miss, because we had decided to try for a 3-race weekend. Paige was attending college at Indiana University of Pennsylvania. Leon, Don, and I worked every night that week. If we were to pull off the 3-race weekend, it would mean that we would start on Friday night with a 90-mile tow to Everett Speedway. Everett was a beautiful, smooth, nearly pure clay surface with, much to my liking, no outside fence. Off the turns and backstretch, there was a nice gradual banking that led easily into a field. Even the front stretch was to my liking, since there was a wide distance from the outer edge of the racing surface before encountering any kind of solid barrier. Since I was rapidly building up an attraction for planks and fence posts, this seemed an ideal track for us to run. We had decided that Don, Ray, and I would tow to Everett Friday night and meet Bill there. He was going to hitchhike or bum a ride with someone since his college wasn't too far from Everett. I should have known as soon as I saw Bill and his buddy, Bill Garrett, another guy from Lewistown, who had decided to hitchhike with Bill, that we would likely be in for a long night. They had first hitched a ride to West Virginia, where the drinking age was 18, and spent much of the day in some redneck bar, sucking up a load of cheap beer. Then they hitched a ride to the races. They were in rough shape by the time we got there. Since we were always well stocked with beer, I knew that by the time this night was over, no matter how the races went, none of us would be worth much. This was simply a bad night just waiting to happen, and the heat race just continued our recent string of disappointments. We started 12th, but within 3 laps dropped out with a bad engine miss. The Consi showed a little more promise as we once again started 12th. Only this time, we were able to run all 8 laps and moved up to a respectable 7th, and then came the feature. The combination of a full field of cars and our poor Consi finish resulted in a 19th place start for the feature. Our chances of getting to the front were slim at best. It had taken only a couple of weeks for us to realize that most of our success this year would have to be the result of other racers' misfortune. If we were lucky enough to start near the front of the field, we could probably stay in the middle of the pack for most of the race, especially if there were a few restarts. However, if we had to start near the tail end of the field, there were very few cars that we could honestly catch and pass. At Everett Speedway, the tow trucks and trailers all parked in the infield. Our spot that night was just off the second turn. As I was buckling up for the feature, it was decided that the crew would all get in the back of the pickup, and since I would be able to easily see them as I was coming out of turn 2, they could signal me if there appeared to be any problems with the car. Good plan. The feature got off to a smooth start, and I was able to pick off a couple of spots in the first few laps. Strangely, the engine was running smoothly, and according to our plan, I would take a quick glance in at the crew each lap. At about 10 laps, the engine began to develop a slight miss, and one time, as I set the car nearly broadside between turns 1 and 2, I thought that I caught a glimpse of either smoke or steam, possibly coming from our car. A quick glance at the crew, however, assured me that I must be mistaken. They were all just standing calmly in the back of the truck. Then, on lap 13, as I charged into the first turn, the engine simply died. I managed to get out of the groove and coast out of turn 2 toward the pit entrance, just past where the tow truck and crew were located. The guys were slowly crawling over the tailgate as I coasted up beside the trailer, put the car in gear, unbuckled, and began to crawl out. The smoke and steam were still rolling out from under the hood and wheel wells. It appeared that the engine had blown. At that point, it struck me as to just what condition my crew was in. I went directly to Page and demanded to know just what was going on. He told me that for about the last 6 laps, they noticed either smoke or steam, or both coming out from under the hood, but they just hadn't gotten around to signaling me about the apparent problem. What a crew. We had just towed 90 miles one way, ran a heat, Consi, and most of a feature, earned the awesome sum of $15, and now had to make the 90-mile return trip with a blown engine and a drunk crew. That was good enough reason for me to spend the next couple hours trying to kill our rather substantial supply of half-quarts of Iron City beer. What a sorry-looking crew we were as we rolled into Lewistown at around 2:00 a.m. Saturday morning. On the way home, we tried to figure out how we could possibly come up with another engine. Before leaving Everett, Bill had checked things out enough to determine that ours was junked. Suddenly, it hit me. Barry still had the 301 cubic inch Chevy engine that he bought last fall when we were fooling around with the sprint car idea. It was completely disassembled, but everything was in good shape. There was, however, the ever-present problem of cash shortage. And then another brilliant idea popped into my ever-conniving cranial cavity. Barry had a strong liking for old Dan, my registered quarter horse. The time had come to decide between horse and horsepower. It was a strangely easy decision. From the sound of Barry's voice when I made my phone call to his house at 2:30 a.m., it appeared that I must have gotten him awake. The conversation was short and simple. I asked if he still had the Chevy engine. I knew he did. And then asked if he still wanted old Dan. I knew he did. This should be a great trade that would benefit both of us. He agreed to the trade, but seemed less than thrilled when I told him to get dressed as I would be at his house in about 20 minutes. Page called Leon, and we arranged to be at his house at the crack of dawn to start the work of taking the blown engine out, assembling the new engine, and putting the new engine in the car. I picked up the engine parts from Barry by 3:30 a.m. and told him that he could pick up the horse at his convenience. Later, I found out that Dad was not the least bit pleased with the deal. By then, there wasn't too much he could do, besides wonder where he had gone wrong with me. Work began early Saturday morning as Don, Bill, Ray, and I rolled into Leon's. We were still a bit groggy from the lack of sleep and the excess of Iron City. The new engine, or at least the pieces of it, were scattered all over the bed of my pickup. But we knew we had everything there. It was just a matter of getting organized. With any luck and some good weather, we were working outside, we figured that we could possibly be back in business by Sunday night at Heston. The chance of making it to Port Royal that night was slim, at best. Most of the parts for the new engine were in cardboard boxes. During the day, we carried those boxes back and forth between the race car sitting in Leon's driveway and his basement, which was filled with all sorts of used and abused parts that belonged to him. It's important to keep that fact in mind because of the problems that surfaced immediately after the engine was assembled and fired. Those strange problems would haunt us for the remainder of the 1969 season. Work continued all day, and by early evening, we were ready to set the engine in. By 9 p.m., with the help of several trouble lights, the engine was bolted in, hoses hooked up, carb installed, and homemade headers secured. We were ready to roar. Strangely enough, when we hit the starter, the engine didn't seem to want to start. Leon poured some gas into the carb, hit the starter again, and, after a few sputters and backfires, the new engine fired to life. We were all somewhat proud and amazed. Maybe it was due to our physical and mental exhaustion, but it seemed to all of us that this new engine actually sounded better than the first one. Maybe this would be the turning point that would make us contenders. After allowing the engine to warm up for several minutes, Leon and Bill went about the business of setting the valves and doing what little bit of fine-tuning as they could. The rest of us began double-checking bolts, nuts, and clamps to be sure, in our haste, that everything had been properly secured. Nearly everything needed to be retightened. As the evening slowly drifted on, we started and restarted the engine several more times, allowing the deep rumble of the race engine to serenade us. Finally and confidently, we loaded the car with high hopes for Sunday night at Heston. The trip to Heston on Sunday would turn out to be the closest that we would come all year to having a race-related accident with injury. Strangely enough, the accident would not directly include me and would not even occur on a racetrack. Looking back on it now, it would be one of the funniest things to happen all year. Ray Eisenberg was the only one riding with me as we headed for Heston on Sunday afternoon. Now remember, Ray was the same guy who was in the novice race car that was being towed with a 15-foot chain when the left front wheel fell off as we were going up the highway at about 50 miles per hour. Each time we passed that infamous hill and curve in the road where the near accident occurred, we would joke about what could have been. On this particular day, we had just passed through a little section near Heston called Mill Creek when we both heard a rattling sound. Apparently, one or both safety chains had come loose from the trailer and was dragging on the highway. Just a short distance ahead, there was a wide pull-off at a closed gas station, which would make a good place to pull over and check the chains. As I eased off the highway, Ray told me to wait in the truck and he would take care of the chains. Apparently, he was a poor judge of speed, or else he was in too big of a hurry, because before I came to a complete stop, he opened the door and stepped out. From there, the scene was a cross between Looney Tunes and the Dukes of Hazzard. Ray's feet hit the ground, and he went instantly airborne. All I could see was arms and legs as he flipped and bounced alongside the truck. Thank goodness he bounced straight ahead, or I would have run over him with the truck and trailer and killed him on the spot. As it turned out, he leaped quickly to his feet, though certainly shaken, bruised, and scared. As soon as I got the truck stopped, I jumped out and ran to him. He just gave me one of the silliest grins I have ever seen, nervously lit a cigarette, looked at the torn shoulders of his shirt, brushed off the dirt and stones, walked calmly to the back of the truck, and hooked the chain back in place. Then we both laughed like hell and reminisced about the thrill ride from the previous year. He moved the cooler to the front of the truck and managed to slam down a few 16-ouncers before we got to the track. The initial run on the new engine that day, though not great, wasn't too disappointing, especially considering how quickly we had put everything together. A slight mist developed during the heat race, so I pulled in. Bill and Leon tinkered with the timing and the carb, and by consi time, the engine sounded solid. I started the consi in 10th place and managed to work my way up to 5th by the finish. During the feature, we noticed a fair amount of smoke, so the guys signaled me to pull in rather than chance damaging the new engine. We were credited with 13th place after starting 17th. Overall, we were pleased, and most of the following week was spent checking and rechecking everything. It turned out that the engine smoke was the result of a pinched valve cover gasket. That caused an oil leak. Everything else appeared tight, right, and ready for Saturday night. Our confidence was on the rebound. Saturday night at Port Royal presented us with a combination of new and different problems, along with some of our old and regular difficulties. First, the engine overheated in the heat race, and then, just as we were about to line up for the feature, the clutch went out. Somehow, in Port Royal's screwy heat race system, I was to start on the outside of the front row, and I certainly didn't want to pass up the chance to start up front. We decided to just forget about the clutch, put the car in third gear, get a push truck to get us started, and hope for no restarts. The plan seemed to be working until lap 8 because I was, at that point, still running a good solid 8th place until I lost it going into turn 3. I spun in front of the whole oncoming field of cars, miraculously got missed by everyone, but, unfortunately, found and firmly contacted the inside guardrail. There wasn't too much damage to the car, but it wouldn't restart. We were given credit for 15th place and took home the huge sum of $10. We went home and got the clutch fixed so that we could go to Heston on Sunday. At Heston, the engine developed a terrible miss, but we managed to run the entire program with the engine not running right all night. The following Saturday night at Port Royal, the engine ran even worse. Somehow the valves had gotten so far out of adjustment that it would barely run. Each time we adjusted the valves, the engine would run smoothly for a few minutes and then the miss would return. Still, we made it through the heat, got in the feature, and ran the best we could. As the final laps ran down, I simply hugged the inside fence to at least finish the feature. That night, the race for first place was a wild, slam-bang, door-to-door chase between two of Port's best, Butch Renninger and Marv Kaufman. They had already lapped me a couple of times, and as I was coming off the 4th turn on the final lap, Butch made a last-ditch, all-out effort to dive low and get by Marv. Unfortunately for Butch, he went a little too low and caught my front fender and bumper as he passed me. The fender flew into the air, and then all I could see was Butch fighting desperately to keep his Ford out of the fence. When we made contact, my front bumper sliced and flattened his left rear tire. He wasn't too happy afterwards and let it be known to all who were present. Just what he thought of guys who were just out there taking up track space and getting in real racers' way. It was impossible for me to argue with him. For some unknown reason, our strange engine miss seemed to get better the next night at Heston. In fact, it appeared to be gone. We ran a complete heat consi and feature under reasonably full power. It was now the 25th of May, and we had been to 11 races at 3 different tracks. Over the next 10 weeks, we would make the tow to 18 more races and experience surely some of the strangest situations known to the racing world. The successes would be few and far between. Only blind faith and youthful enthusiasm, or ignorance, would keep us going. The week following our decent run at Heston, we decided to make the long tow to Everett once again. What a night that turned out to be. The day was much hotter than usual, and we were pushing the old 53 Chevy 6-cylinder about as hard as possible. These towing experiences were taking their toll on the old truck. Lately, we began having trouble with the engine overheating. That night, just as we reached the long dirt lane that led to the pits at Everett, we noticed the pit traffic was backed up and moving at a snail's pace. Within minutes, the needle on the temperature gauge was pegged and steam began to roll out from under the hood. There was no way that we could last all the way to the pits at this pace without somehow cooling the engine. Suddenly, Bill jumped out, ran to the back of the truck, and grabbed one of our 5-gallon water cans. He lugged it to the front of the truck and popped the hood open as I slowly inched forward. Then, he crawled up on the fender, water can in hand. What a sight this was, but it worked as we continued toward the pits, hood wide open, and Bill sitting on the fender, pouring water over the radiator to keep it from boiling over. I'm sure the fans, as well as fellow competitors, had us correctly pegged right then as not being one of the high-point operations. I started 12th in the heat race that night. On the 5th lap, a pack of 5 or 6 of us charged into turn 1. 2 of us didn't come out. The car directly in front of me spun. I locked the brakes and went broadside behind him, which wouldn't have been all that bad if the car behind me had been able to stop. He wasn't. I took a hard shot to the left rear wheel and quarter panel, which knocked the rear end housing loose. The U-bolts and plate on the spring were both broken. After inspecting the damage, we were about to give up for the night, but Bill decided that he could get us running again by simply welding the rear end housing directly to the leaf springs. We figured there was nothing to lose, so we had the track welder make the repair. It appeared that it might just work. Apparently, the shot that we took to the rear end of the car must have been harder than we first thought. On the third lap of the consi, as I was setting up to slide through turn 1, I glanced out the side window and, much to my surprise, I could see my rear wheel and tire. The axle had come loose and was almost completely out of the housing. I pulled to the inside of the track and waited for a tow truck to hook on and take me back to our pit area. When I got back, we examined the axle, and much to our surprise, it wasn't even bent. We found extra axle bolts, got the axle back in place, checked the welding on the leaf springs, and declared ourselves fit to run the feature. We were permitted to start on the tail end of the field, and though the brakes went completely out by the halfway mark, we did manage to finish. With no brakes, I was glad that nobody wrecked or spun directly in front of me, or things could have gotten really ugly. We were able to finish the feature and make it home in one piece. By the week's end, we had replaced the U-bolts and axle plates for racing at Port Royal. That week at Port, the engine miss returned, but I was still able to qualify for the feature and then sputtered around to an unceremonious 12th place finish. Because of all the problems that we had encountered lately, Bill and I had decided to pass up running at Heston the following night. However, at the last minute, we changed our minds and rushed to the garage, loaded the car, and took off for what would become a very abbreviated night of racing. We were about a third of the way down the back stretch on the first lap of the first heat when Jimmy Walker got under me, slid up into the side of the Chevy, and shoved me out over the low dirt bank of the back straightaway. At some tracks, this would not have been a problem, but this was Heston, which meant that I was in for a bit of a thrill ride. A small stream ran the entire length of the outside of the backstretch. Next to the stream was a mountain. As soon as Walker hit me, I knew that I was headed for the stream. I stood on the brakes, but my momentum carried me over the edge and into a gentle rollover that put me upside down. I was almost in the stream. This was the first time that I was ever upside down in any kind of car. I became disoriented. I think what made this particularly odd was the fact that even though I was upside down, the seatbelt and shoulder harness held me in the seat. For a brief time, I just hung there trying to get my bearings. I began to look around, and when I turned my head to the back of the car, I could see gasoline running out of the fill pipe of our homemade gas tank. There I was in blue jeans, a sweatshirt, and a pair of penny loafers. I wasn't even wearing any socks that night. The thought of a possible fire scared me back to reality, and without further thought, I hit the release on the safety belts. Of course, in my haste, I forgot to take into consideration that I was upside down. The belts let loose, and I nearly broke my neck as I dropped in a heap on the inside of the roof of the car. Bill told me later that I did an excellent imitation of a groundhog scurrying out of its burrow as I squirmed out the side window opening. Despite myself, I was able to avoid any injuries. The car was not so lucky. The roof was caved in, the rear roof post was broken, both front fenders were gone, the hood was dented, tie rods were broken, and the radiator was smashed. As soon as the wrecker got us turned upright, we quickly loaded up, got our $10 in tow money, and drank our way back to town. The following week, we worked every night and got the car back together for Port Royal. We made the feature and managed to finish, but the mystery engine miss returned. Somehow the valves had come out of adjustment again. This was the 5th or 6th time since we had installed the new engine, and none of us could figure out how this was happening, especially since we ran so few laps most weeks. The prosperity of a Saturday night finish at Port Royal nearly carried over to Sunday night at Heston. We qualified out of our heat race, which gave us a 5th place starting spot in the feature, and the next events that took place, in the short time between the heat and the feature, could have only happened to the ambushers. Not having to prepare for and run the consi that night put us in a rare and somewhat cocky attitude. We fueled the car, checked the oil and water, and then kicked back to enjoy the free time. The relaxation lasted only until a stranger, who just happened to be walking through the pits, stopped by to tell us that our left rear tire was going flat. Sure enough, it was, and we had no spare race tire. The only other tire that we had, with the 8-lug bolt pattern, was an old 9.00-15 passenger car tire. It was mounted on a stock 8-hole Chevy truck wheel. There was no way that a combination like that would work. Also, we had no tire tools or spare tubes and no compressor. But once again, as he had done so many times, Bill came through. He yelled to us to get the jack and take the tire and wheel off the car. Next, he told us to put our only spare on just in case he did not make it back in time. Make it back? From where? No matter, because he was on the move. Bill drove a little Triumph convertible sports car. That night he hadn't ridden with me but decided to drive to the races by himself. Now with time running short, he made the decision to load the flat tire onto the front seat of his Triumph and go find a service station that would fix it. We had about 45 minutes at best until feature time. Just in case, as Bill had said, we put the spare tire on the car, but did not tighten the lug nuts, and we left the jack under the rear end. As it turned out, Bill wasn't having much luck. There were 3 service stations within a few miles of the track. The first 2 were closed on Sundays, and the third was being run by a young kid who only knew how to pump gas. In fact, that was all he was supposed to do. It caught him completely off guard and likely scared him a bit when Bill slid to a screeching halt in front of the garage doors and demanded an immediate tire repair. Before the poor kid could stammer out that he didn't know how to repair tires, Bill was in motion. Tire irons were flying as he ripped out the damaged tube. It was completely shot. Bill then grabbed a new tube from a nearby shelf, installed it, aired up the tire, threw the kid some cash, and sped out of the driveway. The feature lineup was just being announced as he came running across the track with our race tire. Within seconds, the old spare tire was off, the race tire was on, I was buckled up, and we were ready to roll. Sadly, all this effort was wasted, for as soon as the green flag dropped, the engine miss was back, the carburetor went haywire on us, and just to cap off a terrible night, a radiator brace broke, and the fan went into the radiator. The night ended with a couple of cold brews and another disheartening trip back to town. By mid-June, we hit a streak of luck. 3 consecutive rainouts temporarily prevented us from doing any more damage to the car, our wallets, or our rapidly diminishing dignity. Following the rainouts, we got a 9th place finish at Heston, the 2nd, and last time we finished in the top 10 in a feature for the whole season. Chapter 11, Doing Double Duty. Everett Speedway scheduled a big holiday race for the start of the 4th of July weekend. I have no idea why, but for some reason we decided to make the long haul once again. Maybe it was the lure of the extra purse they were advertising, although the chances of us benefiting from it were almost zero. More likely, it was the idea that if there was a race and we had a race car, then we should be there. The pits were jammed with 36 late models that day. Our odds of even making the show were not good to start and got much worse after we dropped out of our heat race. Somehow, after starting near the tail end of the Consi, I was able to get up to a 9th place finish, which meant that we made the feature. We would start in the 24th or last spot. By race's end, I had managed to survive to an 18th place finish and received the handsome sum of $15. Just qualifying and finishing gave us some hope for the remainder of the long weekend. What a strange weekend this would become. It's difficult to explain how some of our very odd and somewhat peculiar associations came to be, but somehow we managed to get hooked up with an old-time local drag racer named Jake Miller. We became acquainted through Eddie Armstrong. Jake occasionally worked on one of his drag cars in a little rundown garage just across the alley from the garage behind our house. Anyway, Jake was spending some time with a completely outdated, totally antiquated modified stock car, which he hoped to someday see run at Port Royal. Jake was a Buick fanatic and had worked for months getting his circle track car ready to run. The engine was one of his old Buick drag engines. Now, one would think that my past experiences with the Packard Modified would have educated me, but sometimes I just don't learn easily or remember long. Jake's car was ready to roll, except that he had no way to haul it, he had no crew, and he had no driver. Of course, as soon as I found out that he needed a driver, I was both eager and ready. I could become one of the few drivers up to that time to ever do double duty at Port Royal, by racing in both the modifieds and late models on the same night. I listened intently to Jake's unwavering faith in his creation until I began to believe it myself. In truth, I probably didn't really believe him. I just wanted to race anything so badly that I was willing to drive any car on any track for anyone. The late model was fun, but in those early years of late models, they were an inferior class compared to the modified division. The transition from modified to sprint car was just in its infant stage, and since I knew that I couldn't afford a sprint car, I wanted to race so badly that I was willing to take even Jake's old car and try to run with the big boys. What I should have realized or admitted was just how terribly ill-prepared both the car and I were for this big jump. To begin with, it was going to be up to me to get the car to the track and take care of any repairs after I ran it. Transport turned out to be the easiest part of the deal. My future father-in-law's nephew had an old dump truck and was more than willing to haul the car. What a classy entrance this turned out to be. A worn-out race car, a beat-up dump truck hauler, and an inexperienced driver. This had all the makings of racing history. I must admit that I was really charged up from the very first warm-up lap. The late models always warmed up first. As soon as our hot laps ended, I jumped into the back of one of the push trucks and was delivered to the modified pits where Don awaited my arrival. Even the track announcer made me feel important, as he reported that, doing double duty tonight, driving his regular late model number 45 plus the number, I can't remember modified, is the flying school teacher from Lewistown, Carl Smith. How about that? Double duty, flying school teacher. Apparently, track announcers will hype almost anyone. The modified warm-ups went smoothly. I hated to tell the guys, but I enjoyed it much more than I did the late model. The open-wheeled narrow cockpit was a thrill that far exceeded the big, bulky late model. Strangely, our late model run that night would be our shortest run of the year. Our recent wrecks had apparently taken their toll on the suspension, for as I was lining up for the first heat, the right front spindle broke. Our attention could now be devoted entirely to the modified because we had no spare spindle. Deep down, I was almost happy. Anticipation combined with anxiety had me really wired up for my first modified heat race. I had to start on the tail end, but thanks to attrition, along with some half-decent driving, I managed to knock down a very respectable fifth-place finish. Unfortunately, that night only the top 4 qualified for the feature, which meant that I would have to try to qualify out of the consi. Actually, I was pleased with that. After all, if I could run 5th in the heat and the first 4 made the feature, I reasoned that I was likely the best of the non-qualifiers. Using that Smith logic, I was certain that I should be able to get first or second place in the consi. My excitement increased when the pit steward came around and gave our starting spots. I would be going from the pole. Heck, this race was practically in the bag. Visions of checkered flags danced in my head. Maybe this was the break that I needed to show some prospective sponsor that he should hook up with me. At that point, I was willing to let the late model sit and make the move to the glorious world of modifieds, then sprints, and then who knows what might follow. As we hit the track and began to get into our proper starting spots, I became all the more determined that I would win this race. At the drop of the green, or perhaps just a little before the drop, I planned to slam the accelerator clear through the floorboards, slip out into the main groove down that long, beautiful clay backstretch, and ride this old tank clear to the checkers. It didn't take long for my plan to change radically. I gave it all the old Buick had out of turn 4 and down the front stretch. Then suddenly an awesome, breathtaking piece of reality hit home. Unknown to me before the consi, 2 of the hottest and wildest modified drivers to ever buckle up at the port had also, due to mechanical problems, failed to qualify out of their heats. Both Elmer Ruby and Lynn Paxton started several rows behind me. Both wanted the groove, both wanted the lead, and I was the main obstacle in their way. As we came out of the second turn, I thought I was really flying until those 2 blurs screamed past me, Ruby on the inside and Paxton on high side. We were about to enter turn 3 when they both cut in front of me so closely that I was sure both of my front wheels were about to be ripped off. Those 2 began making contact with each other as they slammed into the turn, wheels nearly glued together, bouncing back and forth in their barely controlled chaos. My respect and admiration for those guys took on a new meaning that night. As soon as I came to my senses, I tried to push my old jalopy harder and faster. Knowing that only the top 8 or 10 cars would qualify, and with the race now down to the final 2 laps, I was about to make it into my first big-time feature. That's when the racing gremlins decided to move from my late model and screw up my modified dream. The radiator hose blew, and all I could do was coast dejectedly to the pits. I went to the payroom, collected my $10 tow money for each car, helped load the modified onto the dump truck, and began the long, disheartening 12-mile ride home. Without a doubt, this was the lowest point of my year. At that point, it should have been clear to me that the old adage, money buys speed, is so true, and that we were becoming deeply entrenched in the slow lane. The days of jalopies and junkyard parts were rapidly drawing to a close, but it wasn't something that I was ready to admit quite yet. The holiday weekend concluded with a 35-lap trophy race at Heston. Usually the tracks paid a little extra money for these events, but that didn't concern us too much as the extra money was almost always only for the first couple of spots. On Sunday morning, we managed to replace the broken spindle from the night before. At Heston, we qualified for the show out of the heat race. The skies were overcast all day, and 22 laps into the feature, the rains came. At that point in the race, we were running a half-decent 12th place. Since the feature was more than halfway completed and the rain looked like it was going to last all evening, the promoters decided to call it a complete show. That was probably good for us because the way our season had been going, we would have likely crashed, broken, or blown some time before the end of the scheduled laps. Our string of luck, as bad as it was, continued when we got to the pay window and were given 13th place money. Both the number 43 car owner and I knew that we had finished in front of him, but we were unable to convince Hobart, the official scorer. I finally just took my $25 and went home. After the holiday weekend, we only ran 5 more races for the year. In one of them, I was running a good solid 11th at port when a huge crash brought out the red lights. I had just brought my car to a halt on the front stretch when Kenny Stitt came down the straightaway, apparently unaware of the red light condition, and smashed into the rear of my car. That collision pushed me into the rear corner of the number 43 car and then into the unforgiving front stretch concrete wall. A lost mangled fender and broken tie rod ended that night. That was followed by the return of the mystery engine miss, plus a fire caused by a faulty fuel line. The fire occurred at Heston as I was idling the engine in the pits before the feature. I saw flames starting to shoot up from under the hood. I quickly unhooked the belts and dived out the passenger side window opening. As I did, I managed to rip a nice-sized chunk of skin off my lower back. Our final 3 races were all at Port Royal. In the first of those races, we managed a dead battery in the heat, and then, after replacing the battery, another losing battle with the outside fence. The following week was an 11th place finish, and finally, on August 9th, another broken tie rod and hard contact with the outside fence. That did it. I couldn't take any more. And it wasn't right to expect the guys to put in night after night in the garage just to watch one disaster after another. We had run a total of 28 nights and grossed a paltry $475. Of those 28 nights, we had finished only 12 features and only twice finished better than 10th. Reality was long overdue for us. Chapter 12, Solving the Mystery Miss. One of the biggest and most frustrating mysteries of our season was finally solved several weeks after we retired for the season. Bobby Pennepacker, the guy whose novice race car I had driven in 1968, needed a Chevy engine so that he could get back into racing. An old-time racer, Albert France, who was going to help Bobby, had a 1956 Ford 3/4-ton pickup truck that he was willing to swap even up for our race engine. This seemed like a good deal. Getting rid of that engine was like purging ourselves from the pain and suffering of the 1969 season, and I even used the Ford truck to deliver the engine to Bobby's house before the title transfer was finalized. At that point, we were undecided about racing into the 1970s, but we were leaning toward the possibility of going with Motor Power. John Oemmeler, my future wife's distant relative, had a huge auto salvage yard and had indicated that he could probably be persuaded to give, or at least sell cheaply, an assortment of good Mopar parts. But first, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Let's get back to the engine for pickup trade and the about-to-be-solved engine Miss Mystery. Bobby and Albert began disassembling our old engine the same night that we delivered it to them, and within hours I received a call from Albert. He was ranting and raving about how we had cheated them with a junk engine full of defective parts. Now we knew for sure that we hadn't been running an Earl Gerda power plant, but we certainly hadn't tried to cheat anyone. Besides, Bobby and Albert and I were friends. We had leveled with them before the trade. They knew that the heads didn't match. One was a 327 Chevy head, and the other was a 283 Chevy head. We had also finished the season with our homemade headers on one side of the engine and a stock manifold on the other. I tried to convince Albert that we did not try to cheat him, but he just got madder and madder. I finally told him that Bill and I would come to their garage, check things out, and make everything right. And that is when the nasty, persistent engine miss problem got resolved. As we walked into the garage, there was the engine, stripped down for our inspection. The pistons and rods appeared to be in good shape. Even the bearings looked good enough to be put back in and run again. But off to the side lay the camshaft and 16 oily lifters. Of those 16 lifters, only 4 of them were for a solid lifter cam. The other 12 were hydraulic lifters. Somehow, on the day that we had assembled the engine at Leon's house, in our haste and confusion, we had failed to check things closely enough. From the 7th race until the end of the season, we had been trying to set valves with a mixture of solid and hydraulic lifters. It took a while, but Bobby and Albert finally believed us and agreed that all would be forgiven if we could come up with a set, or even 12, solid lifters for them. With the deal now resolved, we hauled the remains of the old Chevy late model number 45 to camp. As a final touch to this season of disappointment and heartache, I took the torches to camp and spent a day cutting the car into pieces that were small enough to be easily loaded onto the pickup and hauled to the junkyard. All that remained to remind us of the season, besides the multitude of bad memories, were a couple of well-worn tires and wheels and a spare radiator. Nearly everything else was gone, except for a tiny glimmer of hope for the future. Chapter 13, The Year of the Mopar. Nearly everyone ran either a big block Ford or Chevy in the late model class, but 1969 had produced a couple of Mopar surprises. For one, Pete Swarmer had run in both the late model and modified divisions in 1969. His late model was a full-size 1959 Plymouth, powered by a big block 440 cubic inch Mopar engine. The second surprise of 1969 was a low-buck, independent, cocky, yet often amusing and interesting Juniata County boy named George Brackbill. George had become a huge fan favorite in '69 as he ran off an impressive string of wins and top finishes in his rear seat, mid-engine Dodge Dart. We were especially impressed with Brackbill for his driving ability, his unique car, and the fact that he could run so well on such a modest budget. Even George's garage was unique. It was a small, framed addition to one of the farm buildings at his home. 3 of the walls of his garage consisted of heavy-gauge plastic that was stretched and fastened to the framework of the addition. Now here was a guy to whom we could relate. In fact, the more we thought about it, the more sense it made to us to go to Mopar Power for 1970. But then, not many racers, or even normal people, ever accused us of having much sense. After hanging up the helmet in August of '69 and dumping all of our quality Chevy parts, Bill, Don, and I began doing some Mopar shopping. We soon located a 2-door 64 Dodge Dart that was in excellent condition, and we decided to purchase it and take it to camp. At camp, we could strip it and perhaps sell some of the parts from it. The hope was that our parts salvaging would net us some startup cash for the new car. We also re-established contact with John O'Miller, and he assured us that he would supply us with an abundance of good, cheap, big block Mopar engines and parts. We were sure that either a 383 or 440 cubic inch engine would be the ticket. Our confidence was rebounding nicely after our dismal 1969 season. The only thing that seemed a bit strange to us was dissecting the Dart. It was in such great shape when we bought it. The interior was in excellent condition and all the glass was intact. Even the little slant 6 engine was in good running condition. As I recall, the only defective part was the 3-speed transmission. Our initial enthusiasm suffered a bit of a setback due to our most familiar and consistent nemesis, which, besides an ever-present lack of big bucks, was our limited knowledge. The more we stared at the engine compartment and firewall of the little Dart, the more difficult our task appeared. How in the world could we ever get a big block engine into such a small space? Even more important, who among us could possibly figure out how to do the engine setback? The work came to a virtual standstill soon after we sold off, or junked the parts from the Dart that we didn't want or need. Work turned mostly to talk, and talk led us to several trips to Brackbill's garage. We were stumped. Work finally stopped completely. We became more depressed and overwhelmed each time we went to camp and stared at our problem car. At that point, all we could do was imagine what it would be like to roll out a sleek, shiny, new late model for the 1970 season. However, we found that it is much harder to race a dream than to live a nightmare. And then, out of nowhere, a stroke of luck hit us. Tuck Gilbert and Chink Kastner, the guys who owned Swarmer's late model, decided to switch to a Ford for the 1970 season. So what if their big old Plymouth wasn't a fancy and sleek mid-engine Dart? Here was our chance at a proven race car, not to mention one that Pete Swarmer had run. Gilbert and Kastner had decided to offer the car in either of two ways, and it would go on a first-come, first-served basis. They would sell the car minus the engine, transmission, and rear for $40. Or they would include the 440 cubic inch engine they had run for an additional $400. After a little scraping and begging, and with time running out, we made the $40 purchase. Tuck would even deliver it to us as a rolling chassis. All we had to do was remove the rear end and return it to them as soon as possible. Now that we were soon to become the proud owners of a real race car, our need for a decent garage became more important. Don decided to take a huge risk in an attempt to remedy the problem. Don's dad had died a few years earlier, and his mom had remarried. Her new husband, Bill Collins, owned Service Petroleum, a large gasoline and oil distributorship, which also included several service stations. One of those stations, William Penn Esso, was a huge garage with a full basement that was practically empty. Much to our surprise, when Don asked if we could rent it, stepdad Bill agreed. He even agreed to provide heat, lights, and water, and it would be at no charge to us. The only conditions that he placed on the deal were that we were to keep the car out of sight of his customers, except when loading and unloading. There was to be no drinking on the premises, and we were to stay in the basement. Mr. Collins was far from a race fan, and he ran a very neat and orderly station. I guess that must have said something about our appearances, reputations, or both. In truth, the only reason that he was allowing us to be there at all was Don, but that was fine with us. It almost looked like the pieces of our racing puzzle were beginning to fit together. Surely this would have to be our breakout year. We were ecstatic on the day that Tuck showed up with our new race car. Hastily, we unloaded it and rolled it down the steep driveway to the rear basement entrance of our race shop. Even Tuck was impressed with our new facilities. We had certainly made a huge leap forward. The first week or two after getting our new car, all we really did was sit and stare or walk admiringly around the car. Here we were, about to step into racing respectability with a quality car, a damn fine garage, and renewed faith. We also had several months in which to prepare. Perhaps we had adequately paid our dues the previous year. The first piece of work for us was to remove the rear end so that we could return it to Tuck. That was a simple one-evening chore. After deciding exactly where we wanted to set the big Plymouth, we jacked it up, placed blocks under the frame, unbolted the rear, and slid it out from under the car. Suddenly, Bill began to stare in disbelief. As we rolled the rear across the room and turned it, he noticed that the two tires turned independently. Every race car ran with a locked rear end, and yet, here was this racing rear, which had powered one of the better race cars the previous year, and it did not have a locked rear. We rolled it back and forth, made several short turns with it, and stared in disbelief. If only we had looked a little closer to begin with, we would have realized just how dumb our observation was. The mystified look vanished from Bill's face as he broke into hearty laughter. For a while, all he could do was point, laugh, and babble on about how stupid we were. This should have been a hint of what lay in store for us. He finally calmed down enough to explain the humor of the situation. Before the car was delivered to us, the axles had been removed. So much for any recent technology regarding racing rear ends. Over the next few weeks, John O'Miller came through for us as promised. Either he sensed our confidence or pitied our past, but our supply of good parts and equipment increased dramatically. For a mere $100, he gave us a 383 cubic inch Plymouth engine, bell housing, clutch and flywheel, plus a 4-speed transmission out of a 1968 Dodge Dart RT, complete with her shifter. Later, he gave us a set of cast iron exhaust manifolds from a 1968 Roadrunner, a cam, set of lifters and push rods from a 440 engine, several more clutches, an aluminum intake from another 440, and an almost new carburetor. Then, just as mysteriously as it all began, the parts and help ended. I've always thought that his two brothers, who were also his partners in the business, probably found out that he was giving us all of those parts and they put a stop to it. Besides what John gave us, we also managed to produce the previously elusive and absolutely necessary correct rear end. We found and bought a 3/4-ton Ford rear with 5 to 57 gears. Things were going much too smoothly. Our first major task was installing the transmission, which should have taken part of one evening. The bell housing fit up quickly and easily, but we noticed that we would need a new pilot bushing for our 4-speed transmission. After installing the new bushing, all we had to do was line up the clutch and tranny, slip them in place, and tighten the bolts. For some reason, it just did not want to fit. We had everything lined up, but the transmission just would not slide in. We lifted, jacked, slid, twisted, jammed, and cursed. Nothing helped. All that we managed to do was damage the pilot bushing to the point that it would have to be replaced. Don was off work the next day, and he spent hours hacking out the damaged pilot bushing and picking up another new one at the local parts store. At that point in our careers, we weren't yet aware of the technique of pumping a little grease into the end of the crankshaft and using a dummy shaft to drive out the old bushing. Instead, Don lay on his back and very tediously cut the old bearing out by using a hacksaw blade that he just held in his hands. Then, with renewed enthusiasm, though certainly no more knowledge, we installed the new bushing and once again attempted to get the transmission in place. It just would not go. After several futile attempts, all we managed to do was damage the second bushing. Of course, that gave Don a job for the next day. The frustration continued, and by the time we got to bushing number 4, we decided that our best bet would be to call Swarmer and ask him to try to figure out what we were doing wrong. He agreed to stop that evening. After crawling under the car, it took him all of about 20 seconds to discover that we had the wrong bushing. The look that he gave as he slid out from under the car was one of sympathetic comprehension. I am sure that at that point, he had to be questioning just how a bunch of dummies such as we were ever hoped to get a decent car together and ready to run. What an embarrassing night. But on the bright side, it did solve our problem and allowed us to continue on with our work. Actually, from that point on, things seemed to go much more smoothly, and it appeared that we would likely be ready with time to spare for the season opener at Port Royal. Spending entire evenings at the garage got to be an almost nightly ritual for us. The activities varied depending on how much we really felt like doing. Some nights we worked, some nights we just talked, and other nights we would tip a few beers and dream. Part of the lure was having this huge garage and the chance of a really good race car. Part of it was the fact that there just was not much else to do in Lewistown. The pace of the evenings, no matter what the activity, was usually slow and easygoing. One night, though, we managed, quite by accident, to liven things up considerably. Don's stepdad had stressed over and over the importance of us being extra cautious at all times. For some reason, he seemed a bit on edge concerning the potential for problems with the combination of cigarettes, acetylene, gasoline, and beer. On a particularly slow evening, we were doing some casual nut and bolt work, discussing the future, and enjoying a few brews. We were taking a break, just lounging on our folding chairs and unmounted tires, when there was a sudden, loud explosion very close to where we were sitting. At the sound of the explosion, our trouble light blew out. Beer cans flew as we either hit the deck, froze in place, or ran for cover. At first, we figured that either some gas or cans of some other volatile fluid must have blown up. As it turned out, this was just another in the seemingly endless ambusher racing stranger-than-fiction events. Someone, over the evening, had laid the trouble light on one of our few mounted and fully inflated spare tires. The metal shield on the light built up enough heat that it blew out the tire. Fortunately, it was only a junk tire, but then so were most of our other tires. That tire was ruined, as was the tube. We went to Dad's tire shop and found another old tire to mount and laid out $2.58 for a new 9.0015 tube. From that point on, most of the work went smoothly. In fact, we were actually ready to go, with time to spare, before the March 28th scheduled opener at Port Royal. Just a week or two before the season was to begin, we got another surprise. Don's stepdad decided to donate all of our gasoline for the entire season. Everyone back then ran high-test-leaded gas right from the pumps. Our deal with Mr. Collins was that we were to fill the race car before each race and then put the remainder of 30 gallons in a 55-gallon oil drum that Collins gave us. If we ran 2 or more nights on a weekend, we were allowed to take an additional 20 gallons. Whatever was not used in the racer each week was to be put into my pickup during the week and on weekends for towing. Although high-test gas was only about 35 cents per gallon back then, this was a big deal for us. It was also a unique deal because there was to be absolutely no advertising on the car for any of Mr. Collins' businesses. Like I said, he really liked Don, but he was not into racing or even being associated with it. On race days, we were instructed to load up as quickly as possible and leave the station right away. Fair enough. As the opening race approached and the car sat ready to run, we made another silly mistake. This one was entirely my doing. The car was still set up the way it had been the year before when Swarmer drove it. He just happened to have an artificial right leg, so the gas pedal was located on the left side, near where a clutch would normally be located. He worked both the gas and brake with his left foot only. Since these cars had standard transmissions, there obviously had to also be a clutch. For Pete, that had been no big deal. He simply had a hand clutch installed. It worked off a long-handled setup, which he worked with his left hand. I should have been smart enough to envision the potential problems of using the same setup, but I was not. Picture this. Drive onto the track in first or second gear, and then, after attaining sufficient speed, shift the transmission. The left hand reaches for the clutch handle, and the right hand goes to the shifter. This results in a serious steering problem, since most people that I know are limited to just 2 hands. Then add to the confusion using the left foot, normally the clutch foot, to work the throttle. We had started the car several times in the garage, and I had no trouble doing it. What I soon discovered was a huge difference between creeping around in a garage and trying to perform the same functions at high speed on a racetrack. Opening night arrived with the ambusher team bubbling over with confidence. It lasted such a short time. We were one of the first cars to arrive at the track, and the car certainly did look good. From the looks on the faces of many guys in the pits, we were being taken very seriously, especially when they realized that this was Pete's old car. As soon as the late model warm-up period was open, I buckled up, fired the big 440 engine to life, and hit the track. Unfortunately, we literally hit the track. The shocks which we had chosen for the front end were new, but they were just stock automotive shocks. Once again, we had tried to cut corners and save a few bucks, which just led to costing us more in the long run. The weight of the big block Mopar combined with the heavy chassis and normal ruts of a dirt track produced an ocean liner effect. Each bump in the track caused the front end to nosedive and drive the oil pan into the track surface. Within a few laps of the warm-up period, it was obvious that we couldn't possibly run that night. As it turned out, the late models did not get to run that night anyway. It was so cold by feature time that the moisture on the track froze, and the feature had to be called off. Even so, my racing uniform got to have a good run that night. The modified division was able to run its feature, and one of the top modified drivers, Junior Ritchie, was in attendance but had no ride. One of the modified owners needed a driver for the night and asked Junior to drive for him. He agreed but had one problem. He had come to the races that night and had not brought his driver's uniform with him. Since we were about the same size and I had no need for my uniform that night, he asked if he could borrow mine. I agreed. Junior had a good run that night. After the race was over, he brought the uniform back to me and paid me $2 for the use of it. After looking at the cost of our race car and collecting our $10 tow money, Perhaps I should have given some thoughts to uniform rental. It would surely be more profitable. After the opening night problems, we had plenty of work to do the following week. The shocks needed to be replaced and, without a doubt, the hand clutch and left foot gas feed had to be changed. Only a miracle had prevented me from wiping out a large section of the pit area the first week as I tried to work the hand clutch, shift gears, grab for the steering wheel, brake with my right foot, and work the throttle with my left foot. One night of that, and I gained even more respect for Pete's skills. We made all the changes in plenty of time. That second week of the season, Port was the only one of 3 area tracks open. The pits were jammed with 36 good late models. Warm-up time brought a flashback to last year as the engine developed a bad miss. We did not have time to check it out before the heat. Since Port only ran 2 heats for late models, and since we had no points, we had to start 18th in the heat. We managed to get up to 13th, which did not qualify us. Between the heat and feature, Tuck Gilbert pitched in and tried to solve our engine woes. By consi time, it sounded much better. I started 17th and worked the whole way up to 7th. Not a bad run, but only the top 6 qualified. Still, the car and I seemed to be doing much better. By week 3, it appeared that we were working out the worst of the bugs. Once again, there was a large field of cars at Port, 30 of them, but this time I actually managed to qualify out of my heat. I started the heat on the pole and managed to nail down 8th place, which was the final qualifying spot. That also gave me the pole position for the feature. The feature did not go very well as I was not able to run with the big boys that night. I was having a terrible time getting through the turns, and finally on the 12th lap, the left rear tire went flat. There wasn't enough time to change the tire and get back out, which left us with a 17th place finish. Week number 4 started out somewhat better. Somehow I got slated for the second heat, which was usually more of the faster cars. Once again, I started on the pole, but this time I actually felt competitive. Pete won the heat that night, and I was able to hang on for a good solid 5th place finish. Again, I would be starting the feature from the front row, only this time I would be on the outside. The engine ran well, I cornered much better, and by mid-race I was still running a solid 9th place. Without warning, Jake Grassmeyer spun directly in front of me. I ducked low but did not clear him. We made hard contact and the Plymouth bounced into and then over the inside guardrail. As the wrecker clumsily lifted the front end of the car back onto the track, Bill tried to check for any serious damage. Finding none, he signaled for me to fire up and try to finish. At first I was a little uneasy, but my confidence increased and I started to push it a little harder. As the checkers waved, I had managed to work back up to 13th place from dead last. Maybe our luck would continue to improve. Week 5 resulted in another good heat run. Once again, I was in with the faster cars. Once again, I started on the pole. Once again, Pete won the heat. And once again, I was able to run with the pack. I ended up in 6th place. Sadly, that would be all the racing for that night and for the next 2 weeks at Port Royal, not only for me, but for all the late model drivers. Port Royal's payoff for the late models was terribly low. All of the owners and drivers had insisted since the opening week that a new and increased purse would have to be implemented or we would refuse to run. That night, after the heat races were run, our final demands were presented to the track management. We had agreed ahead of time that if they refused to meet our proposed payoff, we would not run the feature. They didn't, we didn't. As the lineup was being called, late models were being loaded onto trailers. Only 2 drivers, George Brackbill and Bob Nyman, refused to cooperate with us. Those 2 pulled onto the track, made a slow side-by-side pace lap, and then ran a 2-car feature event. Management held their ground. The rest of us were told to leave the pit area immediately and that the late model division was being indefinitely dropped. The date was April 25th, and we would not return to Port Royal until June 6th. In the meantime, a long, frustrating, agonizing summer of headaches and heartbreaks was unraveling for us. From April 26th through July 17th, we would tow to 18 different races at 4 different tracks. Besides Port Royal and Heston, we would make the long tow to both Clearfield and Everett Speedways. During that string of races, we only managed to finish 8 features, and only 3 of those 8 were under full power. Almost every week we had oil pressure problems. We tried heavier oil, new gauges, new rod and main bearings, a new oil pump, and a different oil pan. Nothing seemed to help. Twice we knocked holes in the oil pan. Our only bright spot was a good, strong 8th place finish at Heston on May 17th in a makeup feature. That night we started 21st and ran hard and smooth the entire race. Payoff that night was $80, which was our best to date. After the May 24th race, we decided that it was time to switch engines. Weeks of low oil pressure and holes in the pan had obviously taken their toll. Besides, we had developed a bad engine miss again and could not seem to get rid of it. We also had a new 440 cubic inch Mopar engine sitting in the corner of the garage. But before switching engines, there were a few questions that we would need to have answered. Once again, we made some wrong choices. The local Dodge dealer had an employee who was very well educated on big block Mopars. He had previously been involved in some fairly big-time drag racing and had developed a passion for the 426 and 440 engines. That week, as we finally decided to switch to our 440 Magnum, we got together with him and discussed internal engine parts. He assured us that the 440 Magnum could run competitively on dirt ovals without any modifications besides a good aftermarket intake and carburetor. Our main concern was whether the stock hydraulic lifters would hold up, but he assured us that they would. It didn't take long for us to find out and prove him wrong at the same time. In our first race with the new engine at Heston, we got the green flag between turns 3 and 4, and by the time I reached the flagman's stand on the front stretch, the hydraulic lifters had failed us. Within a lap or two, I was so disgusted that I just pulled into the pits and quit. I decided that since we weren't going to be competitive, and since the car count was low and we were guaranteed a spot in the feature, that it was time to reward Don with a special treat. I let him run the consi, but by the 4th lap, the engine died, and he coasted to the pits. We managed to get the engine started again, and I started the feature in 20th position. The plan for the night was to try to run as long as possible to pick up a few points and a little money. It was neither a good nor successful plan. Early on, I got slammed by Spencer Houston, which shoved me into the inside dirt bank. The brakes went out, the front suspension was damaged, and I was finished. The engine change did not bring any positive changes to either our luck or ability. We replaced the hydraulic cam and lifters for the second week, but our constant nemesis, the bad engine miss, returned. We were unable to finish the feature and got credited with 20th place, which was followed the next week with a DNF due to broken rings in 2 cylinders. A week later at Port Royal, the miss came back, and the following night at Heston, I crashed hard in the heat race. At that point, we decided to take at least 1 week off in an attempt to regroup. Not much changed, though, except that we managed to finish a few races, albeit poor finishes. We ran the entire gamut of racer woes, including poor handling, lack of power, engine miss, broken wheels, and wrecks. We even managed to get into a fight at Port Royal. What better date than the 4th of July to get into a scrap? We had raced at Clearfield on July 3rd, and all that we got out of it was a broken wheel and a lousy finish. It did not improve much at Port Royal the next night. As we were about to load up after the races, Don, who had been in the stands that night with his future wife, came strolling through the pits to find out what was wrong with the car this time. At that point, Gary Reichenbach, who worked on the number 78 car, decided to move the car. There was a large muddy area, and as he gunned the engine, mud flew and splattered Don. That led to a couple of comments by Don toward the number 78 and number 7 crews. Those comments concerning their total lack of common sense brought out all their many crew members, plus friends from several other crews. Juniata Countians are a tight bunch, and outsiders are not looked upon too favorably. Anyway, Don and one of the Kastners got into a bit of a mouth battle. Soon Kastner was coming at Don, kicking, cursing, and swinging fists. Don backed up in an attempt to avoid an all-out fight, but after retreating as much as possible, he finally planted his feet and then planted Kastner on his jaw. Kastner dropped like a red-hot lug nut. He was stunned but managed to get to his feet. His hostile demeanor changed instantly as he walked toward Don, mumbling something about not wanting to fight and wanting to be friends. He slowly slipped his arm over Don's shoulder and began to lead him in the direction of his pack of friends. It was a trap. Another crew member stepped up and hit Don from behind. Fists started flying. Crewmen were running and cursing. Rent-a-cops were doing their usual nothing. Page then leaped from the trailer, four-way wrench in hand. but he was immediately intercepted, and the fight ended as quickly as it had begun. A couple of cold brews followed. We decided not to go to Heston the next night. In fact, the old Plymouth would make only 2 more runs in its ill-fated career. After a 13th place finish at Heston on July 12th, followed by a very poor 14th at Clearfield on July 17th, we decided that surrender was the only way out of this mess. On Saturday, July 18th, 1970, we made the slow, sad tow to camp and parked the entire rig. It appeared that we were done for the season, maybe forever. The Mopar experience had been a season of frustration and failure. Chapter 14, Boogersburg Speed Shop. Teddy Giles was a bit of a celebrity at the Heston Speedway, a rowdy sort of fun-loving guy that everyone in the pits and the stands enjoyed. He was a regular in the novice class as the owner of a full-sized 1956 Chrysler. It is likely that our Mopar frustrations are what originally drew us together, because we seemed to hit it off immediately. No matter what the reason, Teddy wasn't pleased with his current driver, and when he found out that we had parked our late model for the remainder of the season, he approached me about the possibility of driving for him. That was an opportunity that I couldn't see passing up, so we decided to meet the following week at his race shop, the Boogersburg area speed shop, where I could check out the car and we could finalize our deal. That Tuesday dawn, Barry Snyder and I ventured off in search of Boogersburg. It turned out to be a tiny village just a few miles from Heston. Teddy had assured us that once we got to town, we would have no trouble finding his speed shop. Was he ever right? His shop nearly made our old outdoor working conditions feel like Richard Childress's shop. A dilapidated, rusty sign hung precariously on the front of an unpainted, tumbled-down dirt floor garage. Parts and tools were strewn everywhere. Out back of the building were 2 rows of junk cars, mostly old Mopars, from which nearly all salvageable parts had been removed. Teddy strolled out from a back corner to greet us. From there, the hours passed quickly. Soon, most of the locals who helped Teddy arrived and informal introductions took place. We laughed and lied to each other about racing adventures, or more accurately, misadventures. It was a brutally hot and humid afternoon, and one of the guys finally asked if we would like a beer. We needed no further persuasion and were told to just grab one from the fridge. Once again, the uniqueness of the facility became apparent. The refrigerator was an old, battered steel bushel tub. The tub was half full of very warm and slightly dirty water, with 20 or more rusty cans of Iron City beer floating around. After cracking open a crisp, refreshing beer, the talk got back to racing in Teddy's car. We agreed that I would be the new driver beginning that Sunday at Heston. As far as money was concerned, there would be no driver money, but that was fine with me. All I wanted out of the deal was more and dependable track time. Besides, it was cool to be able to tell people that I had been hired as a driver for another owner. It almost gave me an air of professionalism. Sunday evening finally rolled around, and the idea of not having to work on the car all week seemed to appeal to all of us. The trip to Heston was just a relaxed, casual ride for Bill, Don, Jack, and me. The novice division at Heston was always loaded with cars, often 40 or more, which meant at least 3 big heat races. Teddy's car hadn't qualified out of a heat race yet that season, which must be what caused his nearly uncontrolled enthusiasm when I brought the old Chrysler home in second place in my heat. From the way he was carrying on, it almost seemed like something big had just happened. The great mood, however, was short-lived. Before feature time, and with a front row starting spot secured, I had to break it to Teddy that our deal had ended. That may still stand as one of the shortest owner/driver deals in racing history. To say that Teddy was upset would be an extreme understatement. As I recall, that was the last time that he and I ever spoke to each other. But in my mind, the cause of the breakup justified my actions. Sometime between the heat and feature that night, one of the guys from Lewistown told us that Gary Everly, a late model hopeful from Lewistown, had reached the breaking point with the '64 Fairlane late model that he was building. Everything that he owned that even slightly resembled a Ford item was going to be sold cheap. The problem was that Joe Zook and Earl Beale, 2 other Lewistown boys involved in racing, were supposedly planning to buy the car on Monday morning. After a brief ambusher pit crew meeting in the Heston infield, we decided that the only honorable thing for us to do was leave Heston right then, round up the necessary cash, and get to Gary's place ahead of Zook and Beale. Of course, that meant that we would have to sit in Gary's driveway until he got home from work at about 2:30 a.m. After our pit meeting, I broke it to Teddy that I couldn't race in the feature. We had to leave immediately in order to make the underhanded deal with Everly. The thought of buying a decent race car took preference over anything else. And with that in mind, we hastened back to Lewistown and a late-night rendezvous with Mr. Everly. Our first stop after getting back to Lewistown was to pick up the necessary cash. Next, we made a quick stop at Red's Diner, and then the long wait began. Of course, this would be the night that Gary would run a bit late, which meant that our vigil didn't end until after 3 a.m. To say the least, we caught Gary off guard. After all, this was probably the first time that he had ever come home at that time of the morning to find 4 tired, scruffy, and somewhat tipsy characters sitting in his driveway. It's a wonder that someone hadn't seen us and called the police. As soon as Gary stepped out of his car, we swooped in like a flock of vultures and explained why we were there. He mentioned something about the other guys being interested in the car, but as far as he was concerned, the first one with the cash got the car. We had already examined the race car as it was sitting outside. It looked okay to us. Gary took the time to let us in his basement to examine the boxes and shelves full of parts. True, some of them were used, and likely some of them were overused or misused. But for the price he was asking, we couldn't see any way to go wrong. The cash changed hands on the spot, and we made arrangements to haul everything away after Gary got a few hours of sleep. It must have been quite a shock for Zook and Beale when they called Gary on Monday, only to discover that everything had been sold hours before. The purchase of the Fairlane presented one additional and significant problem. We had no garage. Each week, the race car sat out in the open at camp. Our parts storage area was an old plywood box which Dad had used in the back of his little single-axle trailer on his western hunting trips. It was approximately 4 by 4 by 8 feet. Our front door on it was a heavy-gauge piece of plastic that was stapled to the top of the box and held down on the ground by a couple of large rocks. Fortunately, the family wasn't living at camp anymore during the summer, which meant that Dad very seldom went there. Adding a second car to our collection at camp was risky, but at that point, we had no choice. Our frustrating and costly summer with the Plymouth had seriously dampened Dad's racing enthusiasm. Still, it was the only place to store the new car until we could sucker someone into buying the Plymouth. We would soon find that not telling Dad about the new car was not a particularly smart thing to do. We hauled the Fairlane to camp and proudly parked it beside our Mopar Misery. Most of our new parts were tucked away in our storage box. Our goal was to come up with a big block Ford engine and try to get in the last few weeks of the season with the new car. A call to John O'Miller solved that problem. He just happened to have a 390 cubic inch Ford engine that had been taken out of a car that had been in a fire. As I recall, he gave us the complete engine for $100. Our plan was to run a couple times, just enough to get the car handling right. It was decided to drop the engine in and run it as is. The only things we would change were the cam, intake, carb, and headers. We knew that we should have checked the bearings, but we thought we could do without that step since we weren't going to run that many times. With tripod, tools, and renewed enthusiasm, we headed for camp to start the engine work on the car. There was no way that we were, or ever could have been, prepared for the confrontation that was about to occur with Dad. It was a calm, peaceful evening as we began setting in our new engine. This time we even had a set of real headers instead of the primitive homemade ones that we had used in the past. Everything was going great until Dad just happened to show up. I still, to this day, think that someone had tipped him off. The icy, menacing glare as he drove past us and up to the parking lot chilled us all to the bone. We were caught so far off guard that we didn't even have time to come up with a good lie. However, since Bill was always able to reason with Dad, we decided that he should have to go face-to-face first. Besides, the rest of us were either too scared or too smart to be the first one to face his inevitable wrath. For some unknown reason, Bill decided to go against everything that we stood for and just tell the truth, that we had bought another race car. Not a smart move. I could see the veins on Dad's forehead start to show, and his jaws began to work slowly back and forth, grinding his teeth together as he walked down the hill toward the cars. And then it happened. He exploded. The part that has always stuck with me the most was his final ultimatum. You guys have until Friday evening to get this damn junk out of here, or I'm going to blow up both of these cars and have Hap Sheehan take what's left to the junkyard. At that, he turned and stomped back to his truck, fired it up, and drove angrily away. His exit glare was even worse than when he arrived. It was one of pure hate. I'm not sure what Dad might have done if we had not moved the cars by Friday. For sure, I wasn't stupid enough to test him. The confrontation had occurred on Wednesday evening, and at that time, we still did not have the engine installed. We also had no place to take the cars. We had no garage to store our parts. We were rapidly heading far up that creek. All we could do was work as hard and as long as possible and hope for good weather. The Friday deadline was rapidly approaching, and we still had no place to take the cars. The only thing that we finally thought of was calling a friend of ours, Bob Rush, who was messing around with an old modified. He lived across the river and just happened to have a large parking lot at his house. Fortunately, he understood our predicament and offered space for both of our cars. By late Friday evening, we had the engine in the Ford and were ready to evacuate it from the war zone. Both cars were hauled out, along with nearly all our parts. I never had the nerve, even years later, to ever ask Dad whether he had gone to camp on Friday night or Saturday morning to see if we had moved the cars by his deadline. In the back of my mind, I have always thought that he probably didn't go there for fear that he would either have to eat his words or, worse, do something crazy to save face. Anyway, we were safe now, and after a 3-week break, we were ready and anxious to get back to the track. Saturday, August 8th, the fair lane was declared alive and ready to roll. Many long hours had gone into this effort, and we truly felt that we were ready to become competitive racers. The engine was, of course, going to be a bit questionable, but we were reasonably certain that it would get us through the final races. The only thing we had not done before that first night was make any changes to the interior of the car. Gary Everly was quite a bit smaller than I, which meant that I was extremely cramped once I was in the seat, buckled up and ready to run. We decided that I could get by and that we would debut the car the following day at Heston. In the meantime, the Plymouth just sat idly by as we had given up completely on it. The trip to Heston was one of our happiest and most relaxed trips ever. Our confidence was back. We were sure that we could turn the season around and end on a positive note. Warm-ups just reinforced our feelings. As soon as I hit the track, I was sure that we had made the right move. The only drawback, and it was something that would have to be addressed the following week, was the seat and pedals. This was just not going to work. As soon as I got in the car and buckled up under race conditions, I was far too cramped. I had to pull my left leg up as far as I could and rest my left foot lightly on the brake pedal because my right foot was too cramped to switch quickly from gas to brake. The seat was so close to the steering wheel that it nearly rubbed my stomach and chest, but the engine worked great and the car ran and handled like a dream. During hot laps, when all the other cars were out on the track, I didn't push it to the limit for fear that someone might spin out and I wouldn't be able to react in time. In the heat race, we did develop a very slight miss, but we attributed that mostly to the fact that I wasn't running hard enough and it was probably loading up with fuel. I managed a 5th-place finish after starting 6th. Our optimism continued to increase. The feature wasn't bad either. Though steering the car was somewhat difficult, I managed an 11th-place finish after starting 14th. It just felt great to finish a feature under power, especially since I knew the car, and I would do much better once we made a few changes. The trip home that night was one of our happiest ever. The next 4 races gave us some of the most promising moments of our short and, to this point, rather insignificant career. There were still many little problems that would need to be corrected, but we seemed to finally be on the right track. I pulled off an 11th place finish in the feature at Port on our second night out. 2 weeks later, in a really fast heat race at Port, 5 of us ran all 8 laps glued to each other, nose to tail. Although I was the 5th car of the 5, being able to run bumper to bumper with the big boys felt great. The following week at Port, once again in a fast heat race, I knocked down a 4th place finish, and though our feature finishes hadn't been spectacular, we knew that we were close, and I was having fun. So far, only little mechanical problems had caused us any real difficulties. Unfortunately, August 29th at Port Royal would bring our short-lived moderate success to an abrupt conclusion. Once again, we had a great night. Another fifth in the heat race put us on the pole for the feature. I was smart enough to know that I wasn't likely to stay up front for the entire race, but I was also confident enough to know that I could run with the front pack of cars, put on a good show, and have fun. And that's exactly how things went right to the last lap of the feature. I was holding down a respectable 8th place as we completed 14 of the 15 laps. This was probably our strongest run of the year because the top 10 cars that night were all good cars, and we were right there with them. As I charged into the first turn on the final lap and set the car up to come out of turn 2 hard and fast, the car seemed to slow down. Then, as I mashed the throttle to hit the backstretch, all hell broke loose under the hood. Hot oil and water shot up through the air cleaner hole in the hood. The oil and water poured back on me and covered my goggles, momentarily blinding me. It hit my hands and face as I struggled to keep the car under control. I did manage to see enough of the track to coast safely down the backstretch and into turn 3 and 4. At that point, one of the other drivers hooked onto me and pushed me across the finish line. It turned out to be our finish line for the season. The engine was totaled. There was a huge gaping hole in the side of the block. The cam was in 4 pieces and the rods were destroyed. All that was salvageable was the intake, carb, and headers. We got credit for 9th place that night, which was one of our better finishes of the year. At least we knew that the Fairlane handled well, and that with a good engine, we should be able to run with the big boys the next season, which made it a little easier to sit out the remainder of that season and begin to prepare for 1971. Upon close examination, our overall performance for 1970 was extremely disappointing. Our time with the Plymouth, which initially held so much promise, was disastrous. We had towed that race car to 22 races. Twice we failed to qualify, and twice we couldn't get the car to run after we did qualify. We came out even on the finish and did not finish chart with 9 of each, though many of the finishes were far from competitive. After switching to the Ford, we showed improvement as we qualified all 6 times out. We also finished 2 features, although the second one was with the blown engine. We dropped out of 2 features, and on 2 occasions we were unable to get the car to run after qualifying. Also with the Ford, we only failed to finish 1 heat race. Our best money race all year was an $80 payoff for an 8th place finish at Heston. Our average pay per race was a meager $23.68. Obviously, it wasn't yet time for me to give up my job teaching and plan to live off my racing. It was, however, time to start getting serious about next year. Among our top priorities was to find a decent garage and then get rid of our albatross, the pathetic Plymouth. Both occurred in quick order. Steve Swarmer, Pete's son, had a Plymouth that was his everyday car. He wanted to add some muscle, so he happily purchased our 440 engine. He didn't have much success with it on the highway either. As for the remainder of the motor parts, we just gladly gave away any of the remaining pieces that we wouldn't be able to use next year. We even gave the body away. The second important item was finding a decent garage. As it turned out, Clyde Metz had a large 1-car garage just a block and a half from the tire store. It had a cement floor, running water, including a stream which ran exposed under one corner of the floor, a steel beam with sliding hookup for a chain hoist, electricity, and plenty of storage room. It was in the back part of a lot with the doors facing into an alley. Oh, and as an added convenience, the front part of the lot just happened to be a small neighborhood bar. What a perfect situation. It only took us a couple of days to get everything moved into the garage and set up some form of organization. Chapter 15. Preparing for 1971. One of our first moves after getting set up in our new racing garage was to go over everything on the car from front to back and top to bottom. We assumed that most of the work would consist of things like replacing ball joints and tie rod ends, checking tie rods and shocks, and making sure that the steering box and components were all in good shape. Other than that, and finding a good big block Ford engine, we should have an easy winter ahead of us. During one of the nights of routine checkup, we found what turned out to be one of the scariest things that I would ever experience in racing. Bill was working under the car one evening when he suddenly let out a horrifying sound. That night, as he was crawling around under the car, he happened to glance at the roll cage, especially where it was welded to the frame. To our great surprise and shock, all 4 main bars of the cage as well as the 2 back cage supports had only been tacked into place. They had never been fully welded to the frame. If I would have received one hard hit to the side or been involved in a rollover, I would have likely been killed. Unbelievable. After discovering the defective roll cage, we decided to strip the car completely and give it a thorough check. We contacted Mike Criswell and arranged for him to take care of any necessary welding to make the car as safe as possible. That turned into many long nights of welding for him. Main bars were rewelded, gussets were added throughout, and the door bars were strengthened. The front and rear bumpers, as well as the side skid bars, were also reinforced. Fortunately, we started early enough so that we did not have to hurry. Work proceeded at a leisurely pace. Everything in the front suspension and steering also received close scrutiny, and several pieces were replaced. We were certain that for 1971, we would be both ready to go and competitive. Of course, the competitive part would hinge mainly on our ability to come up with a really strong engine program. Soon even that seemed to fall into place. Dutch and Denny Snyder had decided that they were going to make the move from their uniquely designed modified to a new home-built sprint car. The Snyders were an extremely small, modified/sprint car operation. They built and maintained everything out of their dad's small garage. They were also one of the very few modified operations that tried to run a big block Ford in a modified. In those days, neither the Sprint nor the late model divisions had any limit to engine size. Most sprint cars, however, did run the small block Chevy, and most of the late models ran either a Ford or Chevy big block engine. The Snyders had always run big block Fords and modifieds, but now the word was out that they were going to try to run a 351 Ford Windsor engine in their new Sprinter. After we found out that they would be making the move to the 351, we began trying to persuade, or more accurately, beg them to sell us the 427 Ford engine out of their modified. Without a doubt, having their potent 427 engine in our Fairlane could move us right through the contender section and into the possible winning class. The engine with which they had finished the 1970 season was both fresh and powerful. Not only that, but the price they quoted us, though it slips my mind now, was unbelievably low. With that engine in our near future, we were able to turn all our attention toward getting the car and our parts and tire supply in top condition. As winter crawled slowly on, we made several visits to the Snyder garage. It almost appeared to us that work on their sprint car wasn't moving along as fast as it should. Of course, understanding the Snyders and how they worked was important. This was truly a family venture. Dutch and Denny were more than just brothers. They were also inseparable friends. I have never known two brothers to be as close as they were. They were always having fun, and they always kept things interesting. All the work on the race car was done in their daddy's garage, and Daddy was absolutely the boss of the show. In the early years of sprint cars, several guys attempted to build their own cars from scratch. Most of those who did were more likely book smart and had nicer facilities with more money than the Snyders. What Dutch, Denny, and Daddy did have was a tremendous work ethic and lots of common sense. Their new sprint car would be the culmination of unlimited hours of trial and error construction. Each time we stopped at their garage, we could see that the final finished product was going to be a fine piece of workmanship. The only thing that bothered us was the speed at which the work was going. If the sprint car didn't get done in time, then our chances of getting their 427 engine were not good. After all, they would have to have something to start the year, which meant that they might need to keep the old modified intact. And then, with only a few weeks to go before the season opener, they broke the news to us. The sprint car was not going to be done in time. They would have to run the modified for the start of the season. At first, we did not take the news very well. Time for us was now very short. We had been banking our season on their engine. We would have to find an engine of our own to start the year. The money that we had put aside to buy their engine would now have to be spent on another one, and then, if they got their Sprinter together sooner than expected, we would also have to come up with the cash to buy it. Our once well-thought-out plan was beginning to crumble all around us. The pressure was on. It appeared that we would have to resort to our old standby, John O'Miller, once again. Several phone calls, and many days later, we became the proud owners of a good 390 Mercury engine. This time, however, there would not be any free parts. The following day, Bill, Don, and I picked up our new power plant and headed for the garage. We were down to only 2 weeks before the scheduled opener at Port Royal. Our engine was out of a 1969 Mercury Cyclone, and though John assured us that it was in good shape, he also suggested that we should at least check out the main and rod bearings before running it. We decided to try to persuade Pete Swarmer into checking it out for us. He agreed, and we arranged to take it to his garage the following week. At that point, more strange, though typical for us, events began to occur again. Don had recently graduated from Williamsport Community College, and soon after, he and I moved into his house. The house had been left to him after his dad died, and since his mother was remarried, she didn't need it. This was quite the setup for us. At that time, I was 24 and Don was 21. We were both single and enjoying a totally carefree lifestyle. I was teaching and working for Dad at the tire store, and Don got a job with Penn DOT on the highway crew. Our house was near the village of Strode's Mills, which was about 6 miles west of Lewistown. There were 2 other benefits to the location. We were only about a half-mile east of Swarmer's garage, and even more important, Cargill's Bar and Restaurant was located at the end of our lane, just a couple hundred yards from our front door. Don worked the 11 to 7 shift for the state, and I worked daylight. Neither of us was too fussy about our living conditions, especially the food and tidiness. In fact, in the slightly more than 12 months that I lived there, we cooked a total of 1 evening meal. We went through huge amounts of peanut butter, lunch meat, chips, and beer. Most nights, Bill would stop and visit, and for a while, Jack Yeager even moved in with us. This was by far the most carefree time of my life. The day that Bill and I picked up our new engine, we simply loaded it on the back of my pickup, tied it down, and decided to leave it there until Pete had a chance to check it out the following week. It seemed senseless to unload it and then have to load it again, which was just fine until a surprise late-season snowstorm hit that weekend. What a shock when we looked out the kitchen window Sunday morning and saw the truck covered with nearly 6 inches of the white stuff. Then it struck us. The engine was still in the back of the truck. It was not covered. There was no air cleaner on it, which meant that the carburetor was completely filled with snow. Don and I hurried out, brushed away the snow, found an old tarp, and covered our valuable engine. On a positive note, at least we didn't have to find anything to throw in the back of my truck to aid traction in the snow. Of course, how many guys run around in the winter using their racing engines for traction? Only one comes to my mind. Besides making a mess, this late snowstorm also put a hold on Pete checking our engine. He had work to do on his tractor trailer, plus some extra garage work that needed his attention. That meant that I had to haul our engine around through the melting snow, rain, and slop. There was no way that all this exposure to the elements could be doing it any good. Finally, though, Pete got his work caught up, and I was able to get him to take the time to go over our engine. He had told me to pick up a set of rod and main bearings just in case he needed them. I arrived at Pete's garage and just assumed that we would unload the engine, and I would get to watch him perform some sort of high-tech wizardry on it. Not so. I backed down the driveway to his overhead door, got out, and looked for his chain hoist. Instead, Pete just strolled out and told me to get in the bed of the truck and stand the engine up on end. Next, he had me remove the oil pan while he continued with some of his own work. As soon as I got the pan off, he came over and started removing the rod bearing caps. One by one, he would remove a cap, look closely at the bearings, and then bolt the cap back in place. It wasn't until he got to the 5th or 6th one that he finally replaced anything. By the time he finished, he had replaced only 2 rod bearings and none of the mains. I asked him about the rings and the bearings that he had not replaced. All he said was, "Put the engine in and run it hard. These 390s are good engines. If the oil pressure drops, bring it back and we'll put bearings in it. If it starts to smoke, we'll put rings in it. Until then, just run it and leave it alone." Though this seemed a bit strange, I had complete faith in Pete. If he said run it, then that is just what we would do. It would be 36 races later before we would have to do anything with either bearings or rings. Now the pressure was definitely on. Our easygoing, leisurely pace turned into near panic. We still had to install our cam and lifters, put the intake on, get the carb set up, bolt the headers on, and install the engine. We wanted everything ready for the Saturday night opener at Port Royal, and that was only a week away. That week provided several long and tense evenings in the garage. By late Friday evening, it appeared that we might just make it. Saturday was a pressure-packed day as we finished the installation and all the hookups. At 5 p.m., we finally fired the engine to life for the first time. There was no time for a proper break-in or to double-check bolts, nuts, or gaskets. We simply loaded up, chained her down, and made a flying trip to Port Royal. Chapter 16. New car, new season, new hope. Of course, opening night at the track is always congested, chaotic, and confusing. This opening night was no exception. By the time we finally got our pit passes, found a place to park and unloaded, race cars were already making their way onto the track for slow laps. As I crawled in, buckled up, and hit the switch, a huge sigh of relief came over everyone. The engine roared to life, and I proudly made my way onto the back stretch. On the second warm-up lap, the timing jumped, which resulted in damaged push rods and valves. What an ominous start. We proved to ourselves once again just how foolish and costly it can be to try to rush everything at the last minute. On top of that, both the sprint and late model features were called off that night due to frost and ice on the track. This was only March the 27th, and in central Pennsylvania, that time of year is often still winter. We left that night just a bit dejected after collecting our $5 tow money. The next 2 weeks, nothing too major happened, but things didn't prove to be much better. First, in the heat race of week 2, the fan belt broke and we had no spare, so we were forced to watch. The third week, I was running a solid 5th in the consolation when the engine just suddenly shut off. That proved to be a faulty fuel pump. For some reason, those first 3 weeks did not prove to be too discouraging. After all, we had been through a lot worse. We were still convinced that we could make the Fairlane run, and run fast, just as soon as we got all the little bugs worked out. Our first trip to Heston for the year nearly convinced us that the good times were about to begin. I got 4th in my heat race and was running a real strong 3rd in the feature until the engine began to overheat. I backed off, got it cooled down a little bit, and took it easy to a 13th place finish. The following week, I finished a good solid 5th in the heat race, but somehow screwed up my back and couldn't run the feature. I had suffered with back problems for years, but this was the worst experience I ever had with it. We considered asking Tom Briner, a sprint car driver, to run the car, but then decided against it. Our reasoning was simple. Since we put all the time, money, and effort into the car, it should be one of us to either run it or wreck it. Over the next 2 weeks, we picked up 2 feature finishes before our second-hand and well-worn equipment began to let us down. On Saturday night at the port, we failed to make it through warm-ups. The engine developed a terrible miss. Bill took off one of the valves covers and discovered that the rocker arms had worked loose, which resulted in 5 bent push rods. Early Sunday morning, we replaced the bent push rods, readjusted the rockers, and headed for Heston. Somehow, the rockers worked loose again on the right side. Fortunately, we had brought along a complete extra set of rockers and studs and replaced the entire right bank before the heat. But that was all the spares we had with us. And, just our luck, by the end of the heat race, the left side worked loose. There we were, out of parts and nearly out of time. Surprisingly, Dad came up with a unique solution. He suggested to Bill that he get the left side rockers adjusted and then use a chisel and hammer and damage the threads so that the nut couldn't back off. Now, this was certainly not high-tech engineering, but it was just about our only choice. It worked. In fact, it worked so well that we later chiseled the threads on the right side just as a precautionary measure. Thank goodness Bill had the valves adjusted correctly because we now had a set of permanently set rockers. That seemed to bring about a change of luck. We ran off 4 consecutive feature finishes, including a 9th at Heston, as well as a 4th and 5th in 2 heat races. Our confidence rebounded nicely, and racing finally became fun. We were making enough money with the car to keep it running from week to week, and we only had to do minor repair work each week. In fact, our string of good luck was marred only by 1 DNF, did not finish, which was the result of a cut radiator hose. Our racing fortunes seemed to be taking a serious change for the better. Much of the good fortune can probably be attributed to one big step that we took toward becoming an organized racing team. Throughout the early part of the season, as had been the case in the past years, we lacked efficient organization. Up to that point, whoever felt like working on any part of the car would just simply do so. At times, one or more of us would show up at the garage and have no idea what someone else had already done or not done. As we looked around the pits on race nights, we began to notice that nearly all of the successful teams had just one chief mechanic who was responsible for nearly all important decisions. I'm not even sure that the term crew chief was even a recognizable term at that time. Finally, after a particularly stressful bout of internal turmoil among some of the guys who were helping us, in early June, we made the decision that Bill would take over as our crew chief. He was by far the most knowledgeable of our crew. Another decision also had to be made. We decided that we had to get rid of two of the guys who had been helping us on a fairly regular basis. They just didn't seem to fit in with us anymore, and were making it tough for us to get the necessary work done. With those items taken care of, on the first weekend that Bill was in charge, I took a 10th in the feature at Port and followed that the next night at Heston with a 2nd in the heat and 12th in the feature. 2 weeks later, I got a 4th place in the heat at Heston and followed that the next weekend with my best run to date at Port. That night, after getting 5th in the heat race and starting 3rd in the feature, I ran my most consistent flat-out feature. At the Checkers, I was a solid 6th place and took home a respectable $80. Racing was indeed a fun time. We were gaining respect among the veterans and finally proving that we could run with the big dogs. Now, each time we loaded up for a race, we were convinced that we would do well. It's amazing just what a little positive attitude and some self-confidence can do. From June 5th through August 22nd, we towed to 19 races, made the feature all 19 times, and finished 17 of those times. The only ones that we failed to finish were the result of a broken ball joint in one race and an 8-car pileup in another. Those two that we did not finish were in consecutive starts. That 6-week period turned out to be some of the most fun that we would ever experience in racing. Our two DNFs were followed by several uneventful finishes of 9th, 14th, 15th, and 13th. Then it was back to the top 10 for 2 weeks plus a 3rd in a heat race at Heston. What happened next would turn out to be the best night of my racing career. On August 8, 1971, at Heston, I was in the first heat and started on the outside of the second row. At the drop of the green, I mashed the throttle, shot between the two front row cars, and jumped into the lead. The Fairlane felt great as I flew down the back stretch, slid hard into turn 3, hammered the throttle off turn 4, and led the first lap. To be perfectly honest, I expected to get past at any moment, but the laps clicked on by and I kept the lead. On lap 5, the crossed flags came out indicating halfway, and I was still in the lead. As I slid out of turn 4, I glanced at the pits and saw the guys waving and jumping up and down on the infield bank. Now I was really getting pumped, but all I could picture was a spin out, a breakdown, or one of the big guns shooting past me. Never had I ever concentrated so hard. The white flag waved on lap 9. My heart pounded, and I tried to run this final lap as hard as possible without spinning out. As I charged into turn 3 for the final time, I was sure that I could hear someone pulling up even with me, but I didn't dare look. Out of turn 4, I had my foot smashed to the floor as the checkered flag waved at me. I nearly spun out going into the first turn as I barely lifted off the accelerator. Finally, a win. As I pulled into our pit area, Dad and Don were going nuts. It was impossible for me to act cool as I climbed out of the car. The look in Dad's eyes is something I have never forgotten. This was one of our greatest moments together. The only regret that night was that Bill wasn't there to share it with us. He had gone on vacation that week. This was the first and only race that he had ever missed. As it turned out, he would miss the Ambushers' only win. The heat wins celebration was great. We laughed until we nearly cried. Other racers came over and congratulated us on our first win. We found, much to our surprise, that besides immediate family, we actually had a few fans in the bleachers. Well, maybe we were just picking up some sympathy cheers for all the bad time we had endured. No matter. We would bask in the glory of this as long as possible. Normally, the only late model events at Heston were heat races, consolations, whenever needed, and features. For some reason, the night that we won our heat race, the promoters decided to add an Australian pursuit race. For the unfamiliar, a pursuit race has an extremely simple format. As soon as a car gets past, it is out of the race. Boo Erickson, one of the track's promoters, went through the pits that evening to see if the drivers would agree to run a pursuit. It would pay the same as a heat race. I had won the first heat that night, and Marv Kaufman had won the second heat. The plan for the lineup was to take the first 5 finishers from each heat and invert the finish order to make the lineup. According to my calculations, that would put me in 9th place and Kaufman in 10th for the start. It seemed silly to me to even bother since Marv would likely pass me before we got to the end of the front straight. To my surprise, however, and probably due to some inefficient record keeping, when Boo came around with the lineup, he had Kaufman starting 9th and me 10th. I jumped at that in a flash. How could I possibly go wrong? All I would have to do was run around behind Marv and wait for him to pass all the other cars, which he likely would with little problem, and that would give me an easy second place. I gave a more than hearty yes when asked if I would run. My plan nearly worked to perfection. The only thing that slightly fouled the plan was a 1968 Cougar that started on the pole. At the drop of the green, he got a great jump, and Marv and I got tied up in traffic. We finally broke loose, and I proceeded to follow as Marv picked off one car after another. I knew that Marv would have to make a huge mistake for me to pass him, which he did not do. In the meantime, the Cougar had gotten such a huge jump that Marv couldn't catch him in the 8-lap distance. At the checkers, the Cougar was first, Kaufman a very close second, and I ran a strong race to finish a close third to Marv. During that race, we managed to cut and ruin our right rear tire, but that turned out to be a blessing in disguise. A couple more laps and it would have gone flat for sure. Had we not seen it after the pursuit and made a few fender modifications, we would have never made it through a 25-lap feature. A night like this almost made us think that the dirt track gods might have decided to smile on us. Because of Heston's point system, I started the feature that night from the outside of the second row. There was a good field of cars. I ran wide open as much as I possibly could. By feature's end, we held down a comfortable 8th place. What a night. A heat win, a lucky draw and third in the pursuit, and a solid 8th in the feature. Our take that night was $112, our best night ever. Next, there were 4 more consecutive feature finishes of 7th, 11th, 14th, and 9th. Our best heat run in that span was a 4th, but the important thing was that we were finishing races and doing it respectably. The car was staying in good shape, the engine was running well, and we were having a great time. Our string of consecutive finishes was ended by a broken ball joint at Port Royal in late August. We came back from that one and finished in 5 consecutive races, including a wacky Labor Day weekend, ending the season. Chapter 17, Labor Day Weekend, 1971 style. We had big plans for our season's final weekend of racing. Both Port Royal and Heston were holding special holiday events on their regular nights of racing, and then Port Royal had their annual Juniata County Fair Monday afternoon race scheduled. The final point race of the year was held on Saturday night at Port. This race would be increased from 15 to 20 laps, and our goal all season had been to crack the top 10 in season points at Port. As the Port race approached, we needed exceptional luck for us and a dose of bad luck for several other drivers to achieve that goal. We needed a good run Saturday at Port, but we also looked ahead to Sunday night at Heston since they were going to run a 50-lap, added purse, triple point feature. We decided to give it our best shot on Saturday, but not take any unnecessary chances, which could cost us the chance of running at Heston on Sunday. For some reason, we had to start near the end of our heat at Port, and it was a long way to a qualifying spot. We started in the 12th place, but I managed to finish in 7th position. That just missed a front row start by 1 position. So instead of starting up front, we had to start 17th out of the 24 race cars. Our goal then became one of survival. I tried to make some moves, and through a combination of attrition and some fairly smart driving, I was able to crack the top 10 by race's end. In fact, I got up to 8th place and managed to keep the car in good shape for Heston. Unfortunately, that 8th place finish did not quite get us into the top 10 for the year. Urk Hockenberry also had a strong run that night, and the final tally for the year had him in 10th place with 690 points. We were 11th at 650 points for the year. We weren't devastated, however, as our main concern was the Heston point chase. A good showing Sunday night in the 50-lapper could move us up as high as 6th for the year. Our preparations for the 50-lapper were much more intense than usual. Knowing how important a good finish would be toward our season point total, we took special precautions. After all, 50 laps at Heston could be devastating on suspension parts. But each week we had added more and more replacement parts until now we were carrying at least 1 spare for nearly every imaginable part that might possibly bend or break. There were boxes full of tie rod ends, ball joints and spindles, plus axles, a drive shaft, several U-joints, and a spare radiator. With all the extra weight in the bed of the truck, each time we hit a bump or rounded a sharp corner, the fenders of my old 1966 Ford truck rubbed the tires. In fact, we had to pull over on the way to the track and wait for Dad to come along in order to transfer some of the heavier parts into his Suburban. We started 8th in the heat race, and I was only able to get up to 6th, which did not qualify for the feature. That really put pressure on us for the Consi. With a field of over 30 cars, some would not qualify. There was no room for error tonight. This time, in the Consi, I started back in 12th place. I really had to push the old Ford to see how far I could get before the checkers waved. I made my way up to 6th with a secured spot in the feature. During the Consi, I started to notice that the shifter seemed to be jumping around much more than usual. It wasn't jumping out of gear, it just seemed to be flopping around almost as though the whole transmission was about to fall out. Then as I slowed down off turn 2, following the Consi, I saw that the oil pressure had dropped dramatically. Immediately, I bumped the transmission into neutral and coasted through the 3rd and 4th turns. I eased into the pits and killed the ignition. It was only after I crawled out that I noticed the horrible telltale trail of oil that followed the car. Bill was under the car almost before I had it stopped. He was back out almost as quickly, but instead of telling me what was happening, he went straight to Dad and started to talk to him. I could see that they were in deep thought about something, which made me both nervous and suspicious. They both ignored me as they walked to the back of the car and continued their serious conversation. Finally, they nodded in agreement and called me over. Before I could explain the shifter problem that I had experienced in the Consi, Bill informed me that he already knew that it was a little loose. I was not to worry about that, and as far as the trail of oil into the pits, that was just a small leak that should not cause any problems. In those early days of racing at Heston, there were no rules about having to start a race with all the body panels in place. Bill and Dad informed me that we would be starting the feature without the hood. They also told me not to become alarmed if the transmission continued to jump around. According to them, it was no big deal. All that I was to concern myself with, besides driving, was the oil pressure. If it dropped really low, I was to come in as quickly as possible, and they would add more oil. That was the reason for starting without the hood. It would be much easier to add oil if the hood was not on. To say that I was becoming a little skeptical would be an understatement, but I always had complete trust in Bill's decisions. Besides, I knew for darn sure that Dad would never agree to let me go out if there was anything unsafe about the car. I started 17th that night and figured that I could surely pass several cars in front of me, and that attrition, hopefully affecting others, would also be a major factor in a 50-lap race. At the drop of the green, I was hard on the throttle and on the move. Within a few laps, I managed to get by several cars. It was then that I remembered that I was to keep a sharp eye on the oil pressure gauge. At first glance, as I came out of turn 4, everything looked fine. The needle pointed to approximately 60 pounds of oil pressure. Suddenly, it hit me. I was looking at the wrong end of the needle. The oil pressure was nearly 0. Dejectedly, I drove easily into turn 4 and swung into the pits. As I looked up, there stood Dad and Bill, each with an open can of racing oil in each hand. I was barely stopped before they had the oil caps off the engine breathers and were frantically pouring the oil into the engine. Bill screamed at me to get going, and I roared back out to join the race. Within a few laps, there was a caution, and, as I glanced again to the gauge, I saw that it was reading nearly 0 again. Once more I swung into the pits, and once more the 4 cans of oil were open and ready. That time I managed to get back out in line before the green flag came out to restart the feature. On the restart, I ran into the first turn as hard as I possibly could to try to pick up some lost spots. As I set up for the corner, the right rear tire caught a huge rut. The shifter lurched violently. I could have sworn that the whole transmission and engine were about to fly out. Now I had the nerve-wracking combination of low to no oil pressure, an erratically jumping shifter, and a seemingly moving engine, let alone the chaos of the remaining laps of the Heston 50-lapper. Still, I was sure that I could run as hard as possible in search of every last available point. The trips to the pits seemed never-ending. Fortunately for us, the race was plagued, or in my case, blessed, with numerous cautions. At each waving of the yellow flag, I made my dash for more oil. A couple times I had been forced to come in under the green, but I could see each time that Bill and Dad were determined that we would finish this feature. The triple points were driving us on. Finally, mercifully, the checkered flag waved and we finished the race. I'm certain that our numerous pit stops had the score totally confused, but when the final tally was announced, we were credited with a 12th place finish. That gave us 135 points for the night and a fairly secure lock on 6th place in the point standings for the year. Dad and Bill were probably even more relieved than I was after that race. They looked as though they had been through the ringer that night. It wasn't until the car was parked and I had crawled out that we were able to survey our pit area. If there had been any environmentalists there that night, they would have likely hauled us away for life. Our oil pan held 8 quarts of oil. That night we had gone through what was in the pan, plus a full case of 24 quarts, and then borrowed 8 or 10 quarts from Kenny Stitt just to get through the feature. Finally, I was able to get Dad and Bill to come clean with just what had been going on during the feature. Once again, only the ambushers could have had an experience like this. After the consi, when I told Bill about the shifter jumping around so erratically, he had discovered that we had not just one, but 2 significant, though not totally unsafe conditions with which to contend. First, the shifter was jumping around because one of the transmission mounts had broken. Of course, we couldn't replace that before the feature. Secondly, and this was the one that Dad and Bill had chosen to fight with all feature long, both motor mounts had broken and the engine had dropped, which meant that the oil pan was sitting directly on the crossmember. That explained the oil leak. A couple holes had been punched in the oil pan from the engine bouncing up and down on the crossmember. The part that they had told me not to worry about had occurred between the consi and the feature. That was when Bill and Dad decided to use one of the safety chains from the trailer to chain the motor down as tightly as possible to the crossmember in an attempt to keep it somewhat in place. Of course, that also meant that each bump caused the oil pan to take even more abuse, which resulted in several more and bigger holes being added to the small ones that were already there. We were running oil out nearly as fast as it could be put in. On the bright side was the fact that we managed to finish the race. We got our point total increased, and apparently we had not damaged the engine too badly as it was still running and sounding pretty good. Certainly the main and rod bearings must have suffered some damage and would need replaced, and the oil pan would have to be repaired. We wouldn't make it home from Heston until at least 1 in the morning, and Port Royal was racing on Monday afternoon, Labor Day. Our chances of running on Monday were looking bleak, except that Bill wasn't ready to give up quite yet. We loaded up as soon as we collected our pay for the night and headed for home. The entire underside of the car was one huge oil slick. Obviously, we were both pleased and disappointed. Pleased that we had finished the race, but disappointed that we would now almost certainly miss the big Labor Day races at Port. Suddenly, Bill sprang to life, yelled for me to step on the gas, and began making plans. First stop would be the car wash in Huntingdon, and then to the garage and prepare to pull an all-nighter. This night would prove to be nothing at all like the all-nighters from college days. Several weeks back, we had picked up a spare 390 cubic inch Ford short block and had installed new rods and main bearings in it. It was sitting idly in the corner of the garage. If we hadn't done too much damage to our engine, Bill reasoned that we could simply take the new bearings out of the backup engine and install them in the race engine. Then all we needed were new motor mounts and the holes patched in the oil pan. We could be ready for the Labor Day race when that was done. I remember sitting at the traffic light at the River Bridge in Lewistown as one of the racers from Mifflintown, Mel Ziders, pulled up beside us and offered his condolences to our dead race car. Bill emphatically declared that we would be ready to go by race time. Mel simply smiled and drove away, which seemed to make Bill even more determined. By 1 a.m., we had the car sitting in the garage, chain hoist fastened to the engine, and the engine lifted off the battered crossmember. All we needed at that point was enough room to get the oil pan off and to be able to reach the main and rod bearings. One look at the oil pan brought us back to reality. There were holes all through it, and sadly, none of us knew how to braze. No matter, work must proceed. From that point on, the night turned into a magical mystery tour led by Bill and eagerly followed by Jack, Don, Jeff, and me. I remember kneeling on my knees at the side of the race engine. Someone pulled bearings from the spare engine and handed them to me. I would put a little oil on each one and hand it to Bill, who tried to carefully put them in place and then torque them down. Of course, in our haste of passing them to each other, along with our consumption of beer, occasionally a bearing would get dropped onto the dirt garage floor. However, a simple wipe on blue jeans or a sweatshirt, a dab of fresh oil, and it was good to go. By 2:30 a.m., our lack of sleep and steady consumption of alcohol was having a profound effect on our coordination. Somehow, though, the engine was slowly going together in spite of us. Next on the agenda was the mutilated oil pan. For that, we made a trip to the tire store and dug out an old torch of Dad's. Somewhere we rounded up some flux, a metal coat hanger, and some brazing rods. What a mess. The longer and harder we tried, the worse we got. No sooner would we get one hole nearly sealed than we would create a new one. And besides the obvious holes, there were also several small cracks that needed repaired. This fiasco continued until 3 a.m., when we decided that it was repaired enough to survive one more race. Also, by that time we were definitely feeling the beer. We were completely covered in dirt, oil, and grease, and practically sleepwalking. Suddenly, Bill just snapped. He threw everything down and announced that he was not touching another piece on the race car until he got something to eat. No middle-of-the-night food equaled no work, and then we did one of the wackiest things we had ever done. Most Sunday evenings when we got back from Heston at a decent hour, we would stop at Mom's and get a snack. There was always lots of lunch meat, peanut butter, or leftovers which we would devour before heading to the garage to unload the car. Now tonight, in our filthy, tipsy condition, we decided to go to my mom's spotless kitchen and prepare a meal. We rolled in as quietly as we clumsily could, grabbed bacon, eggs, and toast, and proceeded to make the worst mess our house had ever experienced. After gulping down most of what we made, we simply left skillets, dishes, glasses, silverware, crumbs, and wrappers scattered all through the kitchen and headed back to the garage. Strangely, or perhaps sympathetically, Mom never threatened to kill us, though we did later promise ourselves that we would never do anything that rude or stupid again. Meanwhile, back at the garage, we were back to work rechecking bearing bolts and installing the crudely repaired oil pan to the engine. All that was needed now was a pair of motor mounts to complete the deal. To our shock and dismay, they seemed to be the only things missing from our other short block. A frantic search through our parts boxes produced nothing. Finally, we did manage to come up with 2 engine mounts, but they were not the same. With the proper persuasion, though, Bill was sure that he could get them to work. We bolted them onto the race engine and slowly lowered it nearly into place. We could not get them to match up. We pried, loosened, tightened, twisted, forced, cursed, and yelled. Nothing seemed to work. By now it was early morning, and we were on the verge of admitting defeat when one of Dad's old buddies who lived nearby, Paul Ernest, happened to drop by. Soon after, with a combination of Paul's ingenuity along with a couple of wrecking bars, a few short sections of pipe, a digging bar, and lots of grunting, sweating, and swearing, the engine dropped neatly into place. By that time it was nearly noon. The Labor Day races at Port were to start around 1 p.m., so we figured that our feature would likely start sometime around 2:30. The radiator was next to be installed along with all linkages, lines, and bolts. We had no time to double-check anything, but we did try to get things right the first time. Finally, at 12:50 p.m., Bill hit the starter and, somewhat surprisingly, the old Ford fired to life. With absolutely no time to spare, we loaded her on the trailer, chained her down, and prepared to make a flying trip to the port. Since we had no time to break in the new bearings, Bill decided that we should just let the engine idle the whole way to the track. What the heck, after the night we had just endured, that didn't seem so strange. And so, that is exactly what we did. We got a few strange looks as we sat impatiently at the River Bridge red light and cars pulled up beside the rumbling race car. But that didn't matter to us. Yes, we were exhausted, filthy, and slowly sobering up, but we were likely going to make the show. The remainder of the day probably turned out much better than we ever expected or deserved. Since we arrived just before feature time, we were placed on the outside of the 9th and last row of the feature. Somehow the engine managed to hold together, and by race's end, we actually cracked the top 10. Thus ended 3 crazy, fun, and successful nights of racing for us. Our $50 on Labor Day made our final take for the 3 races at a whopping $180 to go along with 3 feature finishes, and another page was added to our Truth is Stranger Than Fiction world of racing. Our season ended on October 3rd at Heston as they scheduled a special end-of-the-year show. This would also provide a good ending for us as we ran a very strong second to Butch Renninger in the Consi and then nailed a very respectable 9th place in the feature. And this was still with the same old 390 Ford engine, which we had so terribly abused back on Labor Day weekend. Our season began on March 27th and ran through October 3rd. We had towed to 38 races, 20 at Port Royal, and the remainder at Heston. The old, mostly stock 390 engine had survived 36 of those nights on the original bearings and rings and was still running strong at the end. We had managed to finish 29 features, a remarkable total considering the caliber of our equipment. After failing to qualify for the feature the first 3 times out, and 4 out of our first 8 races, we only had 1 more D&Q, did not qualify, the remainder of the season. 20 of our 29 finishes were 12th or better. 12th seemed to be our big number as we finished there 6 times. Our best feature finish was a 6th, followed by 1 7th, 2 8ths, 4 9ths, 4 10ths, and 2 11ths. Not too bad for our ultra-low buck operation. We also managed that 1 heat race win, plus a 2nd, a 3rd, 3/4, and 3/5. The car was still in one piece, the engine still ran well, and optimism abounded as we tucked the Fairlane's somewhat beaten and battered body away for the long, cold winter. All that remained now was a banquet or 2 to cap off the year's activities. Earlier that same summer, we heard that a guy in Juniata County, who ran late models on and off for several years, had a complete, ready-to-run 427 Ford engine for sale. As soon as our season ended, Bill and I drove to McAllisterville to Larry's home, and there, under a huge tree in the side yard, sat the 427 Ford engine. It looked fine to us. Larry agreed to take a personal check, and $175 later, we headed back home with what we assumed would be next year's upgraded power plant. It seemed almost too good to be true. By midwinter, we would find out if it was, and it wouldn't be pretty. Chapter 18, A Change of Life. As the 1971 season came to a close, I embarked on another major change of life: marriage. Dana and I had been dating since my college days, and now, a mere 4 years later, we decided to make the big commitment. Dad was going to give us a piece of ground, and we were shopping for a mobile home to put on it. I was also planning to build a garage to continue my racing career. Dana was into showing horses and traveled all over the East Coast nearly every weekend. In fact, during racing and horse show seasons, we seldom saw each other from Thursday night until Monday evening. She would leave on Friday afternoon before I was off work and head for Buffalo, Philadelphia, Washington, Richmond, or Cleveland, and would not get back till the wee hours of Monday morning. I raced each weekend and spent several nights each week in the garage with the race car. Strangely enough, the system worked quite well, and we decided that November 19th, 1971, a Friday evening, would be the big day. That allowed me to have the weekend off for our honeymoon before going back to teaching on Monday morning. Plans were moving along nicely when, in mid-October, I found out that a small farm was coming up for sale. It was located right across the Ferguson Valley Road from Barry Smith's farm and, coincidentally, right out the lane from Pete Swarmer's house. The farm consisted of 21 acres, complete with barn, garage, and outbuildings. This sounded like an ideal setup for both Donna and me and our main interests. The barn would be great for her horses, and the garage would do just fine for the race car. Besides, the price was quite attractive. The owner was asking $22,000. The house was old and in need of some repairs, but it was livable. We talked it over and decided, with Dad's help, to go for it. Dad and the owner were old friends, and so on a Friday evening, Dad drove to the farm, gave George, the owner, a $500 deposit to hold it until the following week. Dad was heading to Canada the next day on a fishing trip. George gave him a simple handwritten sales agreement. That, plus a handshake, sealed the deal. Life was so much simpler in those times. At that point, Dana and I had never seen the inside of our soon-to-be home, but our reasoning was that the 22 acres alone should be worth the price. Besides, neither of us was too fussy about the house. She wanted a home for her horses, and I wanted a home for the race car. The deal was finalized the following week after I sold my car to make the $2,000 down payment. I moved in the last week of October, and by mid-November, just in time for the wedding, we had the place adequately furnished and the necessary changes had been made to the barn and garage to get us set up for winter. The garage was a small two-car facility, and with the added old wood stove, crude shelves, workbench, and we were set. The cars shouldn't need many changes. Dana spent most of her time working with her horses and making plans for her next season. Bill and I spent most of our time planning the 1972 season, certain that we were on the verge of a successful racing career. Chapter 19, High Expectations. According to the previous owner, the 427 Ford engine that we had bought from him was completely overhauled and race-ready. Some will claim that it is better to buy a pre-assembled engine and just set it in and go. But I had always been skeptical. It goes back to the old pig in a poke saying, as it turned out, we not only bought a pig, but we bought a crippled pig. Part of the claim about the engine was correct. It was a complete engine. That is where the story gets messy. After checking the overhauled and race-ready engine, it seems that it would need bored out, new pistons and rings, new bearings, and all the other little extras. What a blow to our already severely deflated wallets. Surprisingly, Dad came to our rescue and paid most of our engine overhaul bill at Stoachef's Auto Parts. The future began to look a little brighter. Besides the new engine, we decided to do very little to the old Fairlane. Dad didn't even want us to replace or straighten any sheet metal or even paint it. To this day, I truly believe that he, too, felt we were going to be front runners, and he got a big kick out of the idea of running such a rough-looking car just to fake everyone out. We did choose to change several body panels and have Bill give it a fresh coat of paint. Sadly, we couldn't comprehend just how much of a beating the old car had taken throughout the 1971 season. And for some unknown reason, aside from ignorance and penny pinching, we didn't bother to replace any chassis and suspension parts. After all, we had ended the previous season in relatively good shape, so why bother to change what worked? We never gave a thought to the stress and strain that the stock ball joints, tie rod ends, tie rods, and A-frames had endured. That decision would come back to haunt us, but work proceeded smoothly after the engine episode. Bill spent one exceptionally frigid winter Sunday repainting the car using our unique red, white, and blue paint scheme. The car was bright red from the front bumper to about halfway back on the roof and doors. Then came a white stripe approximately 16 inches wide. The rest of the way back was a shiny blue. The day that Bill decided to paint the car remains so vivid to me because of the extreme cold that day. Early Sunday morning, Bill and I started a roaring fire in the old chunk stove, and by early afternoon, the garage was a snug 70 degrees. Of course, due to the extreme cold, we had sealed every possible air crack. It never occurred to us, or else we just weren't smart enough to think of it, but here we were in a tiny garage that had practically no ventilation, and we were about to suck in a lifetime supply of paint fumes and dust. We didn't even have any of the cheap little surgical-style masks to help protect our lungs. By the time we were less than half done, I was in the house suffering from unbearable pains in my stomach, head and back, and making repeated trips to the bathroom to worship the porcelain throne. Bill, meanwhile, cheerfully painted and sucked in endless toxins. Between paint coats and colors, he would come in the house, look my way sympathetically, grab another cold beer, and head back to the garage. He has always claimed that the beer was the only thing that protected him that day. And, who can argue, I was the sick one who had chosen to abstain that day. After the paint job, all that seemed to remain was the lettering, and then the couple weeks wait for the start of the season. Our optimism ran high, as well as the way the car handled the previous year, and with our new 427 power plant, surely this would be our year. Over the years, there seemed to be so many omens appearing to affect our racing career, and the start of the 1972 season was no different. For the first time, we were actually ready well ahead of the first race. So what happens on opening weekend? The Saturday night race at Port rained out almost the minute that we pulled into the pits. That was cruel. It was April Fool's Day. An omen? But not to worry. The weather forecast for Sunday at Heston sounded good. The car was ready. we were well rested and rearing to go. So what happens on Sunday? Just before Mount Union, a small town about halfway to Heston, as we were casually towing along, we got caught in a snowstorm. The ground was soon covered, which made towing just that much more interesting. Our toolboxes and parts boxes in the back of the open pickup truck were white and wet, and the race car was completely covered with freshly fallen snow. Still, we pushed on, and by the time we reached the long dirt lane to the track, the sun suddenly broke through the clouds and the temperature increased dramatically. The problems, however, were far from over that day. First, only about 10 cars showed up, and second, fewer than 200 fans braved the crazy weather. After paying my $3 pit pass, Dana's $2.50 general admission, the $1 welding fee, and the $5 association fee, Boo Erickson informed us that the races for the day were canceled. We would not even receive tow money, though we had no idea at that point that first weekend would sadly set the tone for most of our 1972 season. Our season got its official start the following Sunday on our return trip to Heston. Strangely enough, we had a decent first night. The big 427 Ford ran smoothly, and the car handled well. In the heat race, I started on the outside of the first row, and after a few mistakes on my part, I managed to hold on for a sixth-place finish. That put me on the inside of row 6 for the feature. Within a few laps, I had worked my way up to 7th place, and then went on to swap spots back and forth from 7th to 10th for the next several laps. I was really enjoying the heated competition until the radiator began sending back so much spray that it became almost impossible for me to see through the old bubble shield on my helmet. I tried desperately to wipe it clean each lap, but finally had to give in and slow down and settle for a disappointing 11th place. Overall, this was a respectable first night. We passed some decent cars and got involved in some good clean, side-to-side racing for several laps. The car felt good, and it was in one piece. Fixing the radiator problem should be no big deal. The following week, 31 late models showed up at Heston. Our heat race caused us major concern as I started 8th and soon dropped out. Fortunately, the Consi turned out much better. With that many cars on hand, there were plenty of good running cars in the Consi. It would take a major effort just to qualify. At the drop of the green, the old race car hooked up beautifully, and we were on the move. After 8 fast-paced, hard-charging laps, I nailed down a solid 4th place finish, and though our feature start would be way back in 19th place, we felt confident that we could have a solid run. This would be our chance to go after some of the big boys. Sadly, after 5 torrid laps, our night would end with a cracked and bent A-frame. It would prove to be just the start of an almost endless string of mechanical miseries, interrupted by only a very few feature finishes. It would turn into an ugly year. One of our few shining moments occurred early in the year, and though it did not involve a particularly good finish, it is one that we had talked about. No, I would say bragged about over and over throughout the years since. Each time that Bill and I see a NASCAR team accomplish a major repair at the track, or hear some of the young guns brag about a minor fix that they pulled off, it becomes our cue to tell our story. Most of our racing that year was limited to Port Royal and Heston, but one Friday evening we decided to make the long haul to Everett Speedway. I always liked the Everett track with its nearly smooth, beautiful clay surface. There were no fences, which really helped me because it kept me from running into them. On this Friday night, we decided to make the 80-mile tow in hopes of changing what had been, up to that point, our rather dismal luck. From the very start, it appeared that we had made another big mistake. In the heat, I dropped out after only a few laps, and then, in the Consi, after starting 12th and working my way up to 6th, I spun out and was credited with a last-place finish. Fortunately, there were only 21 cars that night, which meant that I could still run the feature, but I would start dead last. At the drop of the green, I mashed the throttle and managed to easily pick off a couple of the tail enders. The car was feeling pretty racy, which made me feel that I could still possibly end up with a decent night. Suddenly, I went completely out of control and spun out on the middle of the back stretch. The yellow lights flashed on, and I remember crawling disgustedly out of the car and looking down at a broken right lower ball joint. That was it. As Jeff Silks, the kid who worked for us at the tire store, came running up, I barked at him to get in the car and worked the brakes as the wrecker lifted the front end and headed toward our trailer. Bill took one look. His eyes lit up fiercely. As he ran past Jeff, he yelled something to him and then dashed off toward the trailer. The wrecker lurched to a stop, and there was Bill with our floor jack, a handful of tools and a box of parts. Jeff jumped out of the car and sprinted over to me, yelling something about Bill wanting me to get back into the car and be ready to race. I couldn't believe it. How could we possibly run with a broken ball joint? But Bill meant it. The tire iron spun and pieces went flying. Bill's normally animated movements were engaged in a semi-controlled, chaotic mechanical ballet. Though I still wasn't sure why I should, I crawled back in and buckled up. Several other crews curiously wandered near to watch. The race, which had gone back to green, had become a wreck fest, which resulted in one yellow after another. And then, suddenly, the car dropped to the ground, snapping me out of my trance-like condition. Bill was screaming at me to fire up the engine and get moving. I could hardly believe it, but we were race-ready and likely going to get to finish the race on the track. I rejoined the race on lap 12. True, the numerous yellows had given us extra time, but this was still quite an amazing feat. Working by himself with just a four-way lug wrench, a worn-out floor jack, a stock Ford chassis, and a bunch of used parts, Bill had managed to get us back in action and miss only 5 laps doing it. We got credit for 14th place and picked up a whopping $40, but the points and the money didn't really matter that night. We did something special. Even with our poor finish, we were able to laugh, enjoy a couple cold ones, and enjoy the ride home. Maybe this could lead to better times. The following 3 races brought on many mixed emotions. On the night after the Everett trip, we were enjoying a good, solid run in the official season opener at Port Royal when the rear end broke. The following week at Port, we started 4th and finished 4th in our heat race, which put us on the outside of the second row for the feature. When the green flag dropped, I went high into turn 1, got a great bite, and jumped into the lead down the backstretch. That only lasted until someone spun out as I was coming out of turn 4 on lap 2, which meant we would have a complete original restart. Once again, I got a great jump and, coming out of turn 2, grabbed the lead again. I managed to hold on to it until someone shot past me as we came off the 4th turn of lap 3. Still, I managed to stay in the top 3 for several laps until the dreaded gremlins returned. Each lap, the cars seemed to go a little slower as more and more cars flashed by me. Finally, the engine began to miss and sputter each time I hit the throttle. But I stayed out and did the best I could, which resulted in an 11th place finish. The bad news was discovered late that night after we got home. Apparently, the engine had a bent valve. Most of the next day was spent replacing the valve and checking for any other possible problems. At the last minute, Bill and I decided to head to Heston on the hope that the bent valve had been our only problem. Since we arrived late, we were relegated to a 14th place start in our heat race. Sadly, within 2 laps, the engine miss had returned, and I decided to drop out. We did go out for the Consi, started 11th, and finished 10th, but there was definitely something wrong with the engine. Rather than do more harm, we decided to just load up and go home. It wasn't until Monday evening that we discovered the sad truth. Our big bad 427 Ford was terminally ill with 2 burnt and slightly melted pistons. This certainly wasn't the news we needed, as we did not have the money to rebuild the engine. It almost seemed that our season would have to be put on an extended hold. What a dreary, downcast crew we were that whole week. No matter how badly we wanted to run, our finances were completely tapped out. And no way was I going to approach Dad for any financial help. I mean, he was definitely showing an interest in racing, and he enjoyed going to the races with us. But I was afraid that asking him for money just might push him too far. After all, we hadn't impressed too many people with our past performances. Then on Saturday morning, following our blown engine discovery, a wild idea popped into my head. As I was poking and sulking around in the garage, suddenly my eyes strayed to the back corner and last year's completely disassembled and badly worn 390 engine. Of course, we didn't have any new parts on hand to freshen it, but there were all the old rings, bearings, and pistons stacked neatly on a shelf. That was it. I decided that I would try to start reassembling that old engine and try to have it done for that night. I began calling around and leaving messages for Bill to come to the garage as soon as possible, and then I began gathering the pieces and putting them back in place. By the time Bill showed up, I had it partly assembled. I had the rings messed up, but that was only a minor setback. In short order, the used, worn-out rings were on, pistons were slid into the cylinders, and slightly scorched bearings were snapped in place and bolted down. By 5 p.m., we were setting the engine in place. By 6 p.m., we were ready to fire it up. By 7 p.m., we were at Port Royal and ready to run. Then by 8 p.m., we were loaded up, embarrassed, humiliated, and thinking seriously about switching to checkers or poker. In the confusion and rush earlier that day, we had failed to check out much of anything on the engine. We were scheduled to start 11th in the second heat and should have known immediately that we were in big trouble. Smoke billowed out of the headers as well as many other places as I was pulling out of the pits to line up for the heat race. To our credit, we likely killed millions of mosquitoes that night. Somehow I managed to run all 8 laps of the heat and finish in 8th place. But as the race ended, it was obvious that the poor old Ford was nearly dead. Besides, the other drivers were nearly gassed to death. We had a freeze plug missing, and we had apparently forgotten to tighten the oil pan drain plug. The old Warhorse 390 was finished. Once again, as was becoming all too common, all we could do was load up, crack a couple of cold brews, and head for home. If we were to continue any racing, it was certain that we would have to somehow get the 427 engine back together. The following week, we did manage to scrape up enough money to get the parts that we needed to do the necessary overhaul. I'm still not certain, but I am reasonably sure that much of the cost was put on my tab with Dad at the tire store. As Friday rolled around, we were nearly ready to go. Even the old, nearly forgotten confidence was beginning to return. But sadly, Saturday night did not prove to be much of a success as I dropped out of the heat race and only managed a 14th place finish in the feature. The engine developed a significant miss. One of the spark plugs mysteriously had practically no gap. Our bad luck followed us to Heston the next night. In the warm-ups, the engine miss returned, only now it was accompanied by a terrible smoking problem. On top of that, we lost oil pressure. Without delay, we loaded up, headed back to the garage, and immediately began to tear the engine down one more time. This time the oil pump had locked up, and we found another partially melted piston and a badly scored number 6-cylinder wall. Apparently a season from hell was rapidly descending upon us. The following week consisted of spending every evening in the garage, and by late Thursday Eve, our big block Ford was back together and sounding quite potent. We ran the engine for several extended periods of time, waiting to see if any new problems might crop up. On Saturday afternoon, Bill proclaimed the engine healed and ready to return to battle. What a Saturday night this would prove to be, as it would become etched indelibly in our minds forever. In the heat race, I started on the pole and ran great for the first 2 laps. Suddenly, as I charged into the turn, there were no brakes. Nevertheless, I stayed out and eventually slipped back to 4th place, which was still the best and strongest we had run all season. In fact, I really believe that I should have won that heat if the brakes hadn't failed. The brake problem, however, turned out to be such a minuscule problem compared to the horrible event that would unfold that evening. It is the thing that is always in the back of every racer's mind, but one that we always assume will never happen to us or to one of our best friends. Up until that night, Dutch and Denny Snyder had only run their new sprint car a few times. Back then, they were one of the very few teams who were trying to make a 351 Ford Windsor engine work in a sprint car. This was the car they had built from scratch, and it certainly was a beauty. They had dubbed their new pride and joy the Nightcrawler. The sprint feature, including Denny Snyder at the wheel of the Nightcrawler, had lined up and completed the pace lap before the green flag was waved. Watching 24 sprint cars charge hell-bent down the port's tight front stretch and attempt to all negotiate the hard, sharp left turn is always a particular thrill. Usually the first lap or two was the only part of the sprint race that we ever watched. The cars roared out of turn 4 of the first lap, and then right in front of the main grandstand, Denny's car suddenly went airborne. I had never seen, or even dreamt that I would see, a car launch so high into the night air. His car had caught the rear wheel of another car. High above the front stretch was the set of track lights that were used to signal race conditions during the events. Unbelievably, Denny's car shot high enough that it wiped out the string of lights, and then tragically the car and driver came crashing back to the track in front of the rest of the field of charging sprinters. Denny was hit full force by another car. I am certain that he never knew what hit him. We were all certain that he was dead, but none of the track officials would confirm it. Denny's wife was crying uncontrollably as he was loaded into the ambulance and taken away. Dutch was in total shock. I'm sure that he knew that his brother, his dearest friend, and his racing partner had died. But as must be, the feature was lined up as normal, the green flag dropped as normal, and again, now minus a couple race cars, the field charged down the same deadly straightaway as normal, pretending that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. It wasn't much fun getting ready to run our feature that night. Denny was a good friend, but we too knew that we must try to put this aside, hope for the impossible for Denny, and go on with the race. We started on the pole, ran a solid race, and finished 8th. This time there was no miss in the engine. The only problem in the feature was the result of driver error, as I kept slipping up too much through the turns. Those were the only times that anyone was able to get around me. Strangely enough, before our feature that night, Bob Neiman debated whether he should run. He was Denny's brother-in-law. At the last minute, he decided to run, and he even ended up winning the feature. As soon as our feature ended, the official word came down. Denny was dead. The following night at Heston provided the only friction that Dana and I ever had, or ever would have, concerning my driving a race car. When I started 3rd in my heat race and was coming out of turn 2, a car spun directly in front of me. I cut hard to the outside to try to miss him, and probably would have if Mace 4 hadn't gotten into my rear quarter panel and given me a good hard shot out over the backstretch. Heston's backstretch had no fence. There was a narrow creek off the back straightaway and then a mountain. I made full contact with the mountain. It did not budge a bit. The result was a badly wrecked race car, including a bent frame, broken A-frame, broken steering box, bent fan, and twisted radiator. I even managed to get my foot caught in the pedals, which produced a badly twisted, sore, and swollen ankle. At a little past midnight, after I got home, and when the pain became more intense, Dana had to take me to the local hospital emergency room. It turned out to be just a bad sprain and bruise, but some of the comments from the emergency personnel, especially those who had been on duty the night before when Denny died, really upset Dana. We spent an unusually quiet week at home. It wasn't until Thursday that she finally let me know, in no uncertain terms, what was bothering her. I believe her comment was something like, "Wasn't Denny's death enough?" A few hours later, and with the use of my very best racer's logic, I was able to almost convince her that my racing was no more dangerous than her horse showing. Begrudgingly, she gave in, and by Friday, Bill had the old Fairlane ready to return to battle. Denny's viewing was held on the Tuesday evening following his death. I must say that I had never witnessed anything quite like it. Literally hundreds of friends, racers, mechanics, crew members, officials, and of course, the morbidly curious showed up for the viewing. The Snyders were one of the closest families I have ever known. Denny's widow was barely able to control herself. Daddy was nearly trance-like. The other siblings and family members were in various stages of mourning. Then there was Brother Dutch. I am sure that I have never seen anyone more completely destroyed by a death than he was. Those two brothers had been nearly inseparable for their entire lives. The harsh reality of having to go through the rest of his life without his brother and dearest friend was surely almost more than he could bear. To this day, I doubt that he has gotten completely over it. On the following Saturday at Port Royal, it almost appeared that our luck was about to make a change for the better. We nailed a solid 5th in our heat race, which gave us the outside pole for the feature. I got a nice jump and led the first lap, but a spin out caused a complete restart. That proved to be a near disaster, as the right side ball joint snapped on the first lap restart, which promptly ended our night. The following week, we showed up with a crudely rebuilt front end after the broken ball joint the previous week. Pete's late model owner, Tuck Gilbert, took one look and proclaimed our repair job to be one of the worst he had ever seen. To repair the previous week's damage, we had cut off the old frame and welded a new partial front clip in its place. It was neither straight nor neatly done work. We even ended up putting an old Chevy 3/4-ton truck hub and spindle on the right front in place of the Ford hub that we had been running. Our crude patchwork repair resulted in the inability to get any brakes working on the right front. To make matters worse, by the end of the warm-up period, we had no brakes at all. On top of that, we were called for the pole position to start the heat. I told Bill that I was going to drop to the tail end so that I could try to stay out of trouble. As I pulled out onto the backstretch, I fully intended to go to the rear, but for some unknown reason, I changed my mind and took my spot at the front. Bill, of course, was taken completely off guard, but once the race started, it appeared that I might have made a smart move. At the drop of the green, I buried my right foot into the floorboards and jumped out to a solid lead. At the halfway point, I glanced nervously to the pit, expecting to see Pete, Lenny Erb, or some of the other big guns who hadn't passed me yet. Surely, I thought, they must have dropped out since they hadn't blown by me. At lap 6 of the scheduled 8 laps, Bill was frantically signaling that I still had a small lead. I could tell by his nearly closed hands now that someone was coming on fast and hard behind me. Screaming up the backstretch on the 7th lap, I finally caught a glimpse of the plain white fender of Lenny Erb's Fairlane as he pulled up beside me. I charged as hard as I could into turn 3 and powered out of turn 4, a faint glimpse of the white fender still nearly even with me. And then, total brain fade hit me. I decided to pull out all stops and totally outmaneuver Lenny on the final lap by going deeper than ever into turn 1, then mash the brake as hard as possible as I countersteered, and then just outpower and outgut him for the final lap. It was a great plan and would have likely worked if it weren't for the fact that I forgot I had no brakes. It wasn't until I got deep into the first turn and attempted to set the car sideways that it came back to me about the brake problem. I was in deep, deep trouble. The car began to come around for me, but I had lost the bite and slid way too high. Lenny easily ducked low and grabbed the lead. Somehow I managed not to spin out and was able to get back into the throttle and keep second spot as I watched Lenny power out of turn 2. We both charged down the back chute, giving it all we had. I realized my chance for a win was dashed, but I ran through 3 and 4 as hard as I possibly could, and even gained a little on him as we flew down the front stretch and under the checkered flag. I would have to settle for a disappointing second place. Still, it wasn't a bad run for a hastily repaired and brakeless car. With Port's point and handicapping system, my second place finish earned me the pole position for the feature, and after the heat run, there was no way that I was not going to start up front. Brakes or not. The feature was not nearly so rewarding. I suppose that I was being extra cautious since I knew what it could mean if someone wrecked in front of me. As I look back now, it wasn't a smart idea at all to run that night. About halfway through the feature, there was a red flag due to a wreck. How in the world was I going to come to a complete stop? First, I got off of the throttle, and then, as I downshifted, I must have been going faster than I thought, because as I let out the clutch, the engine revved, causing a couple of the fan blades to snap off and become embedded in the radiator. We were credited with 19th place for the feature. Over the next 3 weeks, we only ran a total of 4 races. In one of those, the engine developed a terrible miss. Next, the right front shock broke. Then I was running a strong 4th. When the car in front of me spun in turn 2, several of us bumped and banged around to try to miss him, but we ended up making light contact. As I refired the engine and pulled away, I noticed that the steering felt loose. I went into the pits to have Bill check it out, which meant that I would have to restart at the tail end of the field. The car was okay, and I managed to work my way up to 10th place at the end of the race. The following week, I ran a very disappointing 14th. I was just not able to get the car to run smoothly through the turns. It also seemed to be losing power. Frustration was rapidly mounting. We were in bad need of a good run. We decided that our best course of action would be to take a week off and go completely over the car. Worn-out parts were finally replaced, and a good engine tune-up was done. That led to a return to respectability, beginning with a 4th in the heat and a 9th in the feature our first week back at Heston. The following week, we took home a 10th in the feature at Port, followed by a strong 5th in a fast heat at Heston. Unfortunately, the feature that night ended for us on the second lap as Butch Renninger caught our right front tire, which precipitated a broken steering box. That was followed by a 9th in the feature the next week at Port. It was now July 29th, and just as we thought that things were going to get better, our little gremlins suddenly regrouped and declared war on us. Our only other decent finish the remainder of the season would be a ninth at Heston in early August. Other than that, we managed to break axle bolts one night, burn all the plug wires off another night, break a spindle on the third night, and finally crash hard on August 13th. The bad times now greatly outweighed the good. The poor old Fairlane had been beaten, battered, and abused enough. We had managed to run out of both patience and money at the same time. After a team meeting, we decided to park the car for the year, save our engine and whatever parts we could, and think toward 1973. What had started back in March with such optimism and confidence had finally ended in defeat and despair. Of our 24 races that year, we managed to finish only 13 of them, and of those 13, only 6 times did we crack the top 10. 4 times we didn't finish the feature, but, worst of all, 7 times we weren't even able to start the feature. Even the heat races, with just one exception, were a disappointment as we managed just 1 second place, 1 third, and 4 fourths. We grossed a mere $860. We only managed to bring home more than $75 one time. All in all, 1972 had to be considered a major disaster. Perhaps at that point we should have realized that, as owners and driver, we were way out of our league. It is never easy to admit defeat. It is harder yet to give up on a dream. Chapter 20, A Short Season of Misery. In midsummer of 1972, we made one of our few smart racing purchases. Unknown to us at the time, this smart purchase was how the 1973 season would get started. For months we had been watching a 1963 Ford Galaxy while it sat in a driveway in the nearby town of Milroy. It had an interesting sign taped to its front windshield. For sale, 63 Ford with 427 engine, $300 cash. At first we were not interested and often mentioned it to Pete, Butch, and other guys who ran the big block Fords. None of them showed interest in it either. It finally got my curiosity up and I called the number on the sign and inquired about it. As it turned out, an irritated father wanted his son's piece of junk car out of his driveway. He told me that $250 would take it, without me asking for a lower price. Now that really aroused my curiosity, and after discussing it with Bill, I called back and told him that I was interested, but only if I could be certain that the engine was a 427 and not a 406. Then I told him the only way we could be sure of that was to pull a head and mica cylinder. He shocked me when he said, "Go right ahead." Bill went over the very next evening, and as it turned out, the engine was a 427. Both the body and interior were in remarkably great shape, but all we were interested in was the engine. That following evening, with cash in hand and trailer in tow, Bill and I picked up our prize, hauled it home, and backed it into the old implement shed at the farm. Powder puff races were quite popular that summer, and at one point we rounded up some pipe for a roll cage and planned to get the car ready for Dana to go racing. However, with all our mechanical woes that summer, we never found the time to get any work done on it. That would later become a short-term blessing, long-term curse for us. Word came out at the end of the 72 season that major changes were in store for the late model division for the 73 season. In the constant evolution of race cars, Port Royal, along with every other local track, decided to allow mid-size bodies for 1973. The new look would feature Camaros, Firebirds, and Mustangs, but the finer points of the new rules would be pushed to the absolute limit. The rules mandated that the smaller bodies could be used, but they would have to run on cut-down, full-sized stock frames. In other words, lower, narrower, and shorter chassis would be allowed, but homemade frames supposedly would not be permitted. Enter our 1963 Galaxy, which was just begging to be cut, chopped, and hacked in order to hold a Mustang body. We figured it was past time to scrap the old faithful Fairlane, which had given us many good times but would now be seriously outdated. Our first task included pulling the engine from the Fairlane, salvaging whatever good parts we could, and then taking the torch to what was left. The second and much more difficult step was stripping the big Galaxy. The third and by far easiest part was talking Mike Criswell into making our garage his second home from the end of the 72 season through the start of the 73 season. Mike was a top-notch welder, and since this would be our first attempt at trying to build a race car from scratch, he would rapidly become the most important part of the project. Mike had plenty of good ideas for the new car, and so, with a second-hand stick welder recently purchased, a set of torches borrowed from my father-in-law, and high hopes, we got started. The early going was fairly smooth, and we even found a nice-looking '65 Mustang that belonged to Bake Hesser, one of Jake Grassmeyer's pit crew. Paige and I picked it up one evening, hauled it to the farm, and parked it in front of the garage doors. We now had one Mustang, pieces of the old Fairlane, body parts from the Galaxy that was dismantled, plus the trailer all parked in the driveway at the farm. It became difficult to drive or park near the house without running into or over some of the pieces. Then add to that all the helpers who were at the garage every evening, and it made for a real mess. I came to realize that I had a very understanding wife. Bill, Don, Mike, or any of the other guys would come traipsing through the living room or kitchen at almost any time of day or night. Often at least one of their wives or girlfriends would come along and spend the evening in the house. We had truly set up an open house community center, but we all enjoyed ourselves. To add a little more confusion to the situation, I never had 220 amp service in my garage. That problem, however, was easily solved by simply making up an extension cord that was long enough to reach from the garage across the driveway and into the laundry room of the house. There was a convenient hole in the side wall of the laundry room with a short section of rain spout run through it, which served as the vent for the clothes dryer. That provided easy access to the 220 amp dryer outlet. Of course, that also meant that no clothes drying could take place on most evenings. It was a case of either drying clothes or welding the race car. I saw no problem with the latter choice receiving priority. The roll cage for the new race car also provided unique experiences. Lewistown High School had recently replaced all the hand railings around its cafeteria. The old railing was decent quality pipe, and since the school district wanted rid of the pipe and we needed roll cage material, the school agreed to give us all of the pipe just for hauling it away. We decided to take it all since we had no idea how much it would take to do the job. 20 years later, when we sold the farm, there were still some old pieces of faded blue rusty pipe lying around outside the garage. Once we decided on the basic design for our new car and figured out the quantity of pipe that would be needed for the roll cage, a new problem surfaced. Our shop certainly did not have access to a pipe bender. It was then that we simply implemented the Tuck-Gilbert pipe bending system. This method was crude even by early 1970s backyard mechanic standards, but it worked amazingly well. Tuck Gilbert owned Pete Swarmer's late model, and he had perfected this pipe bending technique while building their late model race cars. We took an old car wheel, chained it about 5 feet off the ground to a large walnut tree near the garage, and with the edge of the wheel chained to the tree, we slid a section of pipe between the wheel and the tree, then simply pulled on the pipe until the desired bend was achieved. After a brief trial and error period, we got pretty good at it. Our new cage almost took on a look of professionalism. The remainder of the work on the car continued at a slow and deliberate pace throughout the fall and winter. However, no matter how hard we tried to hide the fact, it was becoming increasingly more apparent just how little knowledge we had about building a complete race car. Narrowing the frame had not been a huge problem, but shortening and lowering the whole setup was not nearly as easy. We finally decided to simply cut enough out of the middle of the frame to achieve the desired wheelbase length and then plate the frame, weld it, and hope that it stayed together. Lowering the frame was much more difficult for us. To begin with, when we set the Mustang body on our new frame, it sat terribly high. It resembled a four-wheel drive Mustang. Something was wrong, but we were obviously not smart enough to figure out exactly what to do about it. If we lowered the body anymore, then the engine would stick up too high, and we were at a complete loss as to how to lower the chassis without breaking the new rules, as we interpreted them, or getting into problems with the suspension, which we just did not seem to understand. In retrospect, we should have gone to some of the other guys who were also building new cars to find out how they were doing it. If we had done that, we would have surely saved ourselves much time, misery, and embarrassment. Alas, we chose to go it on our own. In early November, I planned an evening at the B&C Speed Shop in Beavertown. This was the same shop owned by Barry Camp, where Barry and I had gotten the Bogar Sprint car. Usually, my trips to any speed shop were just glorified window shopping trips because I couldn't afford any big buck racing items. Since we were not yet selling racing parts at our tire store, Camp's Place was the only true racing shop in the area at that time. Strangely, Dana insisted that she wanted to go along that night, which was fine with me, though I was surprised. My main purpose was to check out the price of a new Holly carburetor. I wanted to plan how long it would take me to save up enough to buy it. Dana seemed interested in the same carburetor and asked both Camp and me many questions about it. Then at one point, in the midst of her questions, I glanced to the front corner of Camp's showroom and spotted a brand new Halibrand quick change rear end. What a beauty it was, but if I couldn't afford a carburetor, I certainly could not afford the quick change. It was a financial impossibility. All I could do was fantasize. My drooling gaze aroused Dana's curiosity. She asked even more questions about the quick change than she had about the Holly carb. When I finally came back to reality and was about ready to leave the shop, Dana sprang an unbelievable surprise on me. Unknown to me at the time, she had just paid Camp for both the Holly carb and the Halibrand quick change rear end. I was completely stunned. Because of her gifts, we were going to have a new race car, a fresh 427 Ford engine, and now a new carburetor and quick change rear. Things had never looked so good. I could not wait to get the new parts loaded and get home to call Bill, Don, and Mike. Port Royal and Heston would surely never be the same. Opening night could not get here soon enough. As time slowly went by waiting on opening night, work continued steadily through the new year. By March, we should have no trouble being ready on time. Still, the car did not look quite right. It was still too high off the ground. But we decided to continue with what we had. We had followed the rules to the letter, so this must be how all the new cars would look. Sadly, our what we had would quickly turn into we've been had. This season would turn into our most unsuccessful, most embarrassing, most humiliating, most futile, and shortest attempt at racing ever. Our season began on the 14th of April at Port Royal and concluded on the 16th of June after only 6 totally frustrating attempts. We knew that we were in big trouble on opening night at Port as the late model pits were jammed with new downsized cars. Unlike our car, they all sat low to the ground and nearly all were on homemade box frames. These were just slight variations of the old 30 inches by 90 inches modifieds from years gone by. I believe we were the only mid-sized car that had a cut-down full-size car frame under it. Everyone else had homemade frames and the latest in race car technology. Ours was in the dinosaur stage before it ever came off the trailer. Not only that, but there were handling and engine problems that just would not quit, but we soon would. Opening night warm-ups would set the tone for our abbreviated season, as we only made it to the second warm-up lap before the right front spindle broke. We got it fixed and started 19th in the first heat. Then we made it all the way to the first turn of the first lap before taking a solid shot on the right side, which resulted in a shifted rear end, broken wheel, and bent tie rods. Week 2 was no better as we melted the spark plug in the number 7 cylinder in both the heat and the feature. Our third race was at Heston, and we did manage to finish the consi but had to drop out of the feature due to poor handling. Sadly, by that time, we were getting really discouraged, and the worst was yet to come. We took the following week off before returning to port for our 4th attempt of the young season. That night, the engine seemed to be losing more and more power as the laps went on, and finally, on the 25th lap of a special 30-lap feature, it was wreck time. That caused another 2-week temporary layoff before returning to port. Even after the 2-week layoff, we dropped out of our heat with a cut radiator hose, wrecked in the consi, and blew a head gasket in the feature. After another 2 weeks off for some serious soul-searching, we decided to give it one last try. If things did not improve, we would have to consider whether this was worth all the misery and heartache. Our one last try to race would provide my own personal, most humiliating experience of my life, and not just of my racing life. It would be an experience from which I have never fully recovered. On Saturday, June 16th, Bill and I began to ready the car for that night's action at port. The engine developed a noticeable miss, and no matter what we tried, we just could not get it to run right. Finally, we called Pete Swarmer and asked him to stop at the garage and look at our problem. He obliged, and no sooner did we fire the engine Then he informed us that the camshaft was worn and the engine was beyond hope without a complete overhaul. He told us to give up on any ideas of running that night or any other night with the engine in that bad of shape. In true ambusher fashion, instead of taking his advice, we got the engine running the best we could, loaded up and headed for Port Royal. What a horrendous mistake. We were late getting to the track and had to start at the tail end of the heat. Within half of a lap, we lost oil pressure. Still, with a low car count that night, we were told that if we could get running, we could start at the tail end of the feature. Unwisely, we decided to try. As the feature lineup was being called, we were still desperately attempting to get the engine to run long enough to at least start the race and try to run a couple laps. To that point, all we had managed to do was grind the battery until it would barely crank the starter. One of the push truck drivers felt sorry for us and repeatedly pushed us across the pits as we tried to start. Sometimes the engine would catch and run a few seconds. Other times we had to physically push the car back near the trailer, make more adjustments, and try again. By this time, the feature was lined up and on its pace lap. We still were not ready. The only smart thing to do was stop this futility. We did not. As the green flag was about to wave, we made our worst racing decision ever. Our decision was to give it one last shot with the push truck in hopes that the engine would finally fire and then fall in on the tail end of the field as they made their first lap and try to run at least 2 or 3 laps. The patient push truck driver thought we had given up, parked his truck nearby, and shut off the engine. One of the guys sprinted over to him and pleaded with him to give us one last push. How I have often wished that he would have refused. The green flag waved, and cars roared down the front stretch and into turns 1 and 2 by the time the push truck lined up on our rear bumper. I buckled up and was ready. I knew that if the engine did not fire before reaching the pit exit, that I would have to slam on the brakes and give up. The push truck driver gave it his best shot as we flew across the pits. I popped the clutch. The engine came weakly to life, and I eased slowly out onto the back stretch. It was not until I was on the track that I realized how poorly the engine was running. The car was barely moving, and I knew that I had to get off the track immediately. I tucked in as close to the inside fence as possible and aimed for the backstretch pit entrance. Suddenly, there was a terrible crunch of metal, and I shot forward. My neck jerked in a violent whiplash. My shoulders strained against the shoulder harness. I just took the hardest hit I had ever taken. Someone had obviously come up from behind and slammed into me while running wide open. Cars were shooting past me. Push trucks and wreckers streaked from the pits. At first, I was afraid to even look, afraid that my stupidity might have seriously hurt or killed someone. Bad enough that I had just caused someone to lose his race car. What other havoc might I have wreaked? In the chaos of the moment, I managed to crawl out of my pile of junk and face my victim. It was Paul Wagner. On the first lap of the feature, he and another car were running side by side, battling for the lead. Paul chose the low side and came out of turn 2 running wide open. There I sat, directly in his path. Thankfully, he was not injured, just shaken up. For some reason, his crew was not that terribly angry with me, but the fans who had gathered along the backstretch fence were understandably brutal. Paul was an extremely popular driver. I was a nobody, and now a hated nobody. As the cars were being towed back to the pits, I had to walk next to the fence and endure my much-deserved verbal abuse. I heard every curse, threat, and insult thrown my way. At that moment, I knew that I no longer deserved to be a part of the exclusive racing fraternity. My biggest dream had ended in shame. By the time I got back to the truck, I had firmly made up my mind. This was it. I was finished. I quit. We loaded the car in near silence. The guys all realized how depressed, disgusted, and humiliated I was. Finally, Bill broke the ice. He told me to shake it off and that he would be at the farm Sunday morning so that we could survey the damage and decide what to do next. I don't know if I even answered him. I already knew what would be next. True to his word, Bill showed up on Sunday morning. True to my word, I had quit. The car, except for the engine, wasn't too badly damaged. I convinced Bill to help unload and park the car at the edge of the woods near an old shed. He didn't question me as we worked in near silence. Then, Sunday evening, Dad came to the house to talk. He, Dana, and I sat at the kitchen table. I believe that for the first time, Dad realized just how strong my dream was and how badly I was hurting. It was so strange after all Dad had been through to hear him now trying to convince me to continue on. It was to no avail. No one else could understand what had really happened to me the night before. That one stupid move on the track had destroyed more than a little sheet metal and pride. It destroyed a dream that I had carried for so many years. This was the start of a long and painful summer. Even now, so many years later, I am unable to look back at 1973 as anything but failure. That final crash often pops into my mind as clearly as if it were just last week. The frustration and disappointment still depress me. Whenever I think of what we had hoped for with the new car, all the new parts that we had never had before, all the optimism, and then to see it disappear so quickly, make me question whether we should have ever tried. We were destined to be like those thousands of fans who, week after week, pay and sit and watch their fantasy. We went to only 6 races that year and did not finish a single feature. Our gross income was a paltry $62. On the night of the wreck, I was too embarrassed to even pick up my tow money. Sadly, all that remained of what should have been a dream was a slowly fading and rusting nightmare. After that day, I was never even slightly tempted to drag that car out and try to awaken the dream. In early fall, a young and foolish daydreamer stopped by to see if the car was for sale. I was extremely happy to see him pull out a handful of cash and drag the Albatross from my woods to his garage. He kept the car just a few miles from my farm, and each day on my way to town, I would look in sympathetically. He, too, had more than his share of problems. At one point, he even threatened to sue me over the poor excuse for a race car that he bought. It was then that I reminded him that no one makes anyone go out and buy a race car, and as we had found out more than once, especially with the race-ready engine we had once bought, in the racing world one has to live by the credo of buyer beware. Soon he too gave up after a few exercises in futility. The Mustang's final resting place was Krentzman's Junkyard. May it rest in pieces. After parking the car in June, we all stayed away from any races for several weeks. It was not easy going back to Porter Heston. It's just not the same to stand and watch, especially when watching some racers who are no better than you are. Little by little, I started to get that old feeling back. Given a competitive car, I knew that I could still be a decent race car driver. Only this time I was smart enough not to want to go out and buy another car and try to compete, given our limited knowledge, ability, and cash. Maybe someday, if the racing gods are forgiving, I might get a chance to be a driver. Chapter 21. Enter the Businessman. When given the choice between teaching or running the tire store, there had never been any question as to which one I preferred. True, teaching gave me security. I knew that I would have a paycheck every other Friday, and the pay and benefits were not particularly bad. Besides, I had plenty of time to work at the store as well as teach. I could leave school at 3:25 p.m., go home to the farm and change clothes, and then work at the store as far into the evening as I wanted. Plus, I had weekends, holidays, and all summer each year to play businessman. At that point, I had the best of both worlds. In August of 1973, Dad had turned 66 years old, and his plan was to semi-retire at age 65 and sell the business to me. But my racing had prevented that from happening. Now that I had abandoned the racing career dream, Dad made the offer to sell me the business. It was his dream for me to carry on the business, but he had always said that he would not do it as long as I was a race car owner and driver. He felt, and rightfully so, that I would be tempted to spend too much time and money on the race car at the expense of the business. Now that I had gotten the race bug out of my system, he felt safe and comfortable about making me the offer. Besides, the way he figured it, I could continue teaching and have the business since he was healthy and did not want to be totally put out to pasture. The only thing that he required was a decent down payment. Enter Dana and her horses. The year after her high school graduation, Dana had gone to an equestrian school in Wilson, North Carolina. The plan was multi-purposed: learn about the business side of horses, become a licensed instructor, and pick up more tips to enhance her riding career. She did well in all phases, and while at school, she encountered a special horse, a big workhorse-looking gray gelding named the Flying Dutchman. After her schooling ended, she took the plunge and purchased Fly from the riding school. Today I can't remember what she paid for him, but it was several $1,000s, which, in 1969, was a considerable sum of money. Fly turned out to be quite a horse. In the show circuit that Dana traveled, Fly was by far the best jumper. In fact, it got to the point that Dana finally turned him over to a rider from Philadelphia, who besides being a tremendous rider, also had the big buck connections needed to compete with the best horses and riders in the entire country. There was just no way that we could afford to travel coast to coast and get the exposure necessary for a horse of Fly's caliber. Important horse people soon began to take an interest in Fly. The young lady who was showing him was named Terry Rudd, and she certainly proved to have major contacts in the horse business. The winter of 1973 to 74 turned into a bit of a fantasy, especially for me. We would be sitting at home and receive phone calls from Terry concerning the latest inquiries and offers from horse people who were interested in purchasing Fly. We made trips to Philadelphia on several Sundays to meet with various prospective buyers, including both the German and Venezuelan Olympic equestrian teams. That was mighty impressive company, especially for me. Finally, in early 1974, Dana made her decision. She decided to sell Fly to the Venezuelan Olympic team. The figure, as I recall, was somewhere in the $8,000 or $9,000 range, which was a huge sum of money in those days, especially for us. After the sale was complete, we decided to use a portion of the money to make a down payment on the tire store. Dad had set a figure and said that he would be satisfied with our down payment. The remainder we would pay in regular monthly installments. He wrote out and had Mom type the sales agreement, and then, one evening at the kitchen table, the deal went down. Dana and I were officially in the tire business. This should be enough to keep my mind off racing. Now I had the store, was teaching full-time, Dana was in the horse business, and we had our small farm to maintain. There was just no way to fit racing into a schedule like that. At least, it appeared that way. Chapter 22. The Dream Returns. The change of ownership at the tire store just happened to coincide with the start of the 1974 racing season. Business was good and I became deeply involved. Dad was still working most of the time, and thanks to his work at the store and Mom's fantastic bookkeeping, we were able to expand our product line. I slowly added custom wheels, some auto parts, accessories, and a limited stock of high-performance and speed equipment into the inventory. Bill Page and I would laugh about the prices we had to pay for parts whenever we were racing, and how cheaply we could buy them now that I was in the business. We also decided that those were also the times that Dad was right to not sell to me until I got out of racing. The temptation would have been too great. I would have blown the business away on racing. Everything was moving along quite smoothly with both the business and my lack of interest in racing, until one fateful night in June when Bill and I decided to take in a race at Port Royal. I should have known better. No junkie can be put into short-term rehab, then released back into the old environment and be expected to stay straight. Without really realizing it, I was perched precariously on the very edge of a shaky wagon. This was so unfair. The sweet smell of exhaust fumes, the sensuous aroma of burning rubber, the allure of tacky yellow-brown clay completely destroyed my immune system. I fell headlong off the wagon. As Bill and I toured the late-model pit area that evening, one car and driver caught my attention. Before I could stop myself and think, I had my mouth in gear. The driver in question was an old acquaintance, and the car was owned by Gary Reichenbach from Thompsontown, a small village just a few miles from Port Royal. I couldn't take my eyes off the car. It was a beautiful 1966 Mustang, and it was loaded. Quick change rear, 427 cubic inch alcohol burning Ford engine, and well maintained. It appeared that it could and should really fly, and after a return trip the following week, I was completely convinced that the current driver was not getting the job done, but I could. The owner, Gary, was the same guy who, 2 years earlier, had started a big fight in the pits when he spun the wheels on another race car and threw mud all over Don Goss. Hoping that he had either forgotten or didn't care about that incident, I made up my mind to try to plant a small seed in Gary's mind. Right then, it didn't matter one bit to me if I had to cut the other driver's throat to get what I wanted. The old thirst for speed had returned, and this Mustang could just turn out to be the perfect quencher. Bill and I hung near Gary's pit area that evening and soon struck up a little conversation which led to comments about how strong Gary's Mustang looked and sounded. Fortunately for me, His driver was not having a very good night with the car, and I just could not pass up the opportunity to make a few comments about that. To my surprise, it wasn't all that difficult to plant that evil seed of doubt in Gary's mind. He too felt that his car should be running up front with the big boys. By the end of the evening, both Bill and I could sense Gary's growing discontent. We decided to ease off and see what might transpire from there. The following week, we returned to Port Royal and became much more conspicuous. We even became involved in working with Gary to the point of being his pit crew since he had practically no outside help. And each time his driver was out of hearing range, I managed to drop subtle comments regarding what I thought the car should be capable of achieving. During both the heat and feature that night, I became more direct, especially in reference to my very biased opinion of my driving compared to his driver's apparent limited ability to make the car perform to its ability. As I look back now, I am not sure that I was trying to backstab the driver. I just happened to have very little faith in him and absolute faith in myself. I suppose that in my own selfish way, I was subconsciously justifying my actions by convincing myself that a change of driver would be to Gary's benefit. But no matter what I might have had in mind then, by the time the feature ended that night with the Mustang hanging near the back of the pack, Gary had made his decision. I was to be at his house the following Wednesday evening to go over the car and help make any necessary changes so that it would suit me. The current driver would get the word that night that he was out. Bill and I were to leave early that night to help avoid any confrontations. What a joyous ride home that evening. I had a ride in a good late model, and Bill would be more than welcome to help with the preparation and maintenance of the car. As planned, on Wednesday evening, Bill and I drove to our meeting with Gary so that we could give the race car a serious once-over. Gary's house was a large brick home on the main street, and from the outside it looked quite comfortable. As we ascended the steps to the front porch, we noticed a few things that didn't seem to fit in with our initial assessment. To begin with, one of the window panes along the side of the front door was broken, and the glass was just lying on the porch. The screen door was also broken, and most of the screen was damaged. Various items seemed to clutter most of the remainder of the porch. Warily, we knocked on the front door. From within came a robust, "Come on in, guys." We were not prepared for what was before us. Gary was stretched out quite comfortably on the couch, an old sheet wrapped around his body. The kids were either lying on the floor or sitting precariously atop a cluttered chair as they noisily enjoyed whatever was blaring away on the television. Bill and I stood awkwardly, trying to remain casual, as Gary's wife came bustling into the room. She immediately began barking at the kids to settle down and clean up whatever was scattered all over the room. Finally, Gary jumped up and swiftly wrapped the sheet partially around himself while he hurried up the steps to get dressed. Bill and I were offered a seat after 2 chairs were emptied, and we sat and waited for Gary's return, happy for the cover-up sheet. Within minutes, Gary was back, thankfully fully clothed, and the 3 of us started for the garage by way of the kitchen and back porch. We hustled out the back door and down the sidewalk to a very neat-looking garage. At that point, we noticed that Gary's wife and all the kids were excitedly following us. I expected the worst conditions as Gary inserted the garage key and turned the doorknob. What a jolt! Had Gary looked back at Bill or me right then, he would have had to have noticed our dropped jaws and startled looks. The garage was beautiful. The floor was neatly swept. Shelves were organized. Even the trash barrel was tidy. It was easy to see where this family placed their priorities. The rest of the family crowded around us, all of them beaming proudly at their dream car. And then it hit me as to just what was happening. This race car was a family dream, and from the looks on their faces, they let me know that they were all looking to me to make the dream a reality. I was honored. I felt special. I felt up to the task. Bill and I spent an hour or so going over the car and learning any little idiosyncrasies that it might hold. We then left, both of us satisfied that this was truly a good, competitive car. Our conversation on the way home dealt with what we had experienced that night, which was more about living conditions than race car conditions. However, the more I thought about it, the more sense it made to me. We had just experienced a family that was truly living a dream. The house, the clothes, the things over which most other people worried and wearied meant little or nothing to them. All their time and likely all their money had gone into building their dream. They were searching for respectability among their peers, and they were the very last to care what anyone else thought. That was the one thing that separated them from the bleachers full of fans who only dreamed the dream. Gary and his family were living the dream. The next 3 days were 3 of the longest days of my life. All I could picture was me crawling into the beautiful blue number 49 Mustang, feeling her potent 427 cubic inch engine roar to life, and once again enjoying the weekly quest for racing's holy grail, the checkered flag. I had no doubt that I could now run with the big dogs and maybe even attain that first elusive feature win. As Saturday night approached, Dana seemed to sense my excitement. She even decided to go along. I suppose that by then, I had her somewhat convinced that this could be my night. And after the heat race in a strange new car, and after a year's layoff, I was quite pleased with myself. I started 11th in the faster of the 2 heat races, and as the checkered flag waved at the finish, I managed to move up to a very respectable 6th place. Along the way, I actually passed and outran a couple of the better cars. I started on the inside of the 7th row in the feature race. Early on in the feature, the engine developed a slight miss, and coupled with my inexperience, I picked up only 3 positions for a 10th place finish. Still, not a bad night. I definitely had my confidence back, and Gary seemed pleased with my run. The next week, I started 12th in my heat race and ran a hard 8 laps to pull down a 5th place finish. I started the feature in 11th spot, and by the 10th lap, there was a big pack of us running together, exchanging positions several times each lap. A top 5 finish was a distinct possibility until suddenly the right rear tire blew out. That ended our evening, and I got credit for a 15th place finish. Gary was even more pleased than the first night because we were proving that his Mustang could run with the best of them. After starting off with 2 respectable efforts in my first 2 weeks, there followed 2 weeks of disappointments. One of those was a mechanical failure. The other one, quite honestly, was none other than driver failure. A faulty water pump and no spare was the mechanical failure. A combination of several little mistakes cost us in my 4th week. For some reason, I was just not able to get the car to handle that night. It was nearly impossible for me to get through the turns. I started to get disgusted, and then, partly from me not running hard enough and partly a mechanical problem, the engine began to overheat. Finally, on lap 14, I just pulled into the pits and parked the car. Gary was rightfully both disappointed and irritated, which led to a few nasty words between us. I promised him that I would make up for it next week. I got the distinct impression that I had better do it. I spent a lot of time soul-searching in the following week. I decided that I had better bury the gas pedal into the floorboards or go home and bury my helmet and my dreams. Gary wasn't angry that night, but I could tell that he was expecting me to make something good happen. I vowed to myself that I would not disappoint either him or me. I started on the outside of the front row in my heat race. Once again, several of us swapped positions all 8 laps. I only got a 5th place finish, but it was a hard-fought and satisfying 5th place. The car ran well, and I drove it hard. The heat finish earned me a 4th place start for the feature, but on 2 consecutive green flag attempts, there were minor incidents involving the cars that started right in front of me. As we lined up to try for a 3rd time, I found myself sitting on the pole. I also found myself 100% ready. Tonight, I decided a lot of the big dogs would be eating Mustang dust. At the drop of the green, I smashed the pedal to the floorboards, barreled wide open into turn 1, cut the wheel hard, and flew out of turn 2 with a nice lead. For the next 2 laps, I held the point, savoring every sweaty second of it. On the 2nd lap, I charged wildly into turn 1, riding the high groove. To my left, I caught a glimpse of a car pulling up almost beside me. I recognized the fender. It was Leroy Felty, one of the true legends at Port Royal. In the past, I would not have had the confidence to try to outrun someone of his caliber, but tonight was different. I cocked the wheel and tried to push the gas pedal clear through the firewall. It worked, and I powered out of turn 2 with the lead. The same thing happened through turns 3 and 4. What a great feeling. I was finally running with the best of the best. On lap 3, Leroy came in low again. We touched lightly, and he managed to get by me and into the lead. I continued to hold 2nd place for a couple more laps, and then found myself in the best true racing I had ever experienced. There were 5 or 6 of us running together, and we bumped, banged, pushed, and swapped positions constantly for the next few laps. I was finally getting to see what real racing was all about. I was able to be a part of the elite class of dirt track demons at the port. It was all that I had dreamed it would be. And then I thought that I could feel a slight loss of power. A check of the gauges indicated that everything was still okay. But as I came out of turn 4 on the 14th lap of the 15-lap feature, everything let loose under the hood. Gary's big, beautiful Mustang died. The 4.27 Ford engine was destroyed. I coasted to the end of the straightaway and into the pits. Surprisingly, Gary was not the least bit upset. In fact, it was the happiest I had ever seen him. I guess that night, both of us had proven ourselves. With practically no resources or help, he had built a car, an engine that was able to run with the best, and I was able to take that car and prove that I belonged with the best too. The sad truth, however, was that my 10th place finish that night would also prove to be the finish of my racing dream for a very long time. Gary was out of money and had no way to produce another engine. I was not able to pick up another ride. The dream would once again fade into the beautiful Port Royal tacky racetrack. Epilogue: the curtain drops. The rides home with Bill on so many race nights, and especially after the blown engine in Gary's Mustang, were sad. I suppose that the last blown engine was an inevitable end to a once beautiful dream. Except for that horrible night in 1973 with the terrible Wagner wreck, I truly believe that I likely had what it took to be a decent local race car driver. There were just too many obstacles, even by 1970s standards, that were in the way. The biggest obstacle was financial. I had always sworn that racing, no matter how much I enjoyed it, would never take money from or come ahead of a normal, happy family life, and I stuck to that. Unfortunately, that is a significant handicap to racing success. We all know money buys speed. I am more certain now that if I could have come up with quality equipment, I could have given it a quality ride. But that was not meant to be. I would just have to be satisfied with what I did accomplish between July 8th, 1966 and August 17th, 1974. The fact is, I got to live the dream that fills the grandstands and infields at racetracks everywhere, each week. Those incredible fans who support local dirt tracks each week consist of 3 groups of spectators. 1. The dreaming few who might someday become a member of the exclusive and elusive racing fraternity. 2. The loyal fans who wish they could become a member of that club. 3. The selfless fans in the grandstands who are happy to come out and support their heroes or their favorite owner/driver under any conditions. Thankfully, I managed to dream my way and work my way into that very small number of fans who did achieve the thrill of the green flag dropping in front of them and their car. It is true, and when the green flag drops, the BS stops. On another positive note, I also realized that throughout those several years of racing, I was honored to run against some outstanding and talented drivers, even my idol, Pete Swarmer. Many of them had so much more success than I had, but none could have possibly had more fun. I say none could have possibly had more fun.
Yeah, we're older than dirt, talking track talk you hear, spinning old tales and switching the gears, from Daytona sand to Pennsylvania tracks, junkyard jockeys, boatyard parts on hot rock cars. Come on, pull up a seat, it ain't that hard.